No justice, you one of a kind. Seen you like twice, but you know what they say, that 3 times is a charm. You probably heard it a lot, but baby, why you looking so fine? KMT to the haters. Girl, where you been? Hiding out all day. I've been having all these dreams that you'll be mine someday. Ever since I saw you last time, been a call away. But you right here now. Let's close this case down, yeah. So come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come. Won't you come here to me? Come here to me. Baby, come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come. Won't you come here to me? Come here to me, girl, come here to me, girl. She the type that you can never let go. Turn your life around 'cause she's special. Attitude is out if you test though. You don't find this one on the net, oh. So don't test though. Hey, baby, you killing me small when you're smiling. Wanna explore your talents. Wondering where you've been. Hiding out all day. I've been having all these dreams that you'll be mine someday. Ever since I saw you last time, been a call away. But you right here now. Let's burn this place down, yeah. So come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come. Won't you come here to me? Come here to me, come here to me, girl, come here to me. Baby, come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come. Won't you come here to me? Come here to me, girl, come here to me, girl, yeah. Girl, where you been? KMT to the haters, they don't wanna see us. Let me be your man. 3rd time is a charm. Loving your small girl. So come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come. Won't you come here to me? Come here to me, come here to me, girl, come here to me. Baby, come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come, baby, come. Won't you come here to me? Come here to me, girl, come here to me, girl.
Hello.
Salut. C'est qui parle? C'est Salwa.
Les filles, attendez. Tina n'a qu'à faire.
Bonsoir.
Mon wifi est catastrophique. J'entends rien.
Hello. Hi, Tina. Salwa, can you mute your mic, please? All right. Everyone mute your mics, please. All right, guys. Good morning. And this is Tina and Hani. And I are going to be moderating this Squadathon. Yeah, this is the Squadathon. If you are in the comments, go ahead and show me the thumbs up. Let me know that you are here, ready to show up and show out. Michelle cannot be here today, but Hani is joining me to kind of co-moderate this 8 hours of awesomeness that we are going to have here today. I want to say thank you to our moderators who are going to be kind of holding things down in the comments and making sure that there are no riffraffs here today, because today we are raising money for an incredible organization, which is the World Central Kitchen. So I would like everyone to just give me a thumbs up and let me know that that you're here, that you're ready to show up and show out. Another thing I want to let you guys know, if you're used to donating to us, like you usually donate to our stuff, you give us super chat, hold your super chat. Do not give us any money. If you want to donate money, donate to the World Central Kitchen. And if you need the link, it is in the description of this live stream. Go there, donate to World Central Kitchen. That is where we want to be today, okay? So do not put any money here or anything like that. We just want to donate every amount of money that we have directly to World Central Kitchen. All right. And Hani, do you want to say a few words before I move on to the agenda of the day?
Yes, hi guys. I am so excited to be joining Tina and everybody and this is what the squad is about. We are all about doing good things and raising money for amazing organizations like the World Center Kitchen, and I'm really excited to join everybody, and let's have some fun, raise a lot of money, and show up and show out, as Tina said.
Exactly. Show up and show out. Yes. So, guys, this is the agenda for today. Um, this is the agenda for today. As you guys can see, Hani and I are going to be with you for like the next 10 to 15 minutes. And then, as you guys have heard, as we open this thing up, the French squaddies are going to be here, and they will be they will be taking over, and they'll be showing up and showing out. So the French squaddies go first, and then we have the squaddies at the Invictus. They're going to be the next group of people here. They're going to talk about all about their experiences at the Invictus. They will share some pictures, and there were some videos with us. And they will also they'll just talk about the experience in total and just get everyone ready for the next group of people of the Invictus coming up here soon. Um, Also, we would have squaddies who are creators with a platform. So as much of the podcast squaddies and a few other squaddies, they'll be here talking at 1 p.m. And then we will have a panel with Royal Suitor. You guys loved the last panel, so we are going to do it again. And the next thing we will do is we will have actually a volunteer from World Central Kitchen who is going to be here 4 o'clock my time, and she would talk through, her and her daughter would talk through some of the stuff that they worked on. And I believe she was actually in Ukraine as well, so she's moved on to another post right now. But yeah, so we have that lady, amazing woman, and her daughter will be here to talk. Then we'll have the Spanish squaddies come on, and then myself and Hani will close out the squadathon. So is everyone excited for today? Y'all better be excited,
I am
okay?
excited, so I
Yeah,
bet the rest of them are excited.
yeah, like I want to see, like I just want people to like show some love and like let us know how excited you are. I want to know how excited you are. Before I go on, I wanted to make sure that I point out to you guys that on Twitter, Joe Diva, they're doing like a tea party cocktail with pastries and whatever on sandwiches on June 4th, which is Lily's birthday. It's online. The time is to be announced. If you're on Twitter, go on Joe Diva's timeline to vote for the time for um, for this to go on. What other house cleaning? I want to make sure that I clean the house and I make sure that I have everything that we need. Yeah, so that's pretty much about it from me. Honey, do you have anything else to say before we hand it over to the French squaddies?
I don't think I have anything to add. You touched on everything. It's Gemini season. That has nothing to do with the Squadathon, but Lily's a Gemini and as am I. So I'm really excited. It's going to be a hot mess of fun and raise a lot of money. I did see in the comments somebody asked where we're at so far for the fundraiser.
Hold on, I'll share that with everyone right now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That was the only thing I was going to say is just somebody had asked. So let's look at where we're at now, and I think we can definitely do better and
Yes.
add more dollars to that fundraising.
Yeah, so this is our starting point, as you guys can see. So let's make this, let's go viral. Let's get crazy. You know, we did this before. We've done this before, right? We did this last squadathon. We raised $24,000. I have no doubt that we can raise just about the same, if not more. So let's
I
get
want
ready.
more.
I want more. Yeah, I definitely want more. So like, guys, share the link. If you're looking for the link, share the link with your friends and your family for the fundraiser, and also like the actual link to World Central Kitchen, so that way everyone can kind of get started. And I just want to keep saying thank you so much to our moderators, everybody. Thank you so much. We can't thank you enough. If you're new to this, if you're new to us talking and flapping our gums, it's this is how it goes on here. There's nothing planned. We just go with the flow. So with that, I'm going to definitely turn it over to the French squaddies, and they can go. And so I'm going to turn it over, mute my mic, and let the French squaddie go. So Chimène, if you want to take it.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Annie. So I'm gonna switch to French. We have like 7. Oh, ok, je vais en français, bien sûr. Merci Tina, merci Annie. Du coup, on est 7 à être là. On vient du monde entier, de la France, Huguette des États-Unis, Mabis du Canada, Alice du Bénin. On a Rabia et Selwa qui sont là. Du coup, les filles, on va commencer. Vous êtes tous là, bonjour. Je vous laisse vous présenter. Moi, c'est Chimène, je pense que tous vous me connaissez.
Moi, c'est Rabia.
Bonjour.
Hi.
Bonjour. Dominique de la Martinique.
Salut, c'est Selwa.
Bonjour, Mabis de Montréal.
Salut, c'est Huguette des États-Unis.
Ok. Bon, merci. Du coup, on va...
Can I say something, Chimène?
Yes,
can you let me know when to flip the slides for you guys, please?
Okay, I will send you. You are on the chat, private chat. No?
Yes.
Okay, I will send you an SMS right now. Let me switch my email.
Oh, c'est beau.
Courtoisie de Rabia.
Hey Pam. Hey Pam. Hold on. Pam is on, but I'm gonna text her. I'll text her and to tell her to wait because we can only have like so many people in the Squadathon. But at the same time, can I start with the subject? Which subject?
We will start with the anniversary of the successes of the marriage.
You guys go ahead and talk. I leave it all to you. If you want to moderate this is your segment. So just go ahead, moderate your segment. Because I don't understand French, so I wouldn't know what to do next. So,
thank you.
Just tell me, just say, Tina, can you put up this slide and I'll put it up.
Okay, thank you. So now we can start. Les filles, on peut commencer.
Mais qu'est-ce que allez, c'est parti. Vous voulez aborder?
Oui.
On est prête.
Vous êtes tous prêtes? Écoutez, bonjour.
Mais oui, go.
Je vais faire.
On est prête.
Ok, du coup, bonjour tout le monde. Aujourd'hui,
bonjour Chimène.
Bonjour, bonjour.
Bonjour, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Alors, vous dites les filles quand Ok, du coup, alors, aujourd'hui, on va parler pendant 1h30 de plein de sujets intéressants. On va commencer par un petit récapitulatif de l'anniversaire de mariage des Sussex. On va parler de l'histoire de World Central Kitchen et le lien avec les Sussex, à savoir les cuisines qu'ils ont construites, ou encore des constructions dans le monde entier qui sont en cours. On va parler du Nigeria et de la Colombie qui ont rejoint les Invictus Games. On va parler de Invictus produit par Archie pour Netflix et on va parler d'une histoire assez intéressante de l'athlète ukrainienne qui avait reçu une caméra individuelle pour filmer son quotidien pour les préparatifs des Jeux. Et finalement, elle a utilisé cette caméra pour filmer les atrocités de la guerre en Ukraine. On va parler de Archetype, le podcast de Megan qui va arriver très prochainement sur Spotify.
Oui.
En
juin, n'est-ce pas?
Oui. Bien. On dit en début d'été, du coup, l'été, je suppose.
C'est juin.
Le 21 juin.
Plus précisément, le 21 juin, selon Huguette. On va parler de l'impact des Sussex sur les œuvres caritatives qu'ils supportent et qu'ils ont évolué pour devenir des organismes qui aident d'autres œuvres caritatives, par exemple Together Cookbook, Smart Work Charity, Luminaries Bakery. On va parler surtout le sujet le plus important, les matchs de polo pour les charités à Santa Barbara.
N'est-ce pas, Huguette?
Les tenues magnifiques que porte Megan. Surtout les shorts, les filles. Courtoisie du
oui.
Du coup, on peut commencer, les filles. Je sais pas qui veut commencer, vous me dites.
Moi, j'aimerais bien dire que c'est son anniversaire.
Je sais que c'est pas moi.
J'aimerais bien commencer, si c'est possible. Moi,
Vas-y, Huguette.
c'était
Hey, guys.
l'anniversaire de mon mariage.
Yes, Tina.
Oh, guys, sorry. I'm sorry to cut you in. So, if you guys can, if possible, people are like, can we get subtitles? I just want to let people know that we don't. I don't know how to do subtitles, so maybe if you guys can mix in some English in there, I don't know. I'm not gonna tell you guys what to do, but just letting you know that what the people are saying in the comments, like, okay, we get subtitles and stuff, but I don't know. If you
Okay.
guys do what you want to do, like mixing English, yeah.
We will try.
Yeah.
Mabis et Huguette, vous pouvez vous en occuper un peu ou pas de temps en temps, un mix anglais.
Oui, il n'y a pas de problème. Ce qu'on peut faire, peut-être, Huguette et moi, comme après chaque intervention en français, on peut peut-être traduire.
D'accord.
Ok, ça marche. Et quelqu'un a dit le français, c'est sexy. Oui, oui, baguette, baguette, croissant, croissant, c'est très sexy.
C'est très sexy, c'est très, très sexy.
I think I understand that. So where do you guys want me to start? Because I don't want to lose people. So what do you guys need me to move this image off the screen to put another image up?
Not yet. Tina, I will send you a private chat every time you have to move something. Don't worry. You can go and relax and leave it to us, please.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna watch the comment just to see what people are saying, but yeah, I'll let you guys go.
Thank you. Du coup, Huguette.
Moi, je disais que c'était une journée fantastique, l'anniversaire de mariage. C'était tellement bien. Il y avait tellement de messages dans le monde entier, mais c'était incroyable le support qu'ils ont. Et j'espère qu'ils se sont rendus. Moi, je pense qu'ils le savent, hein, mais c'était vraiment, j'ai passé une journée du matin. Moi, j'ai commencé la nuit. Vous avez vu, j'ai commencé très tôt la nuit. Hein. Je me suis défoncé dans les Twitter. Et
alors, il y a quelqu'un, Huguette, excuse-moi, je te coupe. Il y a quelqu'un qui dit qu'il y a un peu de bruit provenant du microphone. Je ne sais pas qui est à côté, s'il y a un vent à côté de quelqu'un ou pas.
C'est qui en parle? Je ne sais pas.
Là, c'est bon. Alors, c'était Marit Berkas qui disait qu'il y a un peu de bruit provenant du microphone. C'est bon, Marit? Ah, quelqu'un est dehors. Du coup, bon, vu qu'Huguette parle, ce qu'on va faire, on va couper tous nos micros. Huguette, vas-y.
D'accord.
Donc, je disais que c'était une journée fantastique. J'ai adoré. Et ça a commencé très tôt. Je sais que les squadiers américaines ont commencé la nuit. Après, c'est l'Europe qui a pris le retour. Mais s'il y avait tellement de tweets, c'était fantastique. Moi, j'ai adoré. Et franchement, je suis très fier des Sussex Squad. On a vraiment assuré. Et je pense qu'ils sont au courant parce que l'amour qu'ils ont eu globalement était incroyable. Voilà, c'est tout ce que j'avais à dire.
Merci, Huguette. Je ne sais pas qui veut prendre le relais.
Ok, je vais traduire brièvement ce que Huguette a dit. Okay. So she said that it was a fantastic idea and then that she started early in the night and then she noticed that the American squaddies started like early and then after that you had the European ones and then she was very proud of the squad and then she thinks that the successes know all the love that we have for them.
Merci Mabis. Mais les filles, est-ce que vous voulez qu'on parle genre du début? On fait nos petites fanfictions en fait, genre de la rencontre d'Harry et Meghan, genre avant le mariage, après le mariage et tout ce qui va avec jusqu'à les 4 ans qu'ils sont en train de fêter actuellement.
Bon, moi, par rapport bonjour tout le monde. Par rapport à ce que tu viens de dire, Chimène, je crois que le mariage, la rencontre, puis le mariage et puis le début de vie de famille d'Harry et Meghan ressemble vraiment à ce qu'on pourrait appeler un conte de fées moderne, en fait, avec tous les ingrédients. Du bon, du très bon, du mauvais, bon, la lutte entre toutes les parties impliquées. Et surtout, bon, moi, ce que j'ai aimé par rapport à l'anniversaire de mariage d'Harry et Meghan, c'est que chacun, à son niveau, s'est approprié un peu cet anniversaire, cette rencontre, ce couple, et on mis en avance tout ce que ce couple leur a apporté. C'est-à-dire que beaucoup de squadiers ont partagé des photos, des images ou des bons moments lors de la cérémonie ou de la foule. Enfin bon, les gens se sont vraiment appropriés ce couple dans le bon sens, hein, je dirais. Et moi, ce que je retiens de leur parcours, hein, c'est que ils ont commencé en étant en privé. Bon, leur rencontre et leur amour a été mis au devant de la presse. Et puis finalement, avec tout ce qu'ils ont parcouru, ben maintenant, ils sont retournés dans un mode semi-privé, semi-public, où ils peuvent gérer eux-mêmes leur propre vie. Voilà ce que j'avais à dire.
Merci beaucoup, Dominique. Les filles, n'oubliez pas de muter vos micros parce qu'on entend les bruits je veux dire, des iPhones et tout qui reçoivent des messages. Je sais pas quoi, du coup. Je sais pas qui veut prendre le relais. Selwa, Alice, Rabia. Qui veut prendre le relais, les filles?
Moi, je me demande ce qu'il lui a offert pour l'anniversaire de mariage. Anna, je suis un peu curieuse. J'aime savoir ce qu'il lui a offert comme cadeau. Il n'y a pas je ne sais pas ce qu'ils font en général, la première année, c'est du papier ou je ne sais pas ceux qui connaissent cette tradition-là qu'ils ont en Angleterre. Mais
moi, j'aurais dit des fleurs.
Aujourd'hui, je pense que c'est le lin, comme ils fêtaient leur linen year. Je pense que c'est le lin en français.
Du coup, ça veut dire...
Linen, ouais, linen.
Les noces de lin?
Oui.
Ok, je vais voir quel cadeau ils offrent pour les noces de lin et je vous dis les filles.
Des draps, peut-être. Des draps.
Alors, pourquoi des draps?
Parce que le lin.
Le lin? Ah bon?
Oui.
Bon.
Mais je suis d'accord avec Dominique, juste pour appuyer le point de Dominique. Effectivement, donc, moi, je pense que leur amour est inspirant et c'est vraiment un amour de conte de fées moderne et que je pense que même s'ils veulent garder ça privé ou même semi-privé, comme c'est même pas de leur parce que leur amour inspire aussi. Donc, ça faisait longtemps qu'on n'avait pas vu deux personnes aussi amoureux et qui sont passées à travers le feu et qui sont restés aussi amoureux, aussi attachés l'un à l'autre. Et même si maintenant, ils veulent comme garder ça semi-privé parce que pratiquement, on ne sait rien de ce qui se passe dans leur couple. On a des informations sur leur travail, mais pas sur leur vie privée. Mais quand même, le monde, et spécialement les squadistes, donc on se donne le droit de les célébrer, de célébrer leur amour chaque année.
Moi, je vais juste faire un petit aparté. Le but, c'est que vous donnez, ceux qui sont dans les commentaires, le but, c'est que vous donnez des sous. Sortez vos cartes bleues et n'oubliez pas d'aller faire des dons à World Central Kitchen, s'il vous plaît. Je ne sais pas qui va traduire.
So, I can do that. So, the beauty of this podcast is to give money to a World Central Kitchen, which is an awesome organization. So, we're going to be talking for like an hour and a half. And just give. It's in honor of Archie and Lily for their birthday, celebration of the Sussex, the King and Queen of Montecito, and it's an awesome organization.
Merci, Huguette. Il y a une personne qui a déjà donné, qui a dit qu'elle a donné, c'était Anne. Non, c'est pas Annie. Bon, écoute, je vais la revoir tout à l'heure et je vais dire merci Lania Richardson qui a dit qu'elle a donné. Okay. Du coup, Selwa, Rabia, Alix,
oui,
on vous a pas entendu, les filles.
Allô?
Oui, on vous entend, les filles.
Alix.
Du coup,
voilà, oui. Et... Je parlerai quand je sentirai le moment. Ne fais pas de pression, merci.
Je crois qu'ils ont été trop émus par un anniversaire de mariage. Moi, en tout cas, j'ai été très, très émue. Hein. C'était tellement magnifique. I mean, the global love, I agree.
Et puis, à ce qui paraît, c'est 1,9 milliard de personnes qui ont vu dans le monde.
Oui, pratiquement 2 milliards. Oui, pratiquement 2 milliards de vues de téléspectateurs dans le monde. Ils ont battu le record. C'est mieux que je ne sais combien de mariages qui sont passés royaux. C'est un truc de fou.
Et les gens le regardent encore, le mariage, hein, en boucle. Hein. Moi, c'est marrant,
Ah
j'ai
oui,
regardé
ouais.
le Lifetime Channel de movie, Harry et Meghan, c'était sur... j'ai regardé ça hier. C'est marrant quand même, ouais.
Mesdames, les 4 ans de mariage, ce sont des noces de cire.
Ah, de cire, donc pas de... D'accord.
De cire. Alors, donc qu'est-ce qu'il a pu lui offrir? Moi, je ne sais pas, moi. Ah, ben, de la cire, du miel. Hein? Dominique Basse-moi à dire, il y a du miel, pourquoi pas, hein, pour sceller leur amour encore plus. Donc, non, mais je crois que, comme on a dit, hein, c'est beaucoup de gens revoient.
Et c'est toujours aussi magique. Plus on revoit ce mariage, ouais, c'est vrai, et c'est toujours aussi magique, quoi, à regarder.
Alors, en fait, il y a Alice qui a des soucis de réseau, en fait. Du coup,
Moi aussi. Moi aussi,
alors,
catastrophique.
c'est
C'est qui?
Selwa?
C'est Selwa?
Oui, c'est Selwa.
Bon, c'est pas grave, on va faire avec et tout, mais...
Moi, je ne sais pas comment elle a fait. Des fois, je
D'accord.
me demande comment elle a fait pendant le mariage. Parce que moi, j'aurais eu une attaque de panique. Hein. Il y avait tellement de monde, tellement de... Moi, j'aurais eu tellement peur, même de... Oh là là.
Oh, bah,
Ça
elle
m'a
devait être
impressionnée.
stressée, hein. Elle devait être
Calme,
stressée. C'est sûr
ouais.
qu'elle devait être stressée, hein.
Même quand elle a
Mais
Mais,
vous vous
mais
rappelez,
d'après ce que j'ai vu, j'avais l'impression que Harry était plus stressé qu'elle.
Oui, ça
Non,
se
mais
voyait. Hein.
est-ce que vous vous rappelez quand elle était comme au milieu de la porte, quand elle allait justement commencer à marcher, elle a pris une grande respiration. Si vous vous rappelez cette image.
Ouais.
Oui, c'est vrai,
Elle
c'est
était
vrai.
à l'église.
Et aussi, la fois où genre, Harry il était dans l'église, limite il était anxieux, il dit « J'espère que Meghan ça va et tout, j'espère que Meghan ça va et tout ça. »
Ils sont connectés. De là, ils sont toujours connectés. Je te jure. L'un pense à l'autre automatiquement. Mais bon.
C'est vrai, hein.
Harry qui dévorait des yeux, mais que
Mhm.
Oui.
c'était trop mignon.
Bon, bah, je pense qu'on a fait le tour. Ça serait bien de passer à l'autre archétype ou autre
Archetype,
chose, non?
je vous laisse déjà clôturer cette partie. Les filles, si une personne peut parler de que les gens fassent des dons. Et moi, pendant ce temps, je vois avec Tina en coulisses, en fait, pour et tout ça. D'accord?
D'accord.
Alors, si vous voulez
Ça
faire des
marche.
dons, c'est pour The World Central Kitchen, OK? Il ne faut pas faire ça directement à YouTube, il faut faire ça directement c'est ça, il y a un lien en fait, c'est ça le lien qui est là? Moi, je ne peux pas voir d'ici.
Si, le lien, il est là. Le lien, il est là, Tina. Et tout. En anglais, peut-être, les filles?
En anglais quoi?
Okay, so guys, we are doing that Squadathon for the World Central Kitchen, and it's in the honor of Archie and Lily birthdays. So there is a link like in this channel. So don't donate directly to YouTube, but click on the link and then you will be able to have your donations directly to World Central Kitchen. So it's a really great cause, and we encourage you to really to donate. Thank you.
Maintenant, Alice, tu peux couper
on est à
ton
42 000? 42
Oui,
000
on est à
dollars.
42 000.
Oui, 42 000, là. Ouais.
Oh,
On est à 42 000. Ah, déjà, on a déjà fait... tout à l'heure, c'était 42 123. On est à 42 521 déjà. Merci. Continuez à donner.
Merci beaucoup. Continuez.
C'est super. Hein.
Ça faisait combien de jours maintenant qu'on fait des dons?
Depuis l'anniversaire d'Archie.
Depuis les 6 mai?
Oui.
Depuis le 6 mai. Du coup,
oui, c'est 14 jours. Oh.
Okay.
Même
Alice,
c'est quoi ça?
Alice, tu peux fermer ton micro, s'il te plaît? Merci. Du coup, je ne sais plus qui voulait parler.
On allait aller au deuxième sujet, en fait.
Archetype. C'est dommage, on ne peut pas jouer la vidéo par peur de copyright.
Ouais, parce qu'elle le présente tellement bien en plus.
Ouais.
Ça donne vraiment envie, impatiente d'entendre tout ça. Hein.
Genre la musique, Archetype. Non, mais ça va être génial. Vous pensez qu'elle va inviter qui sur le... Vous pensez qu'elle va inviter qui sur le podcast, en fait, et tout? Parce que limite, c'est comme si elle fait le rôle de...
On sait bien.
Bah, les filles, dites
Avec elle, c'est très imprévisible. Elle est très imprévisible. Hein. On ne sait pas du tout. Elle a tellement de liens qu'on ne connaît pas, c'est vrai. Hein. Donc, ça va être intéressant. Mais moi, je pense qu'il y aura quelqu'un dans la politique. Peut-être ce serait bien si elle avait Dr. Biden.
Est-ce que Jill Biden, elle a reçu
Moi, je pense Hillary Clinton, parce que si tu regardes c'est quoi le type de archetype, qu'est-ce qu'elle veut toucher, donc ça va être probablement des femmes dans la vie publique ou politique qui ont subi des harcèlements, comme médiatiques, comme Hillary Clinton, c'est exemple. Je pense aussi Cardi B.
Moi, je pensais à Britney Spears.
Oh oui.
Même en industrie, à Hollywood.
Dites-nous dans les commentaires, vous pensez qui seront des invités sur le podcast d'Harry?
Serena.
Moi, je pense qu'il y aura des chercheurs, des gens dans le monde intellectuel aussi. Parce que je ne vois pas trop souvent avec des gens de Hollywood, moi. Je ne sais pas pourquoi, hein, mais j'imagine des gens dans la politique, des chercheurs.
Ah, attendez, il y a genre quelqu'un qui a commenté « Oh, ça va vite tellement, Rosa Robert. » Non, elle disait bonjour, ignorez-moi.
Tu l'as dit?
Non, mais genre, non, c'est bon. Je pensais qu'elle disait bonjour à d'autres personnes sur la timeline. Vous pensez
mais sincèrement, je pense que ça va sortir, parce que Huguette avait dit l'été officiel, c'est 21 juin, mais je pense que tout de suite après le jubilé, qui serait peut-être le 7, le mardi, vous savez, comme le plus souvent, ils font des annonces, soit le mardi ou le jeudi. Donc, probablement le 7, on aura peut-être comme un avant-goût de
Les filles, il y a Patou qui dit « Oui, ma bis, Hillary Clinton. » Oui, je pense Hillary Clinton, oui. Moi aussi, je dirais Hillary.
Ah oui. Elle aime bien Meghan en plus. Elle aime bien Meghan.
Oui, elle l'a toujours bien supporté. Hein. Et dès le début, elle a oui, tout à fait. Est-ce que vous pensez qu'elle va interviewer Hélène?
Hélène, laquelle la show
Hélène de Généresse?
Ouais, de Généresse. Vous pensez peut-être pas à elle, non?
Moi,
Hélène,
possible aussi.
Non,
pourquoi?
elle n'a pas subi d'harcèlement médiatique. Au contraire, c'est elle son comportement qui l'a détruit. C'était pas les médias. En fait.
Quand elle a commencé, elle a subi du harcèlement. Quand elle avait décidé de dire ouvertement qu'elle était lesbienne, elle avait subi du harcèlement. Malheureusement, les gens vont se souvenir de ce qu'elle a fait récemment. Mais au début, elle s'est fait harceler, oui.
Et qu'est-ce que j'allais dire? Vous pensez qu'elle va se limiter qu'aux gens genre des États-Unis, ou elle va partir dans d'autres pays?
Ce n'est... Ok, continue.
Non,
je pense qu'elle va faire d'autres pays. Moi, je pense qu'il y aura des gens, au niveau international, il y aura des gens...
J'ai pensé à James Corden. Et je veux pas...
Moi, j'aime pas. Parce que moi, je suis une army. Je suis une army. Aussi, à part être une squadie, je suis une army. Et honnêtement...
Mais si tu nous ressors l'armée, Chimène?
Non, parce que bien, laisse-moi parler, c'est pas possible. Du coup, pour moi, James Corden, c'est non. J'espère, après, elle fait ce qu'elle veut, mais non.
Mais il n'est pas une femme.
James Corden?
Oui, parce que c'est par rapport aux femmes qui ont subi. C'est pas pour tout le monde.
Elle parle des femmes ou c'est mixte?
Non, elle a dit des femmes.
Elle a dit des femmes.
Donc lui, il n'est pas dedans. Hein.
Ah ouais.
Moi, est-ce qu'elle a une belle-sœur?
Les filles, il y a Dominique qui veut parler depuis tout à l'heure.
Mais go, Dominique!
Non, moi, je pense qu'elle va se limiter aux femmes. Et puis, surtout, elle va essayer de prendre des femmes qui ont, que ce soit des femmes qui ont un poids. Bon, moi, je suis d'accord pour Hillary Clinton, qui l'a effectivement toujours soutenue sans... pas de mots couverts avec Hillary. Hillary a toujours été cash, je dirais, dans ses prises de position, que ce soit vis-à-vis de Meghan, que ce soit vis-à-vis de tout ce qui se passe dans son pays, hein, parce que finalement, on se rend compte qu'elle a été un petit peu Madame Irma, hein, parce que ce qu'elle avait prédit, finalement, on se rend compte que tout ce dont elle avait parlé, c'est en train de se réaliser. Et puis, Britney, enfin moi je sais pas, ce n'est que mon avis. Hein. Je pense que c'est un sujet un petit peu trop, je dirais, pas people, mais trop controversé pour le moment. Et que je pense que, en ce qui concerne Britney Spears, ce que je lui souhaite en premier, c'est qu'elle puisse elle-même déjà se reconstruire avant d'entrer dans ce genre de podcast. Puis peut-être des années après, elle pourra présenter son expérience, mais là, c'est à chaud comme ça. Bon, ce n'est que mon avis. Et puis, des femmes de tout milieu, de toute position sociale, je pense loin du show business, parce que ça marquerait si elle se lance du côté showbiz, je pense que ce serait un petit peu préjudiciable pour l'idée même de son podcast, parce que moi je pense quand même qu'il faut tout en parlant de tout type de sujet, il faut quand même rester dans le sérieux. Bon, je ne dis pas que le show business, ce n'est pas du sérieux, mais il faut éviter, si tu veux toucher tout le monde, il faut éviter de prendre des personnes qui sont un petit peu trop marquées showbiz. Bon, elle peut prendre aussi des personnes de la communauté, des communautés, qui ne sont peut-être pas visibles, justement, qui font un travail associatif très important et qui ont subi, de par peut-être le choix de leur association ou de leur bénévolat, ont subi des pressions. Parce que, bon, vous savez très bien que nos sociétés sont très conservatrices. Hein, même, il y a des... Regardez comment Meghan a subi beaucoup de moqueries, beaucoup de harcèlement, beaucoup d'injustices au Royaume-Uni quand elle a osé parler ou mettre en avant certaines associations comme celle dont j'ai oublié le nom, qui s'occupe de la réinsertion des prostituées. Donc, vous avez aussi des personnes qui font un travail énorme et qui ne sont pas mises en avant aussi. Bon, moi, je pense qu'elle pourrait utiliser ce podcast à la fois en présentant des personnes célèbres, mais aussi des personnes, monsieur ou madame tout le monde, enfin madame, puisque c'est plus centré sur les femmes, madame tout le monde qui s'occupe au sein de la communauté des personnes qui sont dans le besoin, hein, que ce soit le besoin émotionnel, que ce soit le besoin alimentaire ou autre. Bon, voilà moi ce que je pense sur Archie.
Et en fait, je te rejoins Dominique. Et tout à l'heure, dans les commentaires, il y a Patou qui disait en fait que des femmes aussi de valeurs africaines, de célébrité africaine. Et moi, je pensais à Chimamanda Adichie Ngozi. Je ne sais pas si vous la connaissez. C'est une auteure nigériane et féministe en plus.
Très engagée, oui.
Très engagée, féministe et tout. Et j'aime trop ces bouquins, genre Americana, il y a d'autres aussi et tout. Et ça peut être génial aussi. Hein. Et qu'est-ce que j'allais dire? Mais moi, je pense aussi, il y aura, d'après Archetype, si on avait écouté le podcast, il y avait, Megan avait dit qu'elle allait parler, engager, aller vers les historiens, les experts, pour essayer de découvrir l'origine, en fait, de ce genre de stéréotypes et comment, je sais pas, engager la conversation par rapport à ça. Je sais pas si vous pensez que ce sera comme ça ou pas. Et puis, au fur et à mesure, si on peut traduire
Chimène,
aussi.
C'est ce que je pensais
Oui,
faire, en fait,
tu
un
peux
petit peu.
répéter? Tu peux répéter?
ok. Ah, excusez-moi. Je savais pas que je parlais.
Si, moi je t'ai entendu, mais c'est que peut-être que
Non, mais c'est mon vie est catastrophique. J'entends que
ma
50%
pauvre.
de ce que vous disiez.
ok. Bah,
J'ai
écoutez,
raté ce que Chimène a proposé.
écoutez, je vais recommencer. Non, mais j'étais en train de dire en fait que je pensais tout à l'heure, Patou, elle avait dit genre des célébrités je dis des célébrités, des personnalités de valeur aussi côté africain. Et moi, je pensais à Chimamanda Adichie Ngozi, l'écrivaine nigériane, qui est très engagée, qui a écrit Americana et tout. Du coup, elle aussi, ça peut faire la valeur et tout. Et
Oui.
du coup, et après, je disais, c'est dommage qu'on pouvait pas écouter par souci de copyright, on peut pas écouter le je vais dire le petit sommaire du podcast que Megan avait fait sur Spotify. Mais en soi, d'après ce que moi j'avais compris, elle allait discuter avec des historiens, des experts pour essayer de voir d'où vient l'origine de ces stéréotypes où on traite il y a des propos misogynoires sur les femmes et tout ça, et c'est d'engager la conversation par rapport à ça en fait et tout. Et alors, quelqu'un qui dit...
Mais de toute façon, je pense qu'on aura, sûrement, vu les connaissants, on aura une super surprise, c'est sûr.
Ouais. Je voulais juste mettre un point.
Tu veux que je traduise un petit peu ce qu'on a dit?
Attends, déjà, il y a Hors Impossible qui dit qu'on partira dans 15-20 minutes. Non, on est encore là pendant 1 heure de temps.
Va falloir
supporter nous les francophones.
On vient d'arriver, hein.
Va falloir supporter les francophones
Jusqu'à
encore pendant
16h45.
Tu veux que je traduise un petit peu ce qu'on a dit, un tout petit peu ce qu'on a dit?
Oui, vas-y, Huguette.
So for the non-French speaker, we were talking about archetype, the upcoming podcast for Megan, and we were just discussing about who we think she would bring as a guest, on the podcast. So some of us thought that there would be some celebrities. Some of us are thinking they're going to bring like historians, politicians, writers from all over from different countries. And one person was mentioning Britney Spears, and another one was saying that maybe not because we don't think she's not ready mentally. And she maybe has to work on herself first. So that's what we've been talking about. But we're all very excited about that podcast. The end.
Non, Huguette, t'as pas tout traduit. On a
Mais elle a dit le principal.
De Chimamanda Adichie, et il y a le révérend.
C'est ça, j'ai dit une écrivain africaine, je ne connaissais pas le nom.
Ils ont marqué Chimamanda.
Chimamanda. I apologize. I didn't know the name for sure. So I just said a writer from Africa. So her name is Chimamanda
Chimamanda. Non, Chimamanda, les filles.
Chimène, arrête un peu de stresser là. Ok.
Non, si on arrive à dire Britney Spears correctement, on peut aussi dire Chimamanda Adichie.
I am so sorry. Chimamanda Revenue. All right.
Et les gens, n'oubliez pas de donner des sous pour
Donnez des dons. Il y a le lien, Tina a mis le lien sur les commentaires.
Please don't forget to donate. There's a link on the side.
Donate, please. Let's make it $100,000. Why not?
Yeah, we can do it.
En tout cas, moi, je suis excitée avec la podcast. Ça va vraiment nous occuper pour tout l'été. Elle a une voix superbe, je trouve qu'elle a vraiment une belle voix pour la radio. C'est incroyable. Mon Dieu.
Elle est rassurante et calme.
Ah ouais, c'est une voix incroyable. Toutes les familles, Harry, et même Archie, ils ont tous des belles voix.
Vous pensez qu'ils prennent du miel, du thé au miel à chaque fois pour avoir une voix suave, calme, apaisante et tout?
C'est incroyable, hein?
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Ta voix te plaît pas, Chimène?
Si, non, je parlais de Megan et...
Mais même, tu veux essayer?
Faut qu'on s'entraîne, hein?
C'est ça.
Voilà.
Bon, passons au sujet suivant, les filles.
Non, on n'a pas encore fini. Vous pensez... Les filles, pas de pression, on est là, hein. Même si on finit pas tout ce qu'on veut dire.
En tout cas, le monde entier attend la podcast. Tu sais ça, hein? Même l'île de fou, là. Tout le monde attend la podcast. Ça va bien nous occuper cet été, tu vois. Je suis très, très,
Et
très
vous
contente.
pensez, les filles, qu'on verra aussi des photos d'elle en studio, des vidéos, c'est juste, on n'aura que de l'audio? Vous pensez quoi?
Je pense qu'on aura des photos et peut-être quelques séquences vidéo, comme derrière la scène, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé.
C'est vrai, un petit teaser,
Oui.
c'est vrai.
Ça va être cool. J'ai trop hâte.
Oui. Moi, j'ai envie de voir ça avec les gens qu'on va interviewer et autre chose et tout. Attendez, j'envoie un message. Continue à papoter, j'envoie un message à Tina. Comme ça,
tu veux leur dire en anglais un petit peu ce qu'on vient de dire?
Oui, vas-y.
En anglais. Et surtout que les gens, ils donnent des sous.
C'est ça. So we were just saying that about the podcast, that some people think maybe we're going to have some pictures of her in the studio or some videos, some little teasers. So we all agree on that. And please don't forget to donate. This podcast is just because we want to donate to World Central Kitchen in honor of Lily and Archie, Mountbatten Windsor birthday. And please donate. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Huguette. J'envoie un message à Tina. On va sur World Central Kitchen. Tina, elle va nous mettre comment dire, en fait, elle va nous mettre le slide de World Central Kitchen et tout. Alors, il y a des gens qui disent qu'ils adorent nous écouter, même s'ils ne comprennent pas le français. Il y a Sonia Alexander qui dit « Bonjour, je suis en train de vous écouter, je suis dans un voyage pour un casino, même si j'ai une jambe cassée. » Merci Sonia et bonne guérison surtout. Alors, on passe à World Central Kitchen. Qui veut commencer, les filles? Il y a Dominique, Selwa, Rabia, Mabis, les
Moi,
filles.
je veux bien commencer parce que il y a, merci Rabia, la cuisine faite par World Central Kitchen et Archwell Foundation à la Dominique me parle. Donc, effectivement, bon, la Dominique, il y a une heure en bateau de chez moi, de la Martinique. Et l'une des premières réalisations de Central Kitchen et d'Archwell a été de construire une cuisine pour la communauté dominicaine. Donc, il faut savoir que l'île de la Dominique a été touchée par un cyclone et que plus de la moitié de l'île a été détruite. Et c'est surtout une île extrêmement montagneuse. Donc, les communautés avaient du mal à s'approvisionner, à s'alimenter. Et la construction de cette cuisine a été même relayée en Martinique, hein, parce que il y a une forte communauté de la Dominique qui vit à la Martinique. Et lors du passage de ce cyclone, la Martinique a contribué aussi en faisant des voyages par bateau, hein, en yole de pêcheurs, parce que la Dominique était inaccessible à ce moment. Donc, il faut que vous donnez à cette organisation qui fait un travail formidable, quel que soit le pays qui est en trouble, je dirais, que ce soit lié à des guerres, à des catastrophes naturelles. Ils interviennent, quelles que soient les difficultés. Actuellement, ils sont en Ukraine. Ils subissent aussi toutes les difficultés liées à cette invasion russe. Donc, cette organisation est vraiment exceptionnelle et dirigée par quelqu'un. Je me demande si cet homme, où trouve-t-il cette force, parce que ça ne doit pas être facile tout le temps, et surtout, il faut vraiment les aider. Voilà. Donc,
merci Dominique, ça serait bien de traduire ce qu'elle vient de dire, c'est très intéressant.
Merci Lorraine pour le don, merci Lorraine Marie pour le don, c'est très gentil.
Merci pour les dons.
Je ne sais pas qui veut faire la traduction.
Quelqu'un peut traduire, parce que c'est vraiment intéressant ce que vient de dire Dominique.
Ok, je peux le faire.
Merci Mabis.
Merci. Yes, so Dominique from La Martinique, she said that she's really touched, first of all, with the first kitchen that the successes were able to do with World Central Kitchen. So that kitchen is in Dominique Island. So it's not, it's in the Caribbean too. And it's a highland with a lot of high mountains, and usually they have a lot of natural catastrophes. So that kitchen will really help them when they have these disasters, so they are able to recover from it. And then also that she said that also the Jose behind the World Central Kitchen, she doesn't know where he found all that strength, because the way he keeps going, and then the World Central Kitchen, it's everywhere there is a disaster or there is some troubles. And right now they are in Ukraine, they are doing a fantastic job. And then also they are suffering from what's happening in Ukraine, because they are there too. So that's why it's very important, guys, that you donate, because you're really helping a lot of communities, and then you're helping actually Ukraine also at the same time. So thank you.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup pour la traduction.
Merci beaucoup Mabis. Et du coup, Dominique, c'est la cuisine dominicaine qui est déjà mise en place, c'est ça?
Oui, tout
C'est
à
ça.
fait. Cette cuisine est déjà opérationnelle, oui, tout à fait. Et
Ok.
donc, ils avaient dit que, bon, dès qu'ils pourraient, ils viendraient voir l'avancée des travaux. Mais bon, pour le moment, bon, ils ne se sont pas encore
Ouais,
déplacés, mais
ouais.
les gens de World Kitchen sont déjà opérationnels. La cuisine a été livrée aux Dominicains. Et le gouvernement de la Dominique l'a inauguré aussi. Donc, elle est totalement opérationnelle. Donc, vos dons ne seront pas inutiles parce que ce qu'ils font fonctionne et les populations sont directement touchées puisque bon, elles peuvent en bénéficier tout de suite.
Et il y aura une cuisine qui est en cours de construction en Inde aussi, d'après ce que j'ai compris. Et alors,
Et il y en a une qui est prévue aussi à Porto Rico. Donc, alors, je ne sais pas pour les Bahamas, je ne me souviens plus, mais en tout cas, Porto Rico, c'est prévu. Les Bahamas, il me semble à un moment, c'était prévu, mais bon, je ne sais pas.
Ça mènera.
Bahamas, je ne savais pas.
Et aussi, je sais pas, aux informations, on vient juste de l'apprendre qu'ils en ont une, enfin, ils n'ont pas construit, mais ils sont arrivés à Buffalo il y a quelques jours. Là où il y a eu la catastrophe la semaine dernière et la tuerie, malheureusement, il y a eu tous ces morts, 10 personnes qui ont été tuées, des Noirs américains. Et comme vous savez, c'était juste un magasin d'alimentation qu'ils avaient dans la ville. Et c'était le magasin unique, il n'y avait pas d'autres magasins d'alimentation.
Oui,
C'était
oui,
donc des gens
oui.
défavorisés.
j'ai vu ça
Et
sur
depuis la
Twitter.
tuerie, il n'y a pas moyen de faire des courses. Et beaucoup de gens qui habitent dans
Oh
ces
là
endroits-là n'ont pas
là.
de voiture, ils sont très pauvres, ils n'ont pas de voiture.
Mhm.
Donc, j'ai vu un tweet de José, chef José, ils sont déjà là-bas, en train de
Ils
faire
sont
des
déjà
plats
là-bas,
chauds. C'est
super.
super. Ils ont là des pois
Mhm.
chauds, des fruits frais, et ça, c'est vraiment génial. C'est une super organisation. Donc, si vous voulez, franchement, donnez, parce que c'est vraiment une bonne organisation. Voilà.
Mhm.
Effectivement, pour ajouter, comme moi, je suis haïtienne, donc quand on avait eu le tremblement de terre l'année dernière en Haïti, donc ils étaient tellement présents, ils ont vraiment aidé la communauté là-bas qui n'avait plus accès à la nourriture ou à l'eau potable, et puis les routes étaient coupées, donc ils avaient fait un super travail. Et
Ah oui,
aussi,
j'ai vu, ils ont fait un travail formidable à Haïti.
exactement, et ils ont aussi une école en Haïti pour former des chefs cuisiniers, donc pour pouvoir comme continuer à faire à manger pour les gens défavorisés aussi.
Mhm. Ce
Le
que
lien
j'aime à
avec les
propos
Sussex, est-ce
de
que les
World,
Archie ils donnent de l'argent, c'est ça, le lien avec le kitchen? Ils
Oui.
ils font des dons, voilà.
oui.
Et je pense qu'ils donnent des dons. Et en plus, vu qu'ils ont des partenariats, il ne faut pas oublier qu'ils ont un partenariat avec des entreprises comme Protector and Gambles. Sûrement, ils fournissent aussi certains produits que Protector and Gambles produit. Ils fournissent aussi à ces cuisines, non? Vous ne pensez pas? Et tu vois? Moi,
Oui, je sais, oui.
Je pense que ce que tu dis est important parce que effectivement, il ne faut jamais oublier que Archwell, quand ils font, il y a toujours un lien entre toutes les associations. Donc effectivement, il n'est pas impossible qu'il y ait un lien avec les autres associations. De toute façon, une cuisine est opérationnelle, mais ce n'est pas que la cuisine. Effectivement, comme tu as dit tout à l'heure, Mabis, ce n'est pas que la cuisine, c'est le bâtiment. Mais il faut voir tout ce qu'il y a autour. Effectivement, l'intérêt pour eux, c'est à la fois que la cuisine soit opérationnelle, mais en même temps que les gens sur place soient formés,
Voilà, c'est de former, ouais.
puissent aider la communauté en l'alimentant, mais aussi en la formant, en l'éduquant, en mettant en place des écoles et aussi en permettant à cette communauté de devenir totalement indépendante aussi. Parce que bon, il suffit pas, il faut que la communauté se prenne en charge. Et si ça, nous restons toujours dans l'optique de ce qu'ils font avec leurs différentes charités. Donc je pense que leurs partenariats peuvent aider énormément World Central Kitchen.
Ouais, et au total, je pense qu'ils doivent ouvrir plusieurs cuisines, mais on ne sait pas encore d'autres qui sont encore. La destination, elle est un peu secrète et tout, non?
Je pense aussi à cause de la pandémie que c'était aussi, ils étaient un peu, ne pouvaient pas être trop mobiles, mais là, je crois que ça va vraiment commencer. l'expansion des cuisines avec Archwell, j'en suis sûr. Hein. Et tu as mentionné tout à l'heure, ils créent aussi des écoles dans la communauté, mais aussi des cliniques. J'avais vu ça dans le site de Archwell. Donc, c'est vraiment une bonne organisation. Hein.
Et en plus, c'est une organisation, une charité récente. Du coup, ça fait même pas 5 ans qu'ils ont été, moi je dirais, ils sont dans leur 2e année là. Ils sont en train de faire des trucs vraiment géniaux, Archwell. Franchement, c'est pour ça, moi je dis, ne leur mettons pas la pression par rapport à ça. Genre, ils prennent leur temps, ils font les choses comme ils font et ils le font très bien. Les filles,
Ils savent avec qui ils travaillent.
oui, une bonne nouvelle. On est arrivé, ça fait une demi-heure. On a commencé à 42 000. Là, on est à 43 000.
43 000. Oh, bravo!
Bravo!
Continuez! Faites des dons, continuez! Merci!
Faites chauffer la carte bleue, c'est pour une bonne cause.
Ouais, faites chauffer!
Continuez à donner, continuez à donner.
Je ne sais pas si vous voulez le traduire en anglais. Chauffer la carte bleue. Chauffer des crédits cartes. Merci.
Disais-vous que c'est un cadeau pour Archie et Lily?
Oui.
Et donnez, s'il vous plaît.
Du coup, on va laisser Huguette ou Mavis traduire en attendant.
No, I was just about to say that. Thank you for your donation. She was just looking at the link, and we're so far it's like 1,000. So keep on doing. It's a really good cause. And like I was saying earlier, I don't know if you're aware of it, but the past 2 days, the World Kitchen Chef Rose went to Buffalo, and he's helping that community who has gone through that killing last week, and they've been feeding the people, which is wonderful because, as you all know, because of all that killing, the grocery store, the only grocery store of the neighborhood, was closed for good, and the people have no way to go get some food. So because of them, they just went there and they're bringing food to the people and fresh food. So it's an awesome organization. So keep on donating. It's awesome. Thank you very much.
Merci. Et le lien, il est là. Les filles, des links is there. Du coup, allez.
Oui, il y a le lien.
The link is posted, so just look at the link. Go straight
Oui,
to
il
the
est
link,
posté de toute façon.
Please click on the link and donate. Just $5 will make a big difference. Please.
Selon vos moyens, 1 euro compte.
Ok.
Thank you.
Les filles, je vous laisse continuer. Je vais voir avec Tina. Comme ça, on va partir sur... on va parler d'Invictus Game vite fait et tout. Le sujet le plus important, ce sera à la fin, les shorts de Megan. On pourra faire...
Oh my God!
Je garde ma salive.
Voilà, du coup, je vous laisse continuer, chauffer la salle.
Laissons notre top modèle Huguette s'exprimer.
All of you haters. Mais tu sais, je suis contente pour eux. J'espère qu'ils vont faire comment les voir dans les World Kitchen, qu'ils vont commencer à voyager aussi. J'adorerais les voir en Afrique, en famille. Voilà.
Okay.
Ma fan kitchen.
Et du coup, on va aller vers Invictus Game. Et tout. Merci, Tina. En fait, Tina, elle comprend maintenant français. Hein, parce que j'ai même pas...
Tina gère, parce que Tina, elle est juste quand il faut, elle poste. Merci, Tina.
Thank you, Tina. Du coup, Invictus Game, Nigeria, Colombie. Ils rentrent dans le game d'Invictus. Qui veut commencer les filles?
Le Nigeria.
Le premier pays africain.
Nigeria.
Oui.
J'espère que plusieurs pays africains rejoindront Invictus Games. Pourquoi pas?
Tu penses que le Maroc, je veux dire, après Düsseldorf aussi, il peut vous faire?
Je sais pas, parce que tu sais, wounded veterans here are neglected, don't you? Sorry, I spoke Moroccan with you.
It's okay.
I thought you understood in Moroccan. Okay, so je sais pas. Je pense pas, je m'en doute.
On sait jamais, il faut toujours
que
rester.
Le gouvernement les aide financièrement et mentalement. Et je sais pas s'ils sont intéressés à faire ça.
Donc, peut-être s'ils voient celui de Düsseldorf, ça peut les encourager, non? Bien.
Je sais pas. Je connais bien le gouvernement marocain, donc...
Moi, j'aime bien le fils du roi.
Je ne vois pas participer.
Je le trouve mignon.
Les pays sont corrompus. Et tu sais.
Oui, c'est ça le problème. Mais c'est génial. Moi, je suis content qu'il y ait maintenant, ils ont toutes les nations de toutes.
Ouais. Les
tous les
continents.
c'est super. Oh là
Voilà,
là.
c'est ça.
Oui,
Et le Nigeria, ils vont emmener l'ambiance.
Nigeria.
Alors là, ça va être vraiment fort. Hein.
Ah ouais.
Et ils ont bloqué des fonds énormes aussi pour les. Pour le Nigeria a bloqué des fonds énormes aussi pour soutenir les vétérans genre, qui iront participeront aux Invictus Games. Vous pensez qu'ils seront à Düsseldorf ou ils vont se préparer pour celui au Canada?
Non, je crois qu'ils seront pour le Düsseldorf, non?
Moi, je pense aussi qu'ils seront là. Hein.
Ah oui, hein.
Düsseldorf.
Sinon, ils ne les auraient pas présentés maintenant. Hein.
Tout à fait. Si l'annonce a été faite maintenant,
Voilà.
c'est qu'ils seront opérationnels pour Düsseldorf. Hein. Parce que il me semble qu'ils annoncent les participants, enfin les nouveaux participants juste avant le nouveau projet. Donc, si c'était pour Toronto, ils ne les auraient pas annoncés aussitôt, non. Je pense que les tractations devaient être faites depuis un moment, et puis bon, ben là, c'était OK. Hein. Puis en plus, je ne sais pas si vous avez remarqué, le président de la Colombie, il était en Angleterre en plus, hein, donc il n'aurait pas annoncé.
Ah, il a bien tweeté, hein. Le président colombien, il est bien tweeté. Hein.
Le président réagit tout de suite, hein, ainsi que je ne sais pas si c'est le président ou le premier ministre du Nigeria, mais en tout cas, il y a un responsable nigérian qui a répondu tout de suite. En fait, dès que l'annonce a paru, les officiels ont fait le taf. Hein, donc, bon, je ne pense pas que ce soit pour Toronto. Hein, c'est trop loin. Donc là, je pense qu'ils seront, même s'ils ne sont pas nombreux, mais au moins que leur présence soit déjà active. Et puis après, ils font le reste, quoi.
En tout cas, ça va être génial. Hein. Même la Colombie, hein, ils mettent de l'ambiance. Hein.
Moi, c'est l'ambiance nigérienne que j'attends. Il y aura de tout.
Chimène, toi et moi, comment on va danser dans les tribunes?
Düsseldorf.
On va se battre le matin, après on va danser dans les tribunes, toi et moi.
Alors, comment tu vas danser dans les tribunes avec le bébé de ma nièce?
Bah, ça, c'est
on va improviser, t'inquiète pas, on va improviser.
Mais moi, déjà, j'entends les tam-tams, je suis comme une folle. Alors là,
c'est pour ça. J'ai mis la musique là.
C'est Alice qui parle. Si le Nigeria va à Invictus, je vous jure que vous allez trouver de Kélé.
Oh là là!
Ils vont ramener leur tradition complète là-bas.
On les connaît, ils vont nous faire la bonne danse, hein?
Oui. Le Boloja, le Fuji.
Ça va être génial.
On aura un choix de bonne cuisine. Hein. On aura un choix de bonne cuisine quand ils vont faire la nourriture des food trucks. Il y aura c'est quoi Jollof rice?
Jollof rice. Non, si on veut dire vraiment le meilleur jollof, les filles, on fait un petit aparté, le meilleur jollof. Il y a le Ghana, le Nigeria, le Sénégal et la Sierra Leone. Moi,
Chimène, tu attaques Tina.
Non. Elle n'est pas là, je profite.
Discrimination, attention Chimène, commence pas, t'as des gens qui sont en train de t'écouter là.
Non.
Commence pas une guerre.
C'est pas une guerre. Je veux juste défendre en disant le meilleur jollof, il vient du Sénégal. Du coup, laissons la guerre nigériane. Si. De toute façon, il n'y a pas de Nigérian ici pour défendre le jollof nigérian. Je profite pour faire ma propagande.
I heard what you guys are saying, and I just want to be very clear that Nigerian jollof is the best. And I don't care what you say.
No, I'm not. It's Senegal jollof. Senegalese jollof is the best.
Who is that person so I can kick you out? Is that Chimène?
No, it's not me. It's the Hugues. It is Hugues.
Okay. I wanted to stop this conversation right quick and just to let you guys know that in the time that we've started this podcast, we've raised over $1,000, and we are just literally an hour in, and we've raised over $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you to everyone who is donating. We really appreciate every single amount of money is appreciated. So thank you guys, and I'm gonna pause my mic and let you guys go back to slandering jollof rice. If it's not Nigerian, then it's not real.
Thank you, Tina. Bon, En tout cas,
En tout cas,
c'était
merci pour les dons. Bravo, merci beaucoup et
Les fans des
continuez.
Sussex sont les meilleurs. Hein. Franchement, les fans des Sussex, ils devraient vraiment être fiers. Hein.
Bravo.
Je vous assure. Hein.
Toujours au top. Toujours là quand il faut. Merci.
Sûrement, ils sont fiers de nous. Il y a quelqu'un qui dit Ghanaian Jollof is the best. Nah, it's Senegalese Jollof.
Aïe, ça va devenir une conversation là.
Non.
Pas de fighting, s'il vous plaît.
Est-ce qu'on peut repréciser en disant que les gens aillent donner, faire des donations, s'il vous plaît, les filles? Vous pouvez le dire en français, allez faire des dons, les filles. Sortez vos cartes bleues, faites-la chauffer et tout. Non, Roda, is Senegalese Jollof who is the best. Ok, maintenant.
On revient à notre.
Voilà, je sais pas qui
voilà.
va le dire.
Allez, go les filles.
Allez, donnez. Bon,
vous pouvez leur dire en anglais, faut qu'ils aillent faire.
Thank you, Black Cougar. 1959. Thank you.
Merci. Guy, go donate.
Yeah, don't forget to donate. Donate. We have raised 1,000 so far in these 5 hours. There's a link on the top. Donate. It's for the World Center Kitchen. They're doing a fantastic job. And thank you for your support.
Let's make it to 2,000 before we go. Et qu'est-ce que j'allais dire? Vous voulez qu'on passe à la prochaine étape ou on continue un peu sur Invictus Game?
T'as l'autre qui nous attend pour le short. Allez.
Attendez, Invictus Game.
Je suis prête.
Je pense
Les Français ne peuvent pas parler. On est obligé de parler de la mode.
La mode que je vais avoir à vous allez verte.
La mode, c'est Paris, la France, on pense à la mode.
Oui.
Beau, mois de septembre.
Allez, go!
Non, en fait, Invictus Game, les filles, on n'a pas parlé de l'athlète.
De qui? Ah oui, de la fille, là?
Ukrainienne, je veux dire.
Allez, on te laisse en parler, puisque c'est toi qui as le plus d'infos.
Ah, ok. Du coup, je sais pas si vous êtes au courant. Harry, on sait très bien, Heart of Invictus. Il va parler de la vie des athlètes, la vie inspirante des athlètes d'Invictus Game, leur journée, genre leur préparatif jusqu'à Invictus Game et comment ils ont changé.
Ah oui.
Bon,
faudrait lui dire de couper le micro, non?
Je sais même pas qui c'est.
Bah si, c'est comment ça s'appelle? Kenza, c'est ça son nom? C'est ça?
Non, ça doit être. On n'a pas de Kenza là. On a Alice.
Mais comment ça s'appelle?
Selwa.
La jeune. Selwa, voilà. Parce qu'elle a parlé en marocain.
Ok. Du coup, écoutez, je continue ou.
Vas-y, continue.
Invictus Game, Heart of Invictus, du coup, Harry a donné des caméras individuelles à plusieurs athlètes pour qu'ils filment leur quotidien.
Hey guys, somebody has a question. A question. I don't know.
Lorraine.
Mm-hmm.
Lorraine wants to know how to help Nigeria veteran, but she doesn't know how to. Lorraine, on va t'envoyer un DM. On va en parler en DM. D'accord, Lorraine? T'inquiète pas. De toute façon, tout don directement.
C'était quoi la question?
Alors, question les filles, j'aimerais aider les vétérans du Nigeria, mais je ne sais pas comment procéder. Est-ce que Tina peut nous aider?
Ah, d'accord.
Après, je veux dire, ça a toujours été le motto du squad, donner l'argent directement à la fondation. Du coup,
c'est directement à la fondation.
Invictus Game, c'est tout, les filles.
Invictus Game, oui. Ben oui.
Oui.
J'ai lâché une bombe. Il y a plein de Nigérianes qui viennent ici pour dire.
Je vois Jollof partout là. Bravo, Chimène.
Stephanie Carter, jollof, etc. might have some really good jollof. That's one place I know that I've been there a long time ago, but it's called Jollof, etc. I don't know where else. So, can somebody repeat that in French? So, like somebody asked where in the DC area. She says she's in the DC area to get jollof. So I'm just answering the question. And guys, if you have questions, you can ask it. I'll put it up, and I'll let the hosts know that you guys have questions.
Tina, where is the place you can get the good jollof in DC? You say
jollof, etc. So jollof,
etc. Ah, ok. Yeah. So Stephanie Carter, Tina, c'est jollof, etc. Jollof ETC. Ok, Stéphanie Carter. Du coup, on continue les filles. Du coup, je parlais de l'histoire inspirante, vu que Harry, qui est le producteur de Heart of Invictus, a donné des caméras à tous les athlètes d'Invictus Game pour qu'ils filment leur quotidien, genre pendant l'entraînement, avant les jeux, comment les jeux a réussi à les transformer et tout. Et il y avait l'athlète ukrainienne qui était censée filmer son quotidien avec son quotidien, ses entraînements, comment elle s'en sortait moralement, psychologiquement, physiquement et tout ça. Et du coup, la guerre est arrivée en Ukraine et du coup, au lieu de filmer son quotidien, elle a filmé ce qui se passait réellement en temps réel en Ukraine et tout ça. Et elle a envoyé ça aux médias, aux journalistes et à paix, en fait. Et tout. C'était juste la petite parenthèse que je voulais dire. Et tout. Du coup, on va partir sur Polo, le sujet principal, Polo Santa Barbara.
Ok.
Les shorts et les shorts de Meghan.
Chaleur, chaleur, chaleur.
On va passer 45 minutes.
45 minutes sur le shorty.
On va laisser le micro à Huguette alors.
Attendez, avant qu'on arrive, les filles, attendez, avant qu'on arrive là-bas, on peut faire un petit aparté sur le fait que les racistes là, le premier ministre australien raciste là, a été dégagé et maintenant c'est le parti là-bas en français, c'est quoi? Le parti ouvrier.
Il y a une question. Quelqu'un demande si elle fait une question. Elle demandait si elle fait des dons. Quand elle fait des dons, est-ce qu'elle met en honneur des enfants Sussex? Elle ne savait pas quoi mettre sur la donation.
Oui, c'est les enfants Sussex. Le don, c'est pour les anniversaires d'Archie et Lily. Du coup, elle peut mettre en honneur d'Archie et Lily, en fait.
So you can put in honor of Archie and Lily on your donation. Because we're celebrating their birthday. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup. Du coup, les filles, ma petite emparcée, c'était que le raciste, là, vous vous rappelez celui qui avait fait un signe de white suprémaciste, là, quand Meghan était en Australie? Il a dégagé avec sa femme et c'est le parti travailliste qui a pris le relais.
Ça, c'est une bonne nouvelle, ça.
Ça veut dire que Murdoch commence à tomber.
Oui, sa femme. C'est sa femme.
Oui, voilà. Lui et sa femme. Espérons que les pays vont suivre parce que, petit aparté, Murdoch, il a complètement détruit bon nombre de pays avec ses médias. Donc,
exactement.
Espérons que les populations commencent à réagir parce que cet homme, c'est vraiment, comme a dit le président Biden, cet homme est vraiment une menace dans tous les sens du terme.
Moi, j'aurais dit le diable. C'est méchant ce que je veux dire, mais c'est le diable en personne.
C'est même trop gentil, le diable.
C'est même trop gentil.
Hein, trop gentil, le diable. Pour ceux qui préfèrent l'audiovisuel, c'est une horreur. Hein.
Patou se moque de nous. Elle dit Huguette et Meghan en short.
Ben oui.
Je sais que les gens sont impatients de savoir. Hein, mais parlons d'abord du polo. Après, je vais parler des shorts. Parce que j'ai beaucoup à dire sur les shorts.
Voilà, le polo d'abord.
Je vais me mettre en retrait. Il y a MK Cross qui demande si Hi Tina and Michelle, will the entire podcast be in French? No, we just have one hour and a half in French and it will be in English after. Ok. Du coup, on commence. Les filles, je me mets en retrait. Je vous laisse parler de vos sujets favoris. Quand ça viendra sur les shorts, je reviendrai. Ou bien, je sais pas qui répond les relais. Selwa et Mabi sont.
C'est un sujet très intéressant.
Les
shorts de Meghan.
D'abord le polo.
Merci Larissa pour la donation aussi.
Mais j'adore les matchs de polo. J'adore les matchs de polo qu'on a.
Vous souvenez-vous quand ils avaient quitté l'île?
Les filles ne parlaient pas sur vous. Il y a quelqu'un qui parlait avant. Je ne sais plus si c'est Alice ou Mabis qui parlait.
Je me suis moquée seulement de Huguette. Elle avait déjà dit hier qu'elle se prépare déjà à faire beaucoup de régimes et à voir les shorts de Meghan. Je dis, moi, mais je vais me mettre au travail alors.
Les filles, vous m'entendez?
Oui, on t'entend. Oui. On t'entend.
D'accord.
Vas-y, parle.
Je voulais juste savoir si vous m'entendez.
En fait, non, moi, ce que je disais, c'est ma bise qui vole. Moi, ce que je disais, c'est que ce que j'aime avec les matchs de polo, c'est que maintenant, on peut les voir chaque semaine. Parce que vous vous rappelez, avant, on les voyait aux 6 mois. Surtout Megan, mais presque jamais Megan. Donc, au moins là, on a l'espoir à chaque week-end, comme soit le dimanche ou le mardi, d'avoir une petite photo de Megan en short. Donc, pour nous aider à tenir jusqu'à ce qu'on ait archetype.
C'est pas bête.
J'avais pas vu ça sur ce point-là.
À défaut de ne pas la voir, ce qu'on fait, maintenant tout le monde se connecte pour voir les photos, c'est simplement pour pas voir. Donc on fait Harry faire du polo, c'est pour voir Megan en train de le regarder et voir ce que porte Megan.
Oui.
Polo et mode. En tout cas, moi, ce que j'aime avec le polo, c'est que c'est un sport qui est en train d'être visible, parce qu'apparemment, c'était réservé à une certaine classe sociale, et le fait que Harry recommence à jouer au polo et que surtout qu'on voit les photos, avant de voir les shorts sexy de Meghan, tout le monde, alors maintenant, tout le monde s'intéresse au polo. Donc c'est bien. Donc,
c'est vrai. Ça fait une bonne publicité pour le polo. Hein.
Ça fait une bonne publicité pour le polo. Ça rend le polo un petit peu plus visible, hein, un peu moins ce VIP. Bon. Et puis surtout, soyons réalistes. Hein, le club qui les reçoit fait rentrer des sous. Parce que
influence des Sussex, hein, Dominique. C'est toujours la même chose. C'est influence des Sussex où ils vont, tout ce qui touche. Dès qu'ils s'associent à quelque chose, les Sussex sont là. Et ben, on regarde après la suite.
Voilà. Et surtout, ça va permettre à certaines charités de pouvoir être visibles, puisque si on associe au match au championnat de polo une action caritative, c'est tout bénéf pour tout le monde. Hein. Donc, moi, je dis c'est très bien. Et puis, en plus, Megan va pouvoir faire vendre des shorts, n'est-ce pas, mesdames? N'est-ce pas, Huguette?
En plus.
En plus.
Attends, je vais dire à Tina de mettre la photo des shorts de Megan en short après. Et les filles continuent. Hey, n'oubliez pas de dire aux gens, donnez, faites chauffer la carte bleue. Oh, merci Tina.
En anglais, go les Anglaises. Dites pour le lien.
Please donate, please.
Donate. The link is right
Click
there.
on the link and donate, please. Thank you.
Alors, il y a partout qui dit opinion impopulaire. J'aime bien que Meghan soit discrète et vive sa belle vie. Mais oui, ma bis, l'avoir de son
Mais regardez-la.
J'avoue.
Oui.
Regardez les jambes. La petite belle paire de fesses là qui a poussé Huguette à aller.
Sexy Meghan, sexy Meghan, sexy girl.
Magnifique. Mais déjà, avant qu'on parle de chance, j'étais tellement contente que quand ils sont partis de l'île de Fou, là, ils pensaient qu'ils n'allaient plus jamais jouer au polo. Ils avaient dit, ça y est, il avait arrêté la tradition. Et nous, on a toujours su qu'il allait jouer au polo parce qu'il y a un très grand club de polo club à Santa Barbara. Donc ça, on le savait. Donc je suis très, très, très contente. Et qu'il y ait des matchs toutes les semaines, que ça va continuer au mois de juin, c'est un bonheur. Et de voir Meghan en short, ça a été ma motivation. Voilà.
T'as vu les jambes, t'as vu la belle paire de fesses. Hein? Alors, là, c'est votre sujet principal.
Alors, les shorts, vraiment, de toutes les couleurs magnifiques. Alors, moi, je sais, quand j'avais dit ça dans ma space, quand j'ai vu les shorts de Meghan, j'ai couru dans mon frigidaire, j'ai vidé toute ma nourriture, j'ai mis que de la salade et de l'eau. Et maintenant, mon pari, c'est d'avoir des jambes aussi belles qu'elle dans quelques mois. Et je vais bien crâner. Je vais mettre toutes mes photos sur mon Twitter. Vous allez tous être tellement jaloux de moi quand je vais avoir mes jambes fines comme une gazelle. Voilà.
Et Dominique a dit quoi? Il faut mettre avant et après. Faut qu'on voit. Ça se trouve, même Huguette, elle est déjà fine, hein, les filles. Et elle fait et tout. Et genre, d'ici 2 semaines, elle m'a dit, vous avez vu, mon régime a marché. Elle va faire des envieuses.
Oh là là.
On se dira, ah bah oui, on est jalouse, sauf que Huguette, elle est déjà...
Non, mais tu comprends bien que de toute façon, elle se prépare, c'est pour Düsseldorf. C'est que pour Düsseldorf.
Ouais, je vais être comme Beyoncé, mais je suis comme tout court en bas des fesses, là, avec mes talons aiguilles. Je vais bien crâner. Ah, ça, je vais crâner comme une gazelle. Elle est vraiment très belle. Et je suis très contente qu'elle mette des shorts tout court. Vous vous rappelez quand on l'a critiqué, c'était trop court? Et maintenant, chaque mois, il y a des shorts encore plus courts, plus courts, plus courts. J'adore.
En plus, là, moi, je trouve qu'on retrouve notre Meghan d'avant qu'elle se marie à Harry, ou même qu'elle ait lien avec cette famille de pouilleux.
C'est vrai parce qu'elle mettait toujours des shorts avant. C'est vrai, hein, quand elle était toujours des shorts. Le look californien. Et après, elle est arrivée dans l'île de fou, là. On l'habillait comme une bonne sœur. Et là, maintenant, elle peut remettre les shorts, les sandales, tu vois. Elle va nous faire de la mode pendant le mois de juin. Je suis impatiente de voir ce qu'elle va mettre.
À Londres, elle nous mettait, tu te rappelles, ces robes à la anglaise, quoi. Les robes à pois, les robes bizarres. Hein, c'est vrai, hein. Elle pouvait pas mettre ce qu'elle voulait.
Comment faire de victoire. Le plus intéressant,
Voilà.
c'est que nous découvrons le prince bien intégré, ça c'est vrai, et continuons de faire
Maintenant, il peut porter tout ce qu'il veut.
aime faire, ce qu'il a toujours aimé. Je suis d'accord avec toi, Victoire. Victoire Ossou.
Victoire Ossou. Assou, oui.
Les gars, n'oubliez pas de donner les sous. Mani, sortez vos cartes bleues, faites chauffer la carte.
Mani, monnaie.
Merci, Patou.
Patou a dit qu'elle mange toutes les
Please
choses.
donate.
Mani en monnaie. Donc, mani, beaucoup d'argent.
Non, mais Huguette, t'as quand même quelqu'un qui s'est porté volontaire pour manger toutes les cochonneries pour toi. Toi, tout ce que t'as à faire, c'est juste faire des régimes.
Voilà, je reçois vraiment l'amour des Sussex Squad français. Je suis très contente. Je sens que vous êtes tous derrière moi.
Oui, Huguette, elle dit, Huguette, je sais que tu y arriveras. Je mange les cochonneries pour toi. Elle dit, je mange les cochonneries pour toi. Pas tout, non.
Est-ce que je peux traduire en anglais l'affaire de mes jambes, si c'est pas trop?
Oui, I was ajouter à la fin qui donne de l'argent.
That when I saw Megan and those beautiful legs, it did motivate me because I was like, oh my God, let me do it myself. So I went to my refrigerator and I cleaned my fridge. I put on this salad and water. And my goal is to have those legs just like her, even harder. I want to be just like Beyonce. That's what I thought. Because I want to go for the next Invictus game. I'm going to be hot just like Megan. Voilà.
Magnifique, elle se fait de la promo pour elle-même. Bravo, Huguette, tu es magnifique.
À Düsseldorf, tout le squat aura les yeux rivés sur Huguette. Si tu n'y arrives pas.
C'est ça, c'est le but. C'est le but.
Voilà, tout à fait.
Je te dis, attends, ma belle, on donne, je regarde un peu d'argent, je garde un peu d'argent pour acheter des bonbons.
Je sais pas tout. En plus, les bonbons, c'est la vie. Je sais
sacré pas tout.
Donnez, c'est pour la célébration de Archie et de Lilibet, leur anniversaire. Voilà. C'est une très bonne cause.
Je sais pas, quelqu'un veut expliquer un peu en anglais pour que les gens y donnent ou pas. Du coup, les filles, je vous dis... On est à 44 000. Pull up. Les filles, on est à 44 000.
Si seulement on pouvait finir à 45.
Well done, bravo.
Thank you guys. Merci.
Donnez ce que vous pouvez. L'important, c'est de donner.
Ça veut dire qu'on a fait 2 000 € en moins d'1 heure de temps, les filles.
Oh yeah.
Bravo. Continuez à faire les dons, continuez.
Give.
Thank you for your donations. Please keep donating.
Merci.
N'oubliez pas de garder un peu pour acheter des bonbons aussi en compassion.
Ah non. On garde un peu des sous pour acheter de l'eau. Il faut soutenir Huguette.
Merci, Dominique. La voix de la raison.
Patou s'est dévoué, mais merci Patou. Patou a dit qu'elle garde un petit peu d'argent pour acheter les bonbons. Mais nous, on garde un petit peu de sous pour aider Huguette dans son challenge.
Voilà. Comme ça,
de l'eau et de la salade.
Aux Invictus, je vais mettre à côté du bodyguard de Megan. Tu sais qu'elle a des bonnes fesses là. Je vais aller draguer à côté.
Le beau bodyguard.
On sait pas, il y a des beaux gosses de vétérans.
Huguette, tu dois avoir un bodyguard toi-même parce que sinon tu vas te faire. Ce bodyguard a beaucoup de personnes qui ont les yeux sur lui. Hein.
Mais
donc tu devrais avoir ton propre bodyguard.
Je crois que tout va changer.
On va nous dégager du podcast, ils sont pas rien.
Ah non, apparemment tout le monde apprécie, ils adorent l'ambiance, hein, apparemment. Ils aiment bien l'ambiance Frenchy. Thank you.
Thank you, but don't forget to donate, please.
Please donate, please. Every donation counts. Even $5, please.
On a quand même fait du bon. Du coup, on continue, les filles.
Continue.
Ça reste combien du temps?
C'est pas les enfants après?
Il nous reste. Alors, il nous reste 13 minutes.
13.
Bah maintenant, il faut peut-être parler de ce qu'on souhaite, peut-être, ou voir ce que vont faire les Sussex prochainement.
Oui. Oh, non, 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 non.
Non, on va
pas
pas
de
de
dans
juillet, on
bientôt,
parle
De quoi alors?
Non. Prochainement, non.
Bah, ce
On
sera
en discute
polo.
pas.
Ce sera le polo.
Ce sera le
les shorts.
polo et après, après prochainement.
Non, mais après, les filles, il faut
Ah,
pas
pour
oublier non
l'été
plus.
alors, après ce qui se passe dans 2 semaines, pour
Oui,
l'été,
oui,
qu'est-ce qu'ils vont
oui,
faire? La podcast.
Les filles, j'ai une meilleure. Patou, elle a dit, j'ai aussi gardé de l'argent pour l'appareil photo.
Pour l'appareil
J'aurai
photo, j'ai des centaines de photos de Huguette en short.
Huguette,
Ok,
t'as la
donc
pression.
Huguette, t'as éclipsé Mégane. T'as dégagé Mégane. Non mais sérieux.
Il y a la pression, Huguette.
Et 44 000, hein, les filles, hein, bravo. Hein.
Ouais, non, on a fait du bon
bravo.
boulot. En 1h30, on a réussi.
Ah, c'est génial. Hein.
Ouais. Et c'est pas fini, on a encore 12 minutes, les filles. En 12
Bon,
minutes,
bah alors donc, la suite
en fait,
Moi, je voulais juste dire que j'étais très, très contente pour là où ils sont, le polo, qu'on n'ait pas vu les enfants. Et ils ont bien fait de déménager en Californie parce que comme il y a la loi, très stricte des enfants, c'est super. C'est très, très bien.
Merci Del Crafter pour le don et tout.
Merci, merci beaucoup.
Bonjour Marva Williams. Je ne sais pas si vous voulez faire une petite traduction en anglais et leur dire de donner de l'argent avant qu'on continue après.
We have like 10
Please
minutes
donate,
left,
please.
so you can donate.
C'est bon, c'est ça la traduction? Ok, merci.
So guys, let's make it to 45,000. We are at 44,000 now. We have 10 minutes left for the French squaddies. So let us close it at 45,000. So you can do it, guys. Let's go.
40, 40,
45,
44,
non.
on est sur 44?
Oui, 44.
Non, non,
44.
Non, j'ai demandé 45, qu'on finisse au moins dans 10
Ah,
minutes à 45.
magnifique.
Les miracles existent, on
C'est
sait jamais. Hein.
incroyable.
Ah bah Tina, elle est en train de le mettre de toute façon, je pense. Elle va le montrer là.
3000 a été ajouté le montant.
Ouais. C'est good, hein?
Du coup, ça veut dire on a fait 3000. Non, 2000, on a
3000.
fait 2000. Non, 2000.
Non, et on était sur 42.
Oui.
On était sur 42, oui. Et on a 45
Maintenant, c'est
pratiquement.
45.
Non, on n'est pas encore arrivé à 45. Attends, je réactualiser la page.
Elle a train d'actualiser, la Tina.
Non, on est à 44 268. Si on arrive à 44 500, c'est bien. Du coup, les gens, donnez de l'argent.
Donnez, please.
Pour Archie, Lily. Les gens, ils ne comprennent pas le français, mais ils adorent l'ambiance.
Non, mais ils adorent. Ils ont dit, on comprend pas, on sent qu'il y a une bonne ambiance, mais ils ont dit, ils sont contents, quoi. Donc, c'est sympa.
C'est bien, il y a beaucoup de dons, hein. C'est super, hein. Super. Hein. Oh
non, ça fait plaisir. Franchement, ça fait plaisir.
So, thank you for all the donations.
Guys, please donate. Click on the link and donate, please.
Thank you.
Si vous donnez beaucoup d'argent, Huguette va vous montrer ses shorts à Düsseldorf. N'oubliez pas.
Pardon, orteil par orteil.
Dans des escarpins, n'oubliez pas. Il y a Félicia Omaou qui dit bravo les filles. Est-ce que vous avez un podcast? Non, on n'a pas de podcast.
Ah non.
On est sur
non,
les
Chimène, tu fais des spaces.
Oui, mais c'est ouais.
Sur ce
c'est des spaces.
Et tu l'espace, les podcasts, c'est beaucoup de travail, les filles. Hein,
ouais, c'est du travail, hein, c'est pas évident. Hein.
Mais tout. Mais non, j'y ai pensé, mais non, vu tout le travail qu'il y a derrière, c'est... Mama Jane, merci pour les $5, mais n'oublie pas de le donner... bon, la prochaine fois, donne-le à Wall Central Kitchen, s'il te plaît. Tina va me dégager après.
Cliquez sur le link.
Ah, ok, un don de
lien.
plus, moins de Haribo pour moi. Ah bah merci Patou, c'est gentil. Franchement, dis-toi, c'est pour une bonne cause, pour les gens du guet.
Absolument.
Mais
J'ai pas envie d'éclipser les enfants de Montecito. Hein. Mes jambes, on sont en deuxième, en fait.
Je vais envoyer un message à Annie pour qu'elle éteigne. Et les donations directement à World Central Kitchen, s'il vous plaît.
Il y a le link. Tina a mis le link. Please.
Cliquez sur le lien.
Donate.
Okay.
Click on the link.
Donate, please.
Ouais, c'est une organisation vraiment impressionnante.
On parle, il nous reste 15 minutes. On parle d'autres
There's
sujets.
the link, please. Click and donate directly to kitchen what? World Central Kitchen.
Alors, c'était quoi l'autre sujet de notre liste? C'était quoi sur la liste encore qui restait à parler?
Là, on va parler de comment on trouve géniaux la manière dont les Sussex ont protégé la vie privée de leurs enfants.
La privée de leurs enfants.
C'est incroyable.
Parce que c'est quand... Ouais.
Je vous laisse en parler, s'il vous plaît.
C'est l'histoire, c'est suite quand il y a eu des drones apparemment qui ont pris des photos de Archie quand il était dans le parc avec Doria. Donc ils ont porté plainte pour le droit privé de leur enfant.
Et ça,
donc ils gèrent, ils ont raison, ils gèrent.
C'est bien, ils ont été agressifs dès le début et maintenant on leur fout la paix. Parce qu'au début, vous savez, quand ils sont partis, c'était oh là là, ils vont à Los Angeles, et il n'y a pas eu de problème. Pas de problème. Personne ne les embête parce qu'il y a une loi très féroce en Californie. Et c'est très bien comme ça. Moi, je suis très, très contente.
Bonjour Eva, merci d'être venue. C'est gentil d'être venue. N'oubliez pas de donner des sous, les filles. N'oubliez pas de donner des sous surtout. Directement à World Central Kitchen.
Moi, je pense que le dernier match, je pense que c'était quand elle était en blanc, c'était vendredi. Je pense que les enfants étaient là. Mais j'apprécie que les photographes ont été assez
respectueux.
Ils ont été respectueux, ils n'ont pas publié ces photos-là.
Merci Guylaine. Aussi.
Comme on avait dit tout à l'heure,
le dernier match, c'est celle où elle était en bleu, moi j'aurais dit en bleu.
Oui, mais quand elle était en blanc vendredi dernier, avec les jouets, tu avais le petit, le malin, comme pour enfants.
Oui.
Les jouets, je
avec,
suis sûre
elle avait une casquette. Ouais, c'est si, ils étaient là. Ouais.
Et elle avait un doudou, donc les enfants étaient là.
Deux petits biberons. Mais moi, je pense que c'est comme
on a des yeux de lynx, nous, hein.
Ouais, comme c'est un club
44 365. 44 365.
Incroyable.
On est encore à 10, on a 10 minutes, non, on a 15 minutes encore pour arriver à 44 500, s'il vous plaît, les gars. Continuez, faites chauffer la carte bleue.
Donate as a gift to Lily and Archie, please.
Who's going to turn 1 on June 4th? Can you believe it?
Du coup, vous voulez
Please
parler
keep donating.
Yeah.
On va continuer à encourager les gens à donner.
Parlons de l'anniversaire de Lily. Qu'est-ce que vous pensez? Comment ça va se passer?
On doit partager, on doit...
Alors, Mabis, l'anniversaire de Lily.
Je pense que ça va pas être... Non, je pense pas. Moi, je reste positif qu'ils ne vont pas faire ça à Lily quand même.
Franchement, n'en parlons pas. Évite. Yeah, Tina.
Okay.
Tina, we have 15 minutes. We have 15 minutes left.
I know. Yeah, I know. I was just making sure that I jump in right before you guys end and just say that, this is the power of the squad, right? The fact that we have people from different parts of the world talking and trying to raise money from all parts of the world. And it just shows how truly global the support for Harry and Meghan is. And no matter what people say to any of us or try to say to Harry and Meghan that they don't have support, that they're irrelevant, they are relevant. They have support. And this segment of this whole thing kind of shows you the world that we are global. I mean, there's a reason I wanted the French part to come first, because I really wanted us to set a tone and to let people know that no, we're not all Black American people who just speak, American slangs. We're truly global, and we're going to even see that in the next panel, because we're going to be talking about people who went to the Invictus, and they come from all parts of the world. So anyway, I just wanted to make
Tina,
sure
I
that
love you.
I love you
Oh,
too.
thank you, Tina. Merci beaucoup, Tina. Tina, you can say it in French. Je t'aime, ça veut dire I love you. Je t'aime.
Oh, I love
Tina.
you. I love you so much, girl.
Thank
Love
you.
you, Tina.
Je t'aime
Love
aussi,
you guys.
Tina.
You guys keep talking. You guys keep talking. I'm just pausing to make sure that we highlight how truly global this movement is. So
Thank
Yeah.
you. OK.
Thank you.
Les filles, on a encore 13 minutes. On peut dire aux
Non,
gens
moi je
d'aller
dis
donner
simplement, par contre, c'est surtout de dire, c'est vrai, merci à Tina, Michel et ceux qui sont avec elle de nous avoir laissé, voilà, l'opportunité de pouvoir montrer aussi, voilà, que les Français sont aussi là. Donc on a pu, voilà, s'exprimer et dire, voilà, comme elle l'a dit aussi, oui, il y a les squadistes sont partout dans le monde, voilà. Ils ont des supporters partout. Donc merci
Partout au
encore
monde.
de nous avoir laissé cette opportunité aujourd'hui. Merci Tina et les autres.
Oui,
Oui, merci à tous.
Merci.
Merci.
Merci. Merci Tina, mais merci, je vais dire merci aussi à Chimène. Oh mon Dieu, Chimène a fait un bon travail de promotion. Moi, j'admire. Comme j'ai vu comment elle a promotionné ce Squadathon dans tous les spaces, elle prenait la parole juste pour répéter, pour être sûre qu'on allait être présente, et puis aussi comment elle a fait un bon suivi. Donc ça, c'est vraiment merci à toi, Chimène, pour tous les rappels, les suivis, les DM aussi, et merci Tina et Michel et tous les autres qui ont organisé ce Squadathon.
Merci, ma miss, on est les
beaucoup,
meilleurs.
Chimène.
Merci beaucoup,
Merci,
Michel
Tina.
et Tina. Merci.
Merci
Thank
les
you
filles,
so
mais
much.
je tiens quand même à préciser
Thank
que
you.
le gros du travail, c'est Rabia qui l'a fait. Beaucoup de gens peut-être ne le savent pas, mais c'est Rabia je veux dire en coulisses, Rabia a fait beaucoup de travail hier,
Oh, merci
rapidement.
beaucoup, Rabia.
Ensemble, merci ma belle, merci, mais c'est ensemble.
Merci
Beaucoup à tout le monde.
Claudia.
C'est
Si vous
gentil, mais
pouvez lui dire
c'est
un grand
ensemble,
merci.
c'est en commun.
Franchement, vous savez pas tout ce qu'elle a fait en coulisses en fait et tout. Mais franchement,
En commun, en commun, main dans la main, ensemble. Il n'y a pas que moi.
C'est famille
vos efforts aussi.
C'est Success Lovely sur Twitter. Guys, we have like 10 minutes. Go donate, please. Chauffez la
Please,
carte
guys,
bleue.
donate. Click on the link and donate to World
Central Kitchen.
World Central Kitchen, please.
En fait, finalement, vu qu'il nous reste 10 minutes, on n'a pas touché au Success, genre
Guys,
à
please donate.
à l'impact que les Success ont dans le monde entier avec tout ce qui touche.
C'est tellement important, c'est un impact de folie, ouais.
Les fans qui font des donations de ouf et tout. On n'a même pas eu le temps de parler de tout ça.
Que ce soit pour Smartwas, que ce soit pour Up Community, que ce soit pour... comment ça on avait dit comment s'appelle la boulangerie là dont on a parlé aussi. Voilà, tous, voilà.
À ceux qui peuvent pas faire un don aussi, s'il vous plaît, partagez sur Twitter, sur tous les réseaux sociaux que vous avez. Partagez. Vous pouvez pas faire un don. Vos partages aident beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Selwa.
Mais le premier impact des Sussex, c'est la présence du Sussex Squad. Parce que finalement, c'est
ça.
à partir de leur histoire que des gens, des personnes de tous horizons, de toute origine, de métiers différents, d'histoires différentes se sont unis pour une seule et même cause, défendre l'injustice, défendre une jeune femme
44 517.
Du coup, ça veut dire on a fait plus de 2500.
Excuse-moi, Dominique, je suis désolée, Dominique.
Pas de problème. Donnez. Faites chauffer la carte bleue.
Continue, Dominique. Excusez-moi. Continue, Dominique.
Now we raised more than $2,000.
Yeah. I sent you an email last night, but you said you didn't get it. I just sent you.
Tina, you're not muted.
Yeah, after searching, I went through all the different areas, and then I went to the junk mail, and I saw it there.
Okay.
All
right.
The junk mail. So right now I'm listening to the program.
Okay.
With the French on it, and there's a
Tina, off your mic.
Tina,
box at the top of the
mute your
chat there.
mic, Tina.
That's where I would press on, right?
Tina.
The one that on
I
the
don't
email that I
realize
just
I
sent
really
you.
text her.
Like
Quelqu'un
into, like,
You guys are so close to the 45,000.
No. You have to
there's
use
a
a
link at the top.
no. You have to use
Tina.
a link that I
Tina,
sent you an
votre micro.
email.
Le micro,
Sorry.
Tina.
Oh, that was
C'est
funny.
bon.
But you guys are so close.
Non. Tina nous doit 5 minutes en plus. On pardonne pas.
Regarde, on n'est pas à 44 500 déjà?
Oui, on est à
44 517. Yep.
Non, franchement,
I
c'est...
understood we raised 2,000 and
But
you guys have.
Dominique,
Good
yeah.
job.
But Dominique disait quelque chose de vraiment important. Est-ce qu'elle
Ben
peut
oui,
continuer?
Dominique, elle voulait parler. Hein.
Vas-y. Tout le monde,
Ce
Tina,
sont les
mute your mic.
inconvénients du direct. Bon, je reprends ce que je disais. Je disais que le premier impact des Sussex, en fait, c'est la création du Sussex Squad, puisque des personnes venant d'horizons différents, ayant des histoires différentes, ayant des métiers différents, ayant des passés différents, se sont unis pour une seule et même cause, défendre une jeune femme qui était attaquée de toutes parts, qui n'avait personne pour parler de façon positive d'elle. Puis son mari a été ajouté. Donc, à la différence d'autres groupes, le squad est particulier parce qu'il est uni sur ce point. C'est-à-dire que nous ne défendons pas des personnes, mais nous défendons des causes. Donc ça, pour moi,
c'est ça que je veux entendre. Merci.
C'est la première chose. Et puis après, naturellement, les causes défendues par les Sussex sont automatiquement prises en compte par le squad parce que ça nous parle. Ça nous parle. Que ce soit l'action que nous menons actuellement avec World Bad Kitchen, que ce soit les femmes de Greenfield, que ce soit Wilshire, que ce soit Comfort. Enfin, le squad a participé à beaucoup de levées de fonds en se basant sur les associations caritatives que les Sussex soutiennent et puis aussi Archwell. Donc, pour moi, c'est la base. C'est-à-dire que on peut naturellement, le squad n'a pas. Nous avons tous des avis différents, nous avons tous des histoires différentes, mais nous sommes unis pour ça. Nous savons pourquoi nous sommes là et c'est ce que nous voulons. Donc, et surtout, chaque fois que le Sussex Squad fait une levée de fonds pour une charité, les fonds vont directement à la charité en question. Aucun de nous ne touchons le moindre argent. Nous sommes clairs à ce niveau. Donc, vous pouvez chauffer la carte bleue, vous pouvez continuer, vous pouvez faire changer de couleur et nous permettre d'arriver un petit peu plus haut. Nous sommes
guys, please,
bravo.
If you can't donate, because we know some of you can't afford it. So if you can donate, please share on Twitter, on Instagram, you know.
Les filles, il nous reste 100 minutes.
Please.
Les filles, il nous reste 100 minutes. On a récolté 44 752 $. Du coup,
incroyable.
Oui.
En 1h30.
Oui, du coup, on est à 248 $ pour arriver à 45 000 $. Du coup, est-ce que quelqu'un peut faire ou des gens peuvent faire chauffer la carte bleue en moins de 5 minutes pour qu'on arrive à 45 000 avant de dégager?
Pour arriver à 45, please.
Guys, come on. Donate, please. 45. Let's make it 45.
On veut faire les 45 000, please.
Come on.
Please go donate.
Please, donate.
C'est vrai que je vais aller faire la manche dehors, quoi.
Donate. C'est comme si on est dans un supermarché.
Chapeau et puis tu mets...
Hey, guys.
44 800. Allez, 200.
Tina,
allez,
you
please.
Tina, you
okay,
owe us
I know.
5 minutes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
Let
sorry, guys.
Tina
I was
talk.
working. I was working behind the scenes. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Like 200 close. We're
I
almost there.
apologize. Can you guys hear
It's
me?
okay. Yes, we
No
can hear
worries,
you.
no worries.
Yeah, I apologize for everyone listening. I'm sorry. I was literally working, and I was trying to get somebody on the podcast, making sure that they get on. So I apologize for that. I didn't even realize I was not muted. So thank you guys. Thanks for sending a message, because I took my headphones off to talk, because I can't talk and and listen
No
at the same
worries.
time. So
So
all right,
I'm
guys.
trying. I send an SMS. I'm trying to ask you 5 minutes more, so you can go to $45,
On veut les
$45,000
45.
before we can leave, please, Tina. We want to.
Okay,
We
that's
want
fine.
to make it to 45,
All right,
please.
yeah, that's fine.
Please,
That's fine.
guys.
All right, but the other group is going to be coming on. I think they're sitting backstage right now. So yeah.
Ok.
Okay.
Bah, ok, oui. Donc, bon, on s'est dit, on a encore 2 minutes, les
Donc
filles.
elle a dit que c'est OK?
Elle a dit,
Let's
ok,
make
mais
it 45.
45.
Alors
guys,
go, faites les
donate.
dons, please.
are
Come on.
determined.
100 to make it 45.
Allez, Huguette,
$100.
une petite
Please.
danse ou un petit truc. Tu peux nous parler de ton shorty, s'il te plaît, pour
I
essayer de
will
les
do
motiver,
it.
s'il te plaît.
Next song,
Allez,
100.
Huguette.
de Gazelle.
100.
Next song de la- Moi, je vais mettre des photos de mes belles jambes.
Non, mais c'est
Come
fun,
on.
c'est fun. Franchement, les filles, tu sais quoi? On va commencer les remerciements avant, non?
Oui, allez-y. C'est quoi ça?
Je pense que c'est Alice. Est-ce que
C'est
tu
toujours
peux
moi, excusez-moi.
Non, il a de bruit.
Les filles, fermez vos
On
micros.
n'entend rien.
Alice, s'il te plaît, merci. Du coup, guys, donate directly to World Central Kitchen, please. We want to make it
Please.
Please donate.
$5,000
Where,
before we leave.
where 100. Please, $100.
Yeah.
Wait.
Non.
From 45.
Allez.
Du coup, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup pour tous ceux qui ont participé. Merci à Tina et Annie pour avoir fait les modératrices. Merci à Huguette, Mabis pour avoir fait les traductions, participer et faire les traductions pour le squad anglophone qui voulait comprendre ce qu'on disait. Merci à Selwa, Rabia, Alice,
Avec plaisir.
Dominique. Je n'ai oublié personne. Merci à moi aussi.
Merci à Tina et Michel.
Merci à Tina et Michel pour le podcast. Franchement, le Squadathon, c'est génial. Merci à Patou de nous avoir ambiancé dans les commentaires.
On a fait chauffer l'ambiance pour la suite. Les Frenchies ont fait chauffer pour la suite. On est d'accord ou pas?
Oui, c'est de l'apéritif en fait.
Du coup, les filles, on a fait plus de 3, disons, on a fait environ 3000. Écoutez, on est à 44 805.
Oui,
Si je me
44 805.
Et toujours, bon, c'est pas grave. Au moins, on a fait au moins plus de $2000 de dons. Non, on est à 45 000. Les filles, on est à 45 330. Bravo!
Je vois pas.
Bravo! Si,
Oui,
moi, je le vois. Attendez, je vous fais la capture d'écran. Merci. Franchement,
c'est vrai?
Yeah,
on a fait les 45
guys.
Félicitations.
I love you so much.
Génial.
Bravo.
Merci.
45 330. 45 330. Bravo, thank you.
Merci.
Merci.
Non.
Merci à la team. Et continuez, Sussex, continuez à faire des dons pour les autres aussi. Continuez, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, s'il vous plaît.
Congratulations.
Please, continue à donate, please. Donate, please. Thank you.
I'm so happy. Franchement,
Me
c'est...
too.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All
Thanks.
right, yeah, this is awesome. I'm tired, guys, but this is really awesome.
It's a vibe for sure.
If my energy is low, it's because I'm just tired. So we got it. We did it.
Yeah.
And I just want to say thank you to every single one of you guys for coming up here and encouraging
thanks to you.
this amazing thing that we're doing. And 45,000. I mean, I think I can't remember what we started with today, but I think we started off either
today
42 something.
41,
41
Yeah,
or
42.
42. Yeah.
42.
42.
So we raised like $3,000.
$3,000. Yeah,
Oh, thank
in
you.
an hour
More
and
than
45
yeah,
minutes.
yeah.
Huh?
That's incredible.
Yeah,
Yes,
so it's either 41 or 42, but I think it was I think it's 42.
No, Tina,
It was
so
41
42.
and some
No,
change.
guys, it was 42. Don't
Oui,
worry.
c'était 42 000, 42 000 et on est passé à 45.
Du coup, we raised
Yeah.
more than
More.
$3,000.
Maintenant 45, 300.
Yeah,
Bon.
but
Donc,
I have to end this part now because the other
Yeah.
people are waiting backstage and we can only have so many people on. So I'm just going to but I just want to say thank you, and again, it just shows how truly global we are, and thank you so much. And
Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Tina.
Merci beaucoup.
And I need your helps, guys. Now that you're not talking, promote the fundraiser while this Squadathon is going on, so that we can raise some money. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and bye.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Merci
Bye,
beaucoup.
bye.
Bisous.
Bye. Au revoir. Bye.
Et à bientôt.
Au revoir.
À
bientôt.
And we are going to now have this is the agenda that we have next, and we're going to have the squaddies who were at Invictus come on, and they there's a lot of pictures, guys. Like, I don't even know where to start. They have lots of pictures and so much stuff that I'm not going to be able to share everything, but I will try to share as much of it as possible, because I don't know, I think you guys only have about I don't know how long you guys have, but either way, it's going to be a fun conversation. Michelle, can you mute your mic? It's going to be a fun conversation, and yeah, this is going to be fun. I'm excited, and I'm going to let the people in this part of things, they would guys, use the private message if you need to let me know to show something or whatever. Just use a private message. I see that better than you telling me, because sometimes I might take my headphones off if I'm talking on the phone. But yeah, I wanted to remind everyone that the amazing what World Central Kitchen is doing is just incredible. As you heard during the French side of things, they are in Buffalo right now. The community that was hit by the devastating, senseless, racist act in Buffalo earlier this week, and they are there. They are serving. These are pictures from direct from Buffalo, and this is why we will continue to support this organization. So I really urge everyone, if you can, if it's $5, just help them out, because they are showing up in places where they're really needed. There's only one grocery store in that Buffalo town, and that grocery store is where that person killed people. So please, if you can, donate and help out this incredible organization. I'm waiting for one more person to show up for this. I'm waiting for Karen just to show up. That's who I was talking to on the phone. Just to kind of see, Karen, are you ready? Let's see if she's ready. All right, guys. So I'll let the Invictus folks take it over. I'm just gonna show a picture that Karen posted, and I hate to do this because she's not here right now. So I'm just gonna show like a picture of Invictus that she posted, while the people who were at Invictus can start talking. So Benedicta, Sandra, Michelle, I leave the mic to you. I'm gonna get Incotozo and somebody else. So but yeah, so I'm gonna mute my mic. Benedicta, Sandra, Michelle, it is your go.
Is there a structure?
Okay, thank you.
It's whatever structure you guys want. Hi, it's whatever structure you guys want. So like the French guys, they decided their own structure, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So you guys decide your structure. Maybe what I can do is, I think what I can do, I can moderate this. I can ask you guys questions, and then we can just go from there. Does that work? Karen, how you doing?
I think that's
All right, yeah, I'll do that. I just didn't know, how you guys want to do this. So let's get started. And the first thing we're going to do is let's talk about the Invictus games, right? So, um,
Hi, Tina, I'm here.
yeah, Karen, you might want to mute you might want to turn off the where you're listening to the podcast, because we're going to get a feedback. Somebody's listening to the podcast in the
Oh,
background.
I'm sorry. Okay,
Yes,
there
that's
we go.
better.
That's better?
That's much better. Yeah, much
Okay.
better. This is
I was
Karen.
just
This is
listening to the
Karen.
French. I didn't take them
Oh,
off
hi,
yet.
Karen.
This is
Hi,
Karen.
Priscilla. How you doing?
Hi.
Hi, everyone.
She doesn't mind
So
showing her
nice.
face. So hi. So let me start by asking you guys a question.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I
Yes.
can. I can hear you both.
Okay. All right. Hello.
All right.
Hi, everyone. This is Benedicta
Hi.
here.
Hi,
And this is
Benedicta.
Sandra.
Hi, how are you?
So I'll let you guys introduce yourselves first. Benedicta already introduced herself. Sandra, I'll let you go, and then Michelle, and then Karen.
Yes, hi, I'm Sandra, and I'm from the Netherlands.
I'm Michelle from Jamaica.
Hi.
Benedicta from the US here.
Hi, and I'm Karen. I'm from Canada.
Awesome. And we have a few more people who are not here yet. But we'll try to. Yeah, Ntokozo. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Benedicta, can you text her and let her know that we are on? She was on earlier, but
Yeah.
but anyway, I wanted to first thing I wanted to say that I noticed about this panel that I think it's pretty important for us to show is the fact that we how truly global we are, right? So we have Benedicta from the US, we have Sandra from the Netherlands, we have Michelle from the Caribbean, we have Karen from Canada, and
Jamaica.
again,
Michelle wants you to say Jamaica.
Jamaica. Oh yeah. Michelle from. I'm sorry. I should have said Jamaica. I. That is my fault. Tina, this is my fault. I'm sorry. But
That's
it just
good.
shows
That's good.
how truly global this movement is, right? So the first question I wanted to ask was when did you guys decide that you were going to go? And I'll go with Sandra first, and then we'll rotate it. Sandra, Michelle, Karen, and then Benedicta. So when did you guys decide? Well, I think I know the answer with Sandra, but I'm still going to ask it. When did you guys decide that you were going to go to the Invictus?
Yeah, for me that was immediately when I heard it was going to be in The Hague, because I live practically in The Hague. It's very close to my home, so I really wanted to be there. And I've been in contact, of course, with Benedicta, Michelle, and for the past years. So it was so nice to meet up over there. We had a great week together, and yeah, there was no doubt that I would go.
Awesome. And our fifth person has joined us. Sis, can you introduce yourself?
Hi guys, this is Ntokozo. How is everybody?
We're doing good. We're doing good. You're a little bit low. Your voice is a little bit low, just to let you know. But we're just going to do like an interview style here. So everyone has introduced themselves, and then I just asked everyone a question. Sandra is answering it. That when did you decide to go to the Invictus? So I think Sandra was answering. Sandra, are you done answering? Because then it will be Michelle, Karen, and then Benedicta.
Yes.
Okay. Michelle, when did you decide?
Well, at the end of the day, I've always wanted to go to the Invictus. The Hague, however, became poignant because I've always been interested in The Hague because it's the center of the international courts and all of those things. I've always been interested in that. So the Hague itself was an interest of mine. So then you have two interests, Invictus, the Hague. It culminated. Plus, it was gonna be 2 years a year. It was gonna happen after 2 years of shutdown. So I was like, yeah, I gotta go somewhere, and this was perfect. So, but my planning came about 6 months out in terms of thinking whether, all the sort of things I'm gonna get there, and finalized about February, March prior to going.
Interesting. That's pretty cool. Like I was so happy to like see that people were going. And I was supposed to go, but my life kind of changed a lot in the last I don't know, however many weeks, months before
Right.
actually,
Right.
before the game. So there was no way I could actually make it there physically. But yeah, Karen, you're next, and I love the
Hi.
way the amount of fun that you were having at Invictus. So this is you and Harry. so
Yes.
let's
Yes,
talk. How did you decide that this was a thing?
yeah, I had so much fun. I'm still on a high right now, really. I'm still on a high. Up to yesterday, I was speaking to one of my neighbors about it. Um, I
Awesome.
had decided way back in 2018 that I am not missing another Invictus because I did some work on it. I didn't realize that it was in Canada. And I know the games were formed, but I've never really looked it up, properly. And I realized after it was in Canada, and then it was in Orlando. And I said, okay, let me look into this thing because it's in regards to servicemen, and we're very big, especially in Canada here, with our servicemen, just like you are just like it is in the States, and I can see everywhere now. So I'm saying, let me look into this and see really what it's all about. Because, if I'm going to, contribute to something or donate to something, I always want it to be worthwhile, and also that it's benefiting people, in the right way. So I went through it, and I saw the Orlando, I saw the UK, and I saw Canada, and I'm saying, wait a minute, how did I miss this? Because normally I don't miss this kind of stuff, especially when it says home, and I said, how did I miss this? And I was also, forever long, that's, Prince Harry, William, their mother. I was always a fan of Diana and her boys. So I would always, like follow them. And, I mean to say, I was, as I mentioned to, the squaddies when I met them and everyone I speak to, um, it was always a big hole in my heart from Diana died. And I was basically kind of, healing myself through her boys, and wanting for them to do well. And that is how I was kind of, helping myself to, to heal from her death. I can still remember where I was, when I heard the news. Actually, I was, um, just driving into New York on a Labor Day weekend. And when we got to the door, I heard that news. So you can imagine how it was for me. So when William got married, I said, okay, he's okay. And then Harry was going, and everything that pops up about him, I would be, my antenna would go up, and I would be, looking in to see what's happening and stuff like that. So, as he was doing well, I said, okay, he's doing great. That's good, that's good, that's good. And then the Invictus thing pop up, and then I heard it was in Canada, and we said, like, how did I miss that? So I started looking into it from 2018 when they had it in Australia. And I looked at it and I said, I am not missing another Invictus Games. And then I realized that this thing is taking place in different parts of the world. And, I'm a traveler. I love to travel. and I've always wanted to go to Europe. And when I heard that it was there in The Hague, the next year in 2020, I said, I'm not missing this. I am not missing. This is my way to get to Europe because I'm waiting, on people to travel with me. And, everyone has their own thing and, procrastinating and stuff like that. And it was always my bucket list to travel to Europe. So I said, no, this is going to be my way of seeing the world. I am not going to miss another Invictus Games. And I said, and I also, said to myself, this is a good cause for me to do it because I'm supporting our servicemen, and they're around the world, and also it's also something to help in terms of mental health and mental illness because ever so often you're hearing of these servicemen that took their life, all the trauma that they have after they come back, and they can't help their family because of their injury and all these different stuff, and the family suffer, the children suffer, and if I'm to pour my money somewhere, if I'm to travel somewhere, this is where I want to do it. This is where I want to, to pour that money. And, and that was my way of getting to get into The Hague. When the COVID came up and stuff like that, so that was delayed. I called my brother up when I was ready to, I started ordering all my Invictus attires. I started ordering all my Invictus attires and everything. So, it took at the beginning of the year, I started ordering all my Invictus attire and stuff like that. And you can see the sweater I have there and some other tops you'll see me wearing and stuff like that. Plus my tote bag, everything. Yeah, so it took a month to come, and then it came like a month before Invictus. It was said that yes, the games are going to go on and stuff like that. And when I saw that come, the excitement came even more, and I started looking into flights and stuff. I called up my brother. I said, "I'm going. My stuff just came. I'm going." And I started looking into flights and booking. And then my brother wanted to come because he's saying, "Well, okay, where are you going?" And stuff like that. He wanted to come, but then wasn't sure and procrastinating and stuff like that. And I'm waiting for him to make up his mind. And in that time, the prices are going up. And I said, listen, I can't wait on you anymore. I am booking my flight. I am going. I booked my flight. I'm going. Book my hotel, book my flight. I'm going and everything. And up until the day before I left, which was the 14th, because I was leaving on the 15th, up until that night before, he still had me looking for flights for him. Okay? So, that's how I came about. I said, I'm not waiting for anyone anymore. I am going to Invictus, and, of course, I can't say, well, okay, that it didn't have anything to do with Harry and Meghan, of course.
Yeah.
It had everything to do with them. Okay. So that's how, I'm there. I got there, and yes, I had a good time.
You sound like you had a good time, and you look like you had a good time, and I'm happy to hear from you. And one thing, Karen is not a squatty who is on Twitter or any social media. She didn't know anybody. She met these ladies there, and she didn't know that people were going. So she met them there not knowing, and she was by herself, and being able to connect with her has been really refreshing. And I got to talk to her yesterday, and as you guys heard me earlier when I had my mic up, I was calling her to talk to her. And so your story is really refreshing. And I love how, again, I'm going to keep saying it, just the level of support that Harry and Meghan get from a global standpoint. And I just want to say I'm excited. And yeah, so I'm happy that you got to make it out there and that nothing stopped you. And yeah, I'm going to move to, was it Michelle or Benedicta that was supposed to go next?
Well, there's so much more to my travels there.
Benedicta.
Girls will tell you, but we'll talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. Yes. Benedicta, you're next.
Oh my God.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, sis.
Hi.
Hi, sis.
Hi, how are you? Yeah.
Hi.
Well, uh, for me, I've always loved Harry since he was a little boy, and I followed their mom and both of them, but I love Harry most of all. And I love Megan too because I started watching Suits and followed her, subscribed to the TIG and everything. And I loved her. So when they got together, it was joy for me, happiness, and everything they do. I love it and I support them. So I've since when they announced that Invictus was going to be in The Hague, my my travel agent is in Tokozo. So as soon as they announced, we started planning, but she was the one who had to get the hotel, the flight, everything, and just tell me about it. That okay, sis, we are ready to go. So yeah, so we started planning a year in advance, booked our hotel and everything, and at that time, Sandra and I had been following each other, so we communicated often before all this came up. So that it was we had planned it a year in advance, and everything just fell in place. And I met the most wonderful ladies, most of them from the Netherlands. Some of them are not on the podcast right now, but Caroline, one came from Germany. Those who lived there, there was someone who brought her friend from Chicago, also a squaddy. Um, Mariah, so many people we met, got together, had lunch, and did everything together as a group. It was fantastic, and we can't wait to go back to Germany and do it all over again.
That is
Yes.
awesome. That is awesome. Well, I'm glad you guys got to go because I got to see it through you,
Yeah.
Benedicta. Because I would like literally text you every night, like, "How you doing? How's
Oh
everything
yes.
going?"
She was so worried about me. Every few hours she's texting me, "Are you okay, sis?" I said, "Okay, we are now back at the hotel. We are doing this, we are doing," and because she's not seeing me um posting or something, she said, "Is everything okay?" I said, "We don't have Wi-Fi here. There are so many people there are so many people hanging around. Everybody is trying to do something." So yeah, but we had fun, and it was a nice atmosphere. Everything was planned really, really well. Everything was perfect. We could not
Yeah.
I don't
ask
think we
for.
found that we had. I don't think
Yeah.
we found out that there was we were able to get Wi-Fi until like 2 days before
Oh
the
yeah,
end.
yeah. We didn't know that Invictus had Wi-Fi there. For when I before I went to my what's the name, T-Mobile, so that everything will be top notch for me. I have unlimited Wi-Fi and everything, so I thought everything was okay until I got there. And things were messy, and 2 days before we left, we realized that Invictus had Wi-Fi there for us all along, and we didn't know. you know
Alternatively, though, what I
yeah,
did was when I landed in Amsterdam, I purchased a SIM for €35,
yeah.
lasted for
Mhm.
30 days, and unlimited everything except for
Yeah, because for
international.
me, I've never I,
Um,
I travel a lot, and my T-Mobile, always wherever I went, I was able to use my phone as I did in the US. So I don't know what happened with the Hague. Maybe Sandra called them that they should monitor me because she didn't want me to be posting too much. So yeah, but it was fun. It was well planned. Everything was perfect. There's I don't know how Germany can top this, but It
But
was great.
yeah, well, no, well, first of all, the German squaddies have to step up their game because the Netherlands squaddies were top notch and very
Oh yeah.
very
That's
hospitable.
true.
So the German squaddies have their hands full. But to me, it's I have a touch of narcissism. So the fact that I the fact that I was gonna hang out with a lot of people was like, okay, what's gonna happen now? But the first every day was fabulous for me. And the day I met 10 more, 11 more people, and we literally spent the entire day together, ate, drive in the Land Rover, do a lot of things, and I was not annoyed for 2 seconds.
Well,
I was like, this is, I
we need
mean,
to give a lot of thanks to Sandra
yeah.
and her husband. Oh my God.
Oh yes.
They
And
are the
Kazi
best.
and Kazi as well, who is
Kazi,
another
Kazi,
Netherlands,
Mariah,
Mariah,
everything.
all of
Yeah.
them. But yes, Sandra and her husband were adorable.
Oh yeah,
Well, we had a
we are
great week
grateful.
with all of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had the best week.
There's Dorothy as well. I don't know what names they
Yes,
use, but
Dorothy.
Oh, where's
there's
Dorothy?
there's
Dorothy,
Dorothy.
my
Yeah.
sweet Dorothy. She was
There's
everybody
Joe.
was kind and helpful. We were all together and all there for each other.
Oh
And
yeah, I got a
it,
scar from Dorothy.
it's so nice. I didn't know. I didn't know what I was going into. We got together on Twitter, but I didn't know that from Twitter we'll find lasting friendships and you know now we have a community. We always talk on the phone, text each other and all that. That's
Right,
nice, and this is through Harry and Meghan. That's what
right,
they promote:
right.
kindness and um doing things for others, serving
Yeah,
others and contributing in the world. So that's what we are doing,
yeah,
and we'll continue doing that and continue supporting them all along. I love
yeah.
them. That's it.
I had a hint I was gonna have fun with at least one person, and it was when I was
Me?
introduced to Benedicta. And she
Yeah.
was as excited as I was, which I loved. People were too cool. I'm not gonna, it's not gonna work for me. I want somebody to be as nutty and as excited. She was packed 2 months before I nearly died. So I packed 100 times within the 2 months. And we were giddy and we laughed about it. She sent me pictures of her packed things and where what is what. And I was so excited because I'm like, finally, somebody who is not playing it cool. We're not cool. We are insanely happy to go where we're going to go. So I know at least one person I was going to be okay with it. Ended up that I enjoyed the company of 10, 11 people, which was shocking, but yeah, good.
So, Michelle, so when did you decide you were going to go?
Well, as I said, I think I answered that before. Don't nobody else
Oh, okay.
want to.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Ntokozo is next.
Okay. Sorry, guys. I knew somebody was left.
Ntokozo.
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Sorry, lady. I keep pronouncing your name wrong. I apologize. That is my fault.
Please. I'm still trying to pronounce it. And we have spoken several times since.
Hi, Nick.
Yeah. So when did you decide? Well, we already heard that you just said you were going and you started booking and you said, Benedicta, this is where you're staying and this is your flight.
Yeah. She said, okay, she'll look at the hotels and then she'll send me to approve and then we go from there. So she did everything.
I'm on a Squadathon right now.
Yeah.
Somebody need to cut their mic.
It's Tina.
Not me. It's not me.
Oh, okay.
No, I think it's Karen.
Okay.
Karen, yeah. Ntokozo.
Yes.
So when did you decide? When did you decide to go?
Actually, it wasn't before the Invictus games were cancelled in 2020, and then remember that the pandemic happened, and throughout the pandemic, well, I am a frontline worker. But I'm not going to tell you guys what I do. I'm not a doctor though. So during the pandemic,
All right. Can you guys hear her?
No.
No.
She fell off.
I'm texting her.
Hello.
Okay.
Hi.
Yeah. Hi.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I actually decided, during the pandemic, and I was like, the stress level from work was so high. It was so terrible. And I was like, okay, I have to decide where I'm going next because I gotta get out the hell of here when this thing dies down. And during the course of being in the Success Squad community and being a fan of Megan and of course Harry, but I was I was a fan of Megan long before Harry came along. But them being together, I got more inspired by what they do and what they stand for. And then when I joined the Success Squad community,
We lost her again.
Oh
dear.
Okay, you are back.
Hello.
Hello, you are back.
And yes. And when the Success Squad would organize these small fundraising, and we were donating to charities, and including the Invictus games. I remember when we were, I think we were donating for the choir. Something have happened with them, and we were donating. And then I was buying T-shirts and stuff from the Invictus Games Foundation website. And I was like, well, maybe this would be a good thing to actually go. I mean, I love the Invictus Games, but I always watch on TV. And I never really thought I would go and watch, but this time I was like, you know what, maybe this would be a good thing. And I remember deciding on my own before I even spoke to my sister Benet. And by the time I told
having connection issues.
Yeah.
We keep losing her.
Can you? Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
We hear you.
Yes. So by the time I talked to my sister, Benet, I already have made a reservation for my hotel, and I held off on the flight because I wasn't sure if the Invictus game would even happen, because they've been at this point postponed twice. So, but when we talked and I asked her,
We lost her again. Guys, sorry guys. It's just it is what it is. It's the network. So we just have to make do.
But I mean, she's back on.
Hello.
Okay, let's
She's
keep
back
going.
on. Okay.
A question I wanted to ask for you guys, like if you guys were to give advice to people who are going to Invictus next, what is it? I mean, now we know that, Invictus, somebody needs to turn off the podcast in the background. Somebody's listening to the podcast in the background. I don't know who, but you turn it off. Just listen to my voice because there's a feedback. But if you guys were to give advice to any of the of squaddies going, we now know there's internet at the Invictus, so that's a good thing. What other advice would you give?
For the first time, try and do everything. Meaning go to all the games, all the exhibitions. You'll enjoy it. And we may say this now because some of us met Harry, but the games are not about him or Megan. It's about the service men and women. And I know it's exciting to meet him and all of that, but it really is about the people and their families, and just to be mindful of that, but enjoy every single thing.
Yes.
And also the whole place was a very positive
place to be. It was the families, friends, everybody was friendly, and the athletes. For me, I didn't care. I felt we were supporting Invictus, so we bought a lot of tickets to go to a lot of events, but sometimes they were just too early for us to go to, and unfortunately some of the tickets we bought were it
We didn't
clashed.
use.
Yes, it clashed with other things, but we took it as that's part of our donation to the Invictus Foundation. So, but be open, enjoy, support the. Be ready to support the athletes and the family. It was a family affair. They provided everything for people with kids, disability. There were dog shows, everything you want. It was planned perfectly. You know, everything was just
It was well done.
well done, easy to support and cheer on the athletes, and there were so many volunteers, the family, everything. So just get yourself ready, be open to meet new people. Even I remember the last game, which was between the US, the wheelchair basketball game between the US and Netherlands. So it was the US and the home team, and the whole arena was filled with all this Dutch people in their orange thing. And the US, Sandra, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
The US, we were whipping your ass really well.
Yes,
But
yes,
then
I'm still feeling that. Yeah.
but then we had to stop cheering for US to cheer for the Netherlands, and people, old men, we were chatting with everybody, and it became a fun environment instead of a competition, you
But
know.
that's one of the things that people are gonna notice. Unless you are like a crazy person, your personality at this game is gonna change automatically. Because as I said, when I go to a sporting event, I am chatting crap to the opposing team, to not my team. I'm cussing them out. I am like, yo, whatever. And here, there were the first time you want to like that, and then your body stop. You're like, hold on, you can't do that here. And then you realize you don't want to either. You're actually enjoying supporting other team. I mean, one of
You're
the
cheering for
best
everyone.
one of the best moments I had, and I think I gave you one video on it, where it was it Canada and somewhere
Do you want me
else.
to find it? Do you want me to find a video? Because I have everything ready. I just
Well,
was
yeah,
waiting.
sure, if you want to. I can't remember which team, but this guy, it was the basketball.
It was Canada.
Canada.
Canada and
Yeah,
Netherlands.
wheelchair
Yes, I know
basketball,
exactly
right?
what moment you mean.
And he could not. Was having difficulties wheeling himself fast enough to get back to the side to score. And one of his teammates pushed him, and the other team allowed him to take a shot. I was like, wow. That
Yes,
was
and then
And that
when
US
he
game,
scored, actually.
the US game, to the US, after they were scoring, so they slowed the game down.
slowed
So
it
that
down
they
just to get
slowed
them
it down
in.
so that
Yeah,
the Netherlands
could catch up,
yeah.
right?
So
That was
it wasn't
beautiful.
about winning, but it was a camaraderie
Yes.
amongst
And
every.
watching this,
And they were competing, They were competing. Don't think it was soft, because
no,
I found the wheelchair rugby to be. I enjoyed it more than regular rugby, because they were savage. They were like, yo, we're in
Falling
this.
out of the wheelchair and
Oh my
picking
goodness.
themselves up and continuing.
Yeah, it was such a wonderful atmosphere. I think that the thing I think what happens when you and from looking at the ones at the Invictus games previous, that's what I picked up from it, and that's why I decided I'm not going to miss another game. Because it's such a family affair when you actually walk into it, when you like whatever intention you had there, you had of going. Okay, even I guess some squaddies it would be yes, it's, to focus on Harry and Meghan, to, to promote the squad or whatever, you would, to say,
Well,
that
we
environment
we
is,
weren't there. We were not promoting
it's
the
not,
squad there.
it's
Yeah.
not for that. It's not for
Yeah.
that. But
Oh, yes, none of that.
when you
It's
get
none of
there,
that.
exactly. And when you get there, you will realize that no, there's no place for that there. This is about the servicemen. This is about, also what Prince Harry has funded and, and created. And when you get there and the atmosphere with the servicemen, their families, the volunteers, like everyone around who is putting the work in to make this game so successful, you can't do anything but to get, to feel it and to get involved in it, because you forget yourself, and it's about the people there. It's about the competitors, because when you look at it and you see where they've been and how far they've come, and the energy that they're putting in there to be part of it, and to actually heal themselves, and to you know to you know to regain their life again, their family life again. You forget about yourself, and you look at them, and whatever problems you have in your personal life, it becomes very small.
Right.
Very
But
small to
that's
what these people have,
that's actually what
has
hit me
endured.
most. It changed the way you look at winning, because winning can be in so much different
Exactly.
ways. It's winning a game or winning a personal. When the man that
That's
Michelle
true.
just mentioned in that game, when he scored that goal, even after trying several times and then being allowed to score, that was his moment of winning, and it was so clear. And
Yeah.
Let him.
that was the best moment for me, I guess, seeing what
Yeah.
Invictus Games is about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's not kid ourselves still, we still had, it wasn't all that serious, because one of the best moments we had, we went there to go to athletics. Then somebody told us, oh, Harry's gonna be at archery. Now none of us have ever bought archery. We had zero interest in archery. And all of a sudden we were at the ticket counter. We were
No,
at the
I have to
ticket
correct
counter.
you. I have to correct you there, because I had interest in everything there.
No. I'm talking about the Twitter squad. Sorry, not
Archery, everything I had interest in.
no, fine, but I'm not saying the ones that who knew. But generally, nobody bought archery tickets. We're like, archery who? We were at the ticket counter.
I had tickets.
We bought
I had tickets to archery, but it was for another time.
Oh, okay.
But then the time, the exact time that they told us that, oh, he was going to be at archery at this time.
Yeah.
We had already met him and taken pictures.
We had already met him. Yeah.
We had already met
I'm just
him.
gonna jump in for 2
Yeah.
seconds, guys.
Yeah.
Somebody was just wondering how much it costs to enter the Invictus grounds and to attend.
Oh,
each
it
game.
depends.
Is there a difference?
No,
Well, to enter the ground, they didn't pay. You only pay for the events.
No entry
Yes.
to the ground.
Entry
No.
to the grounds, you don't pay. As so
You
far
have
as
to
you
have
have
tickets.
tickets for every for the event, you don't pay to get in the ground, because you have
No,
to
but
show
you,
your tickets to the event.
Or
that
your
you are going to.
registry.
Yeah.
No, or your registry. You can register and you show the registry, but you don't pay to go in, because you have other events on the ground that you could attend.
Yeah. Well, and the
Okay,
ticket.
so it doesn't cost anything to enter into the Invictus grounds, but if
No,
you
just
want
to
to go to the
register.
different games,
Just to register.
Well, but then maybe the tickets. It depends on the event, how much it costs. So some of the tickets were like
They were
12
generally what, 10 pounds, 10 euros?
12 euros. The most expensive are they are not that expensive.
No, it was the opening and the
for the
closing.
and how much does it cost to register?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay,
No,
so
you just scan.
Register for what?
No, you scan the code. You scan the code. Remember when we were fighting about the birthday and all of that? That's the scanning. So you scan the
listen.
code.
First of all, you have to when you buy tickets, they will give you a code to scan that will allow you to get in. Then they know that you are not just coming, you have something that you are coming for. So we already had the tickets. If the tickets they are selling on the ground is the extra ones, if you feel like you want to go to something else, then you buy it there. But Tokozo and I, we bought our tickets from home before we landed at the Hague. So because we thought they will be out of it, and it's runs between 12 euros to I think 25.
Yeah, to about 25,
Yeah.
25 or I think
For
35.
each. So what we did, we bought tickets for several activities every day that we were there till the end.
Yes,
So
there are day
yeah.
tickets.
So, yeah,
You
we
got day
bought
tickets,
a
morning
day
tickets,
ticket.
evening
Yeah.
tickets. You
Yes.
can choose,
Yes.
and just a morning ticket that's more cheap than a day ticket. So
Yeah, the way it was
choose
set
yourself.
up. Yeah, the way it was set up, there were tickets all through the day. So if you can be
Yes.
there in the morning, you get you can buy the morning tickets. You can get afternoon tickets, or you can get evening tickets for the same sports, or you can get the all day ticket that you'll be able to be at that sport.
Go to
Yeah, just go in and out whenever you want.
We got all day tickets so
Right.
that we could even if we didn't want to go to something, we have time. So we bought all day, but sometimes we don't wake up early, so we don't go to the morning one, but then we go to the afternoon and evening ones.
But back to having fun. So when we get into the archery now, you have the security guards were right saying that we can't go anywhere near Harry. And
No.
some of the security people were like looking at us and like, no, you have to move there, you have to go there, you have to do that. But I got a good spot to get a hold of him. Then that's when I saw Shippy earlier on the week.
Can I play that video of you?
Sure.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna stop sharing this one, and then I'm gonna find the video where you, I think you saw him. Which one do you want
I hope my
play?
face is not showing.
Nobody's face
Let me
show
make sure.
in any of my videos.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I think it was just one. Harry was like passing by.
Yeah.
And you
Well,
said,
that's two of
"Hi,
them.
Harry."
One when he was with the archer guy that we like, the
Oh,
US
okay. All
archer
right.
guy, and another one is just him passing.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
let me see. I just want to make sure that I do it, do it the right way, and nobody get upset.
Until
Did I
that's
share it? Okay, that's
Yeah.
it. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it
all
could
right,
be
let me play it.
it could be the archer guy, it could be him. Yeah, I think this is the one when he's leaving. Yeah. Mail online asking me for it.
Michelle's like, Prince Harry, Sussex Squad. I love you, Michelle. You have my heart.
He that was when we saw. I saw Shippy a couple of days prior to that, but this was when he was there standing up, and I took his picture standing, and then we were talking to him. It was fun. Shippy actually looked good in real life.
I don't want to talk about that man. I'm sorry. I don't.
I know.
Let's
But he
focus
looked
on
good.
Harry and the fun you guys had.
He looked good in real life.
Yeah. Somebody asked a question. What was the Hague like?
Beautiful.
I love the
It's
Hague.
beautiful.
Beautiful.
I love. I
have
knew
to
I
go
was gonna
back.
love it. I love it.
I have to go
I
back because
love
I
it.
didn't get to
see the town. Yeah.
Invictus games. We were busy with that. So because every day it's an activity, and we're there all day, and there was a lot to do in the park. So we're not leaving that park until like 9 o'clock at night or something.
I went 2 days before. So my life was in my hands. First of all, you don't know what is road and sidewalk and the track.
Oh yeah.
It is, but it's the most beautiful place. And but I was there 2 days, and I tell you, that's why I mean the Netherlands squaddies are lovely. I landed, I tried to check in. I was too early, so I locked up my stuff and I shouted out, "Anybody want to come?" There was Sandra. We went out. She was lovely. The next day, Kazi came, and I had a whale of a time before it actually started.
Well, there are so many museums. Luckily for us, our hotel was facing the Parliament at The Hague, and I think it was a tourist place, so they put the first Invictus bench in front of that hotel with and those what's the name, the
And
posters of
the museum with the famous painting, the
yes.
girl with the pearl is there. That's it.
Even our hotel had a museum underneath it, but I didn't get a chance to to go to because I was focused on Invictus. But it's a beautiful place. I would love to go back.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
And the tulips. I was
it's a
never a fan
beautiful
of
place.
tulips, but the tulips were gorgeous.
Yeah, there was a
Yeah,
tulip hotel
we
next.
even got a chance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
we
was
even
a
got a
tulip
chance
hotel
together as
next
mhm,
to a tulip museum next
Yeah.
to our hotel. It was a walking distance. That's where we had coffee there the
They had
morning.
coffee,
Yeah,
and then
when we were
I went
the
to the
day we were
museum after
leaving.
you
Yeah.
left. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
you
And then I
did?
went to the yes, because I went and it was lovely. I took a
Oh,
picture
okay.
of the girl
Okay.
with the pearl. But yeah, we went to the
All of
um
you went
yeah,
after we left.
Kazi Mariah and I were talking for actually Kazi Mariah and I were talking for hours right at the museum. Then Mariah
yeah,
left and
Okay.
Kazi and I went in.
Okay.
And
yeah.
oh,
We
it was
even
a
got a chance
lovely
to
experience.
we even got a chance to get together one evening. We met with we met up together and we went to have dinner. So
Oh yeah.
Oh, the
we
Thai
walked through
food,
town a
right,
bit,
right.
and that
By
Yes.
was
my hotel,
beautiful. That
right.
was so
Oh
beautiful.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that was so beautiful. So
Yeah,
beautiful.
the Hague is gorgeous, but gorgeous.
The only
Yeah.
thing I didn't I the only thing I didn't like, I hate smoking, so but
Oh yeah.
smoking
Yeah, that's Europe for
everywhere,
you. Yeah,
that's the
Europe
only
for you.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the thing
well,
is that what like I enjoy, basically every bit of it because I was worried about, going there and not being able to communicate and get around properly. And, as I landed the airport there, everything it was just perfect. It was in English. Even if you're trying to communicate with someone and they started speaking Dutch, right away they switch over to English when they realize that you're English. Everyone speaks English.
they
All
always spoke
the
English.
signs and everything were, all in English. So it was very easy to get around. Um, and the girls there in the Netherlands, because at the beginning I was taking taxi back and forth, and they're saying like, "Why are you doing that? It's so expensive. Why are you doing that?" And they taught me how to take the train, and actually ride with us and show us how to take the train, and pick me up one of the what is it the train cards and everything, and was able to ride the train. One of them even came, Dorothy even came all the way to my hotel one morning to get me. And then we took the train back to the
Same
park
as
together.
Caroline, and
Yeah,
Sandra and
yeah,
her husband
And yes, and
picked us from
Kazi, yeah,
the
they were
they picked us up
all
from the
very
exactly.
good.
train
Yeah.
Yeah,
station. Yeah.
yeah.
So,
And
question
So
for you
I
guys.
wasn't saying names because I don't know, whose name is this one. So, so that's why I
yeah.
wasn't, calling names. But um, yeah. So it was great, and I mean to say, I was promoting these games from the time I took the plane from here, from Canada, all the way, because I had my Invictus sweater on, and I was speaking to people in the plane, and they were going to all different places, and we were talking about where you're staying and stuff like that. So I'm saying I'm going to be staying in The Hague, and a lot of people were, because I think that route is a route to Asia, so there's a lot of people from Istanbul and those places that's going further on. And so we were talking, and a lot of it's funny that a lot of people, and I guess from this games that went on, and from this telethon and this Squadathon and everything, and the games that just passed in The Hague, a lot of people are getting to know about it now, because it was surprising that not many people knew about it. And they were asking, like, what is that? What is it all about? So I was explaining that. I was, and then I would say, well, okay, Prince Harry founded it, and it started from 2014, and so I was promoting it from from the time I left Canada, and kept going. And even in The Hague, there were people there that didn't know about it. They might see the sign popping up or whatever, but they didn't know what it was.
I
So I
think they
remember
did
after
promote it well. The Hague, the Netherlands people, they promoted it well. Caroline said they sent them emails at work, even at the shops. Everybody, and oh my God, they loved Harry and Meghan. Even when we got to Brussels at the airport, we met at the airport. Those who were checking our passports and everything, they were, when they found out where we were going, it was, oh, that Harry, he's so good, what. And they told her, oh, he's going to be on the radio this morning. But The Hague, they did a good job of promoting it. Everybody was talking about it on they did well, I think.
Yeah, they did a good job promoting it, because people got to see the signs and everything, but in detail of knowing what it was, they didn't get to they didn't understand it. And then when you explain, well, it's for the servicemen, and it's for rehabilitation and stuff like that, then they said, oh, this is a good thing, I'll try and drop by, I'll think this is good. And then you said, well, Prince Harry found, yes, I know, I saw the signs up there. And so I said, well, this is what it's all about, and it's to help them when they come back injured and stuff like that, and with their families, to help them with another life, to continue life, basically. So and as the week went by, a lot of people there started to think, because even when I was taking the taxi going and stuff like that, guys, I said, okay, I'm going to the park, I'm going to think, oh, I see the sign up there, that's the Invictus game, I see the sign up there, and you explain what it's all about and stuff. I have even pictures at the station there, where with one of the police officers there, that I I was looking for directions, and I said where I was going. She says, okay, you can take this, take that. So people, as the week went by, people started to get more and more involved there.
There's
and
been
there's
been a lot of promotion during the week on the daytime shows and evening shows in the Netherlands. So on the radio, so it was really nice to see that that started actually, I think, a bit before, but especially during the week, more and more people started to be aware.
Exactly.
And right after, when, for example, I met a woman that I see every Monday. She's an elder lady. And she, so I only mentioned that I was to Invictus Games, and she said, oh, and I've seen that on television. And she started to ask all questions. She learned during that week. So that was really nice. And exactly like you said, Harry was received very well by most. So that's really nice.
And during the week, every day too, they brought school children from primary school all the way to high school. The military, NATO people were always there. Old people, bringing old people. They had a live band playing all the time in a room somewhere.
It was the best.
Yeah, so you can just go and sit down there and listen to the live military band playing different songs and all that.
There was never a dull moment. Never a dull moment.
Yeah.
No.
I remember.
But if you ever go back to The Hague, though, tell anybody going back to The Hague that the food, they were trying to kill me off with the food. They were trying to put me in a carbohydrate coma. And I was like, it's not going to happen, people. There was a time that they're gonna buy, what is it, churros? And I'm like, oh, just give me one single one. I got a full thing. I'm giving it. I'm like, Karen, have some. Everybody have some, because they were trying to kill me off with this carbohydrate. It was delicious though.
Obviously Germany is next, and are there going to be any one of you guys that will be in Germany for the German?
Well, we plan to go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so
me too.
That would
Yeah,
be
I'm
awesome
going.
because
I'm going.
I'm excited about Germany. I'm excited about the Canadian one as well.
Oh, that one I'm going. Oh, that one. I've been going to that one since last year because I heard from last year. I'm like, I'm going.
Yeah. So I wanted to say I wanted to make sure that I ask questions, and in Tokozo, you keep cutting out, so you never got to finish what you were saying, and I wanted
She let me tell you what she says. Her she said my husband just your brother-in-law just calling optimum now. I'm so annoyed, but you guys are doing well. Apparently the problems are due to the thunderstorm last night. Tell them that's my problem, and and yes, I'm going to Germany.
Okay, she's going to Germany, and Karen, you're going to Germany. Is Karen there? She might be away from her thing. I'm going to mute her mic. Michelle, you're going to Germany, right?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Sandra, are you going to Germany?
Yes, for sure.
Awesome. Well, I'm hoping to be in Germany. I don't know if I would do a big squatty thing, but but I will be in Germany, so I'm excited. And does anyone in the audience want to ask any questions? You guys have been asking some really cool questions, and I just want to make sure that people are asking questions if they need to. Also, for those of you on the panel, is there anything that you guys want to share with the group, because we still have like about 20 minutes or 30 minutes left for this, so you don't have to use the whole thing. I can fill up the space with something else, so please
I know I'm not an audience member, but those of you who were able to hug Prince Harry, I just want to know, did he smell really good? I feel like he smells really good.
What is wrong with
I
you?
touched his hand, so his hand felt like he smelled good.
He's very hairy, very very hairy, and and tall, blue eyes. I couldn't smell him because I couldn't believe it. So
you couldn't breathe.
So I wasn't trying to smell. I wasn't even thinking about smelling. So
plus Uncle Koza was beating him up with take a picture.
She's not here to defend herself, guys. Be nice.
She was bruising him up. So Megan had a problem.
Listen, she sent me a message. She said he smelled like Zadie. LOL. He's super gorgeous.
Yeah. Guys, while we are on this, I just want to remind anyone that is listening that please don't forget to donate. And I also want to remind people who are listening on the podcast, do not donate to our podcast channel. Do not click the super chat. Do not donate anything to us. If you want to donate anything, send that money to World Central Kitchen. The link is in the bio. I have it pinned on YouTube on the chat, so you guys can click the link. It'll take you directly to the link, and you can donate right there. We want to support the incredible work that World Central Kitchen is doing. As you guys know, World Central Kitchen is right now in Boston, and if Buffalo, and if you guys remember, there was a shooting earlier on in the week here in the US in Buffalo, and they're there. They're right there. So please, let's continue to promote on any social media that we are on. Let's keep promoting, donating to World Central Kitchen as much as possible. We are doing really great. It's been 2.5 hours, and I believe that we have raised a total of $6,000 in that time. So please, let's keep showing up and showing out. Thank you. I didn't want to stop the whole conversation for this, but I just wanted to make sure that
it was needed right here for that. That was needed for sure. That was needed.
Yeah. So we keep promoting.
We have to get the commercials in there.
Yeah,
exactly.
But you know, one of the things that we can attest to, that even what Megan said when she said he was up all night trying to make sure it was perfect. It was well organized, and as you didn't have to leave. You don't have to leave the grounds. Food is there. Other entertainment is there. As I said, they had other things doing with the kids, and water is all over the place. Yeah, the bathroom.
everything.
Yeah, and
the bathrooms were awesome.
Yeah.
The bathrooms were awesome. I have to talk about that because it was a unisex bathrooms.
Yeah.
And you go in there, man, woman, child, anyone, you go in there and you use the bathroom. It's unisex, just like your home. And
yeah, well, a couple of us found our own bathroom that we had to walk a mile for, but we walked it anyway to go to that bathroom.
But it was awesome because, and I find that like great. I'm saying, I can't wait for them to do that here in Canada, to bring that kind of bathroom here in Canada, because it alleviates a lot of the problems with, the different bathrooms and everything. That was there. You see people going to the bathroom and, you can see on their faces is like, okay, is this the right one I should be coming to? Because they're seeing a man would be seeing a woman coming out, or a woman would be seeing a man coming out. And it's like, okay, maybe this is not the right one and stuff. I remember telling one guy, I said, don't worry, it's the right one. It is the right one. This is the one you use. But it was nice just to have that one unit and everyone use it and everyone understands what it's all about. So, I said, this is advancement. This is advancement for the world to see. It's great.
There was water there for you to refill your bottle. There was everywhere. It's just there for you to refill, so you don't have to. If you don't want to buy bottled water, there's easy access to water for you to.
Yeah.
And there was live entertainment everywhere. Place for children to play. So you can just drop your kids. It's everything was well.
Yeah, well thought of, well organized.
It was great. It was great. One of the things I noticed there as the week goes by and went by and stuff, and as I was mentioning about the people in The Hague, yes, all this stuff went out to the different houses and stuff like that, and they were promoting it. But then, there were still people who, didn't know what it was all about and questioning it. And, as the week go by, they, got familiar with it. Some people want to know what's happening in this park. There's so many people every day going to the park. The trams are filled and it's empty when it comes to that stop. So people are like curious, like what's going on and stuff. Some people come walking in and stuff. It's like, okay, can we go in? Can we have, can our kids go in? And so I said, yes, it's, there's a lot of things for the kids to do and stuff like that. So they just had to register in front. They bring their kids in. And, the kids have fun, over there at the play park and stuff. And then I saw one of the ladies I spoke to, before in regards to it, and she was asking me about it. And I saw her, I think it was at the last day. And she remembered me and she says, hi, we're here. We came back again. I said, great. And, that just shows, how it grew over that week. To the public, and more people got to understand what it's all about. More people, got to see. So when they see Invictus games, popping up, next year or wherever, these are the conversations they're going to have, because now they get to see what it's all about. They can start sharing it with their friends, people around the world, and, and stuff like that. And it will just keep moving on from there. Even when I was there, I sent some pictures out to my friends, and it's like, well, what are you doing in the Netherlands? Like, why are you there? It's like, what is Invictus games? And, so one of my friends from the States, and he's like, what is Invictus game? And I sent the whole thing explaining all that to her. So, people are learning, whether you were in The Hague, whether you were somewhere else in the world, and people are learning as they go along. So, they're looking forward to the next year, and they're looking forward to the next year from that. Because there's pressure on it now.
Well, we can the world realize that the importance and how good it's gonna be, to the point where the queen is cloud chasing Invictus. So you know it's good.
Well, what do you expect?
Well,
The Queen cloud chasing Invictus, so you know shit is good. Okay.
One thing to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, he was coming there almost every day. You know?
Oh yeah, their
He was-
handsome Prime Minister. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know
the
him,
Prime
yeah.
Minister was there.
No.
They are members of the NATO people. So many high profile people were there all the
Exactly.
time, taking time to
So
go
now all
around.
these world leaders and everyone, you know,
The king,
who matters
everybody.
are now, you know,
I just
they're
want to
now
say,
cluing
like,
in to what's happening, what's going on. This great thing that this man founded. Okay.
yeah, I
From an
just want to say, like,
idea of the Warriors game. It just shows his intuition. It just shows just the level of his thinking and who he is and the compassion that he has within him for other people. It's just amazing. Okay, this is something that was should have been long come, okay, for these servicemen and women. This is something that should have been long come for them, their families. Okay, can you imagine, the servicemen and women has young kids. They come back from fighting for their country, and their families having a hard time dealing with the condition that they're in, and and the kids are growing up without their parents, as they knew them before they went to war. So now this Invictus give them a chance to be a family again, for the kids to see their parents as whole, even if they have a disability because of the war, because of whatever, mental disability. They get to see them as a whole again, and to have that family life with them again, and to enjoy those moments again. And this is what Invictus bring. This is what Invictus brings for these families. And and that's what hit me, and that's what I was there for. That's it's just amazing. It's just amazing.
well, at the end of the day, leaders lead, right? So leaders lead, and Harry is a true leader. He's a natural born leader, and givers never lack, and he's always giving, and it also speaks to just like, Karen, you've summarized a lot of my thought process, but this is why I support these two individuals. They have
Exactly,
they have two different ways of dealing with things, but it always means so much to me the way they give back. And not only that, and some of the things that you guys mentioned, like the prime minister was there every day. There's no other member of the royal family who has something like this. That command this level of respect, of attention, and just
and has a legacy, a true legacy.
Exactly. Not even when you
Wait,
think
Tina,
about.
let me say something. Even in the stands watching the games, the people who were watching, they were all talking, "Oh, Harry, he's a good guy." He's, the private conversations there, because of what they are seeing. And apart from that, it brought the Hague is already out there. People know, not a lot of people know what goes on, but then it brought them their name, their city
Brought them
out there.
together.
Yes, and they appreciate that, and they were saying those things to us, celebrating it. So that's another thing too.
It brought them together, because if when they had I think it was the final day, they had the final 2 days, when they what do you call it, the Hollanese were playing.
Yeah.
when they were playing their matches and stuff, you should have seen the turn up. Okay, you didn't see that in the first few days.
Yeah, that's
When the word got out there,
crowded.
when the word got out there, you had to leave a whole section for it, because they were like,
yes,
They showed up. They were happy. They were, like united. I mean to say, I was in the stand surrounded by some of them, and they're cheering for Holland, and I'm cheering for US, and I'm cheering for, and then I'm cheering for Holland, and they said, "What are you cheering for? You're confusing us. Like, who are you cheering?" I said, it's all about the games, and then all of them, think I got pictures with them. They said, like, it doesn't matter who you cheer for. They said, it doesn't matter who you cheer for. It's all about the games. So it was so much fun when you see the guys toppled over in their wheelchair and everything. Everybody is just, cheering, and I've never seen. I thought I was at the what is it? The FI, the race car thing, because it's like you're watching that. You see, the games going on and the guys in the wheelchair and stuff like that, and a wheel come off. You see, you see the team come out, and the wheel went gone on back quickly, and they're gone again.
Yeah.
It was so much fun. I've never enjoyed rugby so
And the
much.
entertainment
I
side.
so much. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm excited about this, like for the next one, and I just wanted to announce that we have raised $48,000. So,
Yay!
we're doing good, and we just want to keep it up for World Central Kitchen. Please keep donating if you can. Share with your family and friends, and just let's get some money out to this incredible organization as we speak. And I'm sorry if I cut in. I just have to, I have to do that commercial break thing. That.
But one of the things I found though that added to the excitement were the squad is on Twitter, meaning they're not there, but they lend their energy to the process. They were excited. I enjoyed Twitter the entire time I was there. Everybody was just enjoying it. They were having fun, and they weren't physically there because they were sensing our energy. So people they need to know they played a role in it.
Well, I
They
just
don't have
want
to
to say,
physically be there.
I want to say that I love the squad. I always say it on Twitter, but let me say it now. I love this community that we've built. Um, so many people coming from so many different places. We don't know each other, but we came together to build something. And we should all be proud of ourselves and keep doing good and taking care of each other, less fighting, less arguing, and keep doing what the squad does best, which is what we are doing now.
Yeah.
I love
And
you guys.
yeah, and I think I think too that's was one of my excitement as well too, because as you know I'm not on Twitter and these things, and I did explain to you guys how I felt with this whole situation with with Harry and Meghan, and how I was feeling when everything came out and stuff like that. And it was like a really hard time um for me, and processing this and stuff. And then I didn't know there was a squad or anything, and eventually I found out that there was a squad. And what actually Sussex said had pop up, when I would search Harry and Meghan, that had pop up, and I wasn't sure what that was all about. So I kind of stayed away from it. But the one that got me, it was when I think it was Barbara JST or something like that. There was a video that came on one night I was working, and I pop on that video, and I think the song was All Over Again. That was the name of the song. And that came on, and the videos of Harry and Meghan and their journey, and the song was playing. And I'll tell you, I cried. I cried. And I played that song over and over again. And that's what, started to give me, some relief, of this whole thing, and started to help me, because I started to realize that there were people out there who were feeling just the way I was, and love them so much, and want to support them so much, and and I realized there were people out there. Then I started to hear about the squad and the Sussex squad, and I started to looking in more to it and stuff. So going to The Hague, I mean, I'm not IT whatever. So going to The Hague was my opportunity to meet some of the squaddies. So I was so excited when that happened. These girls can tell you how excited I was. I was the lady who was walking without her shoes and all that stuff. So
yeah, we were happy to
so
meet
it was,
you. We were
yeah,
happy
it
to
was
meet you
so
too.
and we never left each other since then.
Yeah.
It
And
was the best week.
we met even at the first event, the Land Rover. There were a lot of people when Megan came. A lot of people rushed to that side where she was, and there's this lady. She was like, "Oh my God!" She waved at us. So she asked me if I'd gotten it on video. I said, "Yes, I did." And but I had so much videos, and I'm like, "Tell her I'll email it to you." She sent me her email. I finally emailed it to her when I came back to Jamaica. Because for the life of me, I could not find that video, and I did. I had a lot of people there. She was like, "Oh my God, she waved, she waved." I mean, it made my heart full that she was so excited to see her. But she was like, she want that specific video where she waved about. I think I even said that to you.
Yeah, there's
And
so much stuff that we have with people that, I mean to say, you can't really share them unless they want you to do that. But there was so much stuff and excitement, and the kids that were there were excited to meet Megan. They were excited to meet Harry. They wanted to to meet me. Even the competitors' kids and families wanted to meet them, wanted to meet Megan, wanted to think. So it's that's at one part Harry saying, "So what about me?"
Yeah. Someone is
somebody,
asking.
you see him, and he said, "Okay, where's Megan?" He said, "Well, I'm here."
Someone is asking about Megan's introduction of Harry. It was
It's beautiful. Oh,
if you were
Yes.
in there,
it was
it's
beautiful. Oh,
goosebumps all over.
oh, oh.
It was everybody was quietly
Where
listening,
I was,
and
where I
it was
where
something.
I was understand.
Yeah.
Where I was understand when she came out and she started talking and she did that, I screamed out. I said, everybody turn around and look at me, and then everyone started getting into I said, he deserved it. He deserved this. This is and everyone started looking at me and because I guess they were afraid to rejoice about it, and I did, and then afterwards everyone started to rejoice about it, and it's like, okay, I guess they were just waiting for someone to start. But I mean to say, I was not holding back because it was so good. It was just awesome. It was awesome. Yeah,
Yes.
very
But
deserved. Very deserved.
I was actually sitting next to a lady that was also alone, and the moment that Megan showed up, that was the moment I realized she was a squatty, and I dared to ask her if she actually was a squatty, and she was, um, because we were cheering so loud. It was she was perfect. She was everything she
But,
said. Yes.
but squad is there and not there contributed to the whole thing, because a lot of promotion was on Twitter, a lot, to the point where Mail Online was emailing me for a video, and I'm like, nope. And then because I'm zero interest in helping you doing whatever crap you want to do. And just a lot of promotion was going on. So whether you're there or not, you're contributing.
Yeah, and I think I think too. A lot of people were there because they like Meghan and Harry. They love Meghan and Harry, and I mean to say, they didn't even know that there was a squad for Harry and Meghan. Some of them learned that there's a Sussex squad, okay, for Harry and Meghan. So you think it's like, because they're asking, okay, what is this? What is the Sussex squad? What is that? And they learn about it there, and they also learn about it even more online. So you find more people are now tuning in to the Sussex Squad. And, there were people who were, like on the fence and stuff like that. And you can see the change as, as they see what these two people are all about, and they see the people that supports them and are around them. Because I think what we did as a sex squad, being on the ground there, not as a sex squad, as Harry and Meghan's supporters in general, and how excited we were about the games and about supporting them in this game and in their life. And I think a lot of people that were there and saw that actually caught on that there is supporters even beyond outside of the Invictus games, like around the world, that's supporting Harry and Meghan. So you see more of them got to talking to us even more, got to talking to got more involved, and trying to find out what is this all about. And I think more of them came off of that fence that they were on, and started to look at things in in a different way, right? Because there was a different narrative when they're hearing about this Sussex Squad from what they're getting from like the media and these other places. And when they saw what we were about, okay, and how how real we were, how honest we were, how it was not about any fight or anything. It was just supporting the truth and the cause, and and these two people, these for the realness. It shed a different perspective of what the Sussex Squad is all about for the people who are outside of the squad.
That's why I'm so glad that there were so many people from the squad out there representing, because there is this huge misconception.
Yes.
People feel like we can't that we don't know how to control ourselves in some ways. But at the end of the day, like for me, I'm a fighter, but I'm also a lover, and I can balance those
Exactly.
two
Yeah.
things. And so I think the Sussex Squad does an amazing job in showing those two different sides to us. There are some people in the squad who are not fighters at all. They don't like the rah-rah and none of that stuff. They don't like
Which
that
is
stuff.
fine.
And
Yeah, which is
it's
fine.
fine. Yeah. And then there's some people within us who is like, it's all fight all the time. And then there are people who are
Yeah.
able to kind of moderate between the two. And
Balance it, yeah.
balance it. And so at the end of the day, we're not a monolith, right? So we're not
We're real individual people.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's what they saw. They saw real people, and they saw people who are honest, and people who want the truth and want the truth to be out there.
Yeah.
That's what they saw.
But one of the miracles of the games though is how, because I've seen the Paralympics, I've seen the whatever, the Para Games and the other Olympics one, but they had to adapt to specific sporting event and still make the event just as competitive, just as enjoyable. I mean, I saw the sitting volleyball. I'm not a volleyball fan, but the sitting volleyball was good. Of course, the rugby one was amazing. The basketball one was amazing. The athletics was just athletics one broke my heart. The athletics broke my heart. I mean, that one was incredible. I mean, no legs, whatever. There's this guy who he has to have a respirator. He has to have oxygen with him every single moment, and he has this thing. And he was. I'm like, what the hell? It was the most
That's
amazing
why you forget your misery,
thing.
because your misery becomes
Minimal
to what you
it
see out there.
is amazing that how good they are at adapting to it. So the person or persons behind the changing up, the adaptation, who put that together is an unsung hero. And that's one of the reasons why I have to go to Canada, because with the winter part of it, that is gonna blow my mind.
Yes.
Yeah. So guys,
That
I
is
want
going
to I'm sorry guys,
Go
I'm going to
ahead.
have to cut us off because we have to there are people who are actually sitting backstage right now and they can't get in because we can only have 10 people on the
Before we
stream.
go,
Mhm.
yeah, before we go, I do want to give a shout out to the volunteers. They were
Mhm.
amazing. They, like everyone there, their job, they did an amazing job,
Mm.
out there. To the ticket booth, to Chan at the ticket booth, you are great. All the volunteers, they are just awesome. And I just want to give a shout out to everyone that was there, executed, whatever
Yeah.
they were there for. Well, it was great.
Yeah. No, yeah, no, everything, and this is just, I mean, we've talked over and over again how important these games are. Not, not even like, not just for us, but for the actual athletes and what it does
Yes.
for them and their family. So, and these volunteers definitely make it happen. And before we go, I wanted to kind of share one last time where we are on this fundraising, and just to kind of let people know, please keep donating and supporting World Central Kitchen, and also please keep donating and supporting Invictus Games. And so I want to thank each and every single one of you, and I'm sorry that some people might have dropped off. Benedicta is still here, Sandra, Michelle, Karen, and Intercozo had to drop off, and I just want to say thank you guys so much. Um, I the amount of joy and just listening to you guys talk about your experience is so, it's, I'm ready to go. Like basically I'm ready to like go to Invictus next. So
Book that
so
flight.
thank you.
Book that flight.
I will. And I was supposed to
Thank you,
go.
everyone.
I was supposed to go, but I just, things happen, and so life
Yeah.
changes, and I can fix that. But thank you, Sandra, for
Germany, here we
helping.
come.
Yeah, thank you, Sandra, for helping all the squatties while they were there, and for all the
Dorothy,
I had the best time, and thank you
All
Kazi,
of
for
them, yes.
Thanks,
Mariah,
Dorothy. Thanks,
Mariah,
Caroline.
Queen,
Thanks,
Kazi,
Joe.
Queen.
Kazi Queen, yes. Dorothy, all of
Keys,
them.
everyone.
Yeah.
Thank
we were
everyone.
loved.
They
Yes.
Thank
showed
you,
us a good
guys.
time. Thanks to the hotels. They were great. They the people around, it was awesome. The Dutch people were great. We had a good time. I had a good time.
We had
It was just wonderful. And Tina, thank you for putting this on. I think this is just awesome.
No,
Yes,
no,
Tina,
thank you
thank
too.
you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you
you.
so much. And so, guys, thank you, and we will keep talking on Twitter, wherever. Karen, I have your phone number, and
Thank you.
all right. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye
Take care.
bye.
Bye. Love you.
Love you too. Let's see.
That was amazing.
It was. It really was. So I just kind of want to have a update of where we are. Oh, did I kick? Oh, crap. Um, I think I mistakenly kicked off Hani. Uh, I didn't do it on purpose, but I'm actually really exhausted right now. But I just want to let everyone know that that we this is great. Like I'm always, um whenever we do this kind of thing, I'm always at awe at just how incredible this community. Like I almost forget that this community is amazing. It's not that I don't know this, but I always forget that you guys are like incredible. And I just want to say thank you to everyone. I want to remind everyone, please do not donate in super chat to this channel or anything. We're not monetizing this stream, none of that stuff. We just want every amount of money to go straight to the Wall Central Kitchen. If you are on YouTube, the link is, if you're in the chat, it's linked at the top of the chat. Go out there, and I'm also putting the link in the chat as well for you guys to click on. We are going to have a group of ladies from from all the platforms to come up and start kind of talking to us. So you guys are going to see faces that you already know. So you see a bunch of people from, I think V is gonna be here, Miss VSNC, Duchess of Success, the Sussex Squad Cooking Club, and a few other people. They'll probably be here. I think Sussex Timeline should be here. The Cooking Club is already here, and Facts and 2 Cents should be here soon. But you guys are gonna get to see. Yes, this Squadathon is recorded. Yes, it's always recorded. You guys can actually get the last Squadathon. It's out there somewhere. But yeah. So, honey, I'm sorry I mistakenly.
It's okay. I was like,
kicked you out.
I was behaving myself. I do want to say we're about $1,328 from 50,000, and I really think we can make it happen. So please keep donating. If you can't afford it, just share the link wherever you can and get the word out.
All right. Well, I'm going to, the way this is going to run is I am actually going to, like once these ladies, are you guys ready? Can somebody unmute their mic and just let me know if you're ready? And then
Ready.
Okay, you're ready. And
Ready. Ready.
Okay, cool. We're waiting for like V. We're waiting for V. We're waiting for, who else are we waiting for? Facts and 2 Cents. Megan's World, where is she?
We got time. Don't worry.
Okay, yeah. All right. Well, you guys can get started, and then as they come in, I'll just have to pay attention as they come in. And once you all are in, I'm probably going to take a little break and walk away. So, honey, I'm probably going to need your ears. Just
I will
text
be
me
here.
if you need me. I just need to walk away, and like I'm really exhausted, so I just need to drink some coffee again and walk away. But we're a few thousands, like 1,000 to no, we're about 1,000 to 50. So let me pause my mic and I'll let you guys take it on. All right.
Well, I'll go first. So for those who know me, hi to you all. Those who may not know that I have a platform in a sense that is Sussex Positive. I am Mrs. VSNC09, and I do uploads through the week, but mostly on Saturdays is Sussex Saturday, and you have to just come and enjoy it because it's all things Harry Meghan. We do have a little trash time where I do get into it on the others, but that's really my platform, and there's some in the chat that can tell you a little bit more about how we roll over there.
I just want to say that Miss VSNC has been a ride or die for Michelle and I from the word go. She was our first moderator. She is always like she's here all the time, just kind of supporting and being here with us. And so thank you so much. And I'm going to pause my mic and then let like Duchess of Sussex go, Sussex Squad, Cooking Club, Pamela of Facts and 2 Cents, and Jay of Sussex Timeline go. But I just wanted to give Miss VSNC her flowers. So thank you.
All right. I guess I can go next. Hi, everyone. It's Duchess of Success here. Most of you know me as Anne, and just thank you to Tina and Michelle for this amazing event, and also for helping me get started. There would be no Duchess of Success without Sussex Squad. podcast. You walked so the rest of us could run. And yeah, I think everyone, or what I love about everyone and their platforms, is we all have a very different style. Like, I watch everybody's platforms. I always take the time to listen to everybody because I love the way that everybody articulates things differently, and I think that's what I love about the whole squad. Like, we're people like to treat us as a monolith, but we're really not. We all have our own ways of looking at things and analyzing things, and I love that we've created these platforms because they've really become a force to be reckoned with. And I also just want to say to the whole squad, just well done to all of us for staying on code, because I know that I've had journalists and people in my inbox offering me things, offering me money, and I know that I can't be the only one. And I'm just so proud that so far it doesn't
I
seem
just
like
refuse to
anyone.
talk to them. I just
Yeah.
refuse to, like, at all. Like, I wouldn't even respond. And I remember when we first started, they used to be in our inbox all the time, and I just would send like a lawyer, and I would send Stephanie. like I was like, I'm not talking to you. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just like, I think it's really nice to like see that everybody's stayed on code. And yeah, just well done to everyone for creating the amazing platforms that you have. I love our community, and I think we should all be very proud.
Who
Did
was
somebody else
asking
want
for
to speak?
Tina? Somebody was
Oh,
asking for Tina.
yeah, it's Pamela. You guys went out for a minute. We couldn't hear you guys, so at least I couldn't hear.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll let Sussex Squad Cooking Club speak next.
Hi everyone, it's a long time. I'm very happy and honored to be here after a long time. I know we haven't been present because let's say life has hit a lot in our club. So I'm here, but I have to announce that we are coming back. So please give us a big
Yay!
hug. Yes, we are coming definitely back. I'm working on recipes right now again, and we will publish it very, very soon. I give you one in the drive if you want. And I think tomorrow I will publish on the blog. And I also here to ask if anyone want to join us, please do it. Please contact us. We are ready to go again. It is always a privilege to be part of this community that Megan and Harry bring together. And it is amazing to hear all the voices, all the different voices in the world and the perspective that are here. So I'm very, very honored to be part of that. And I also want to
Thank you.
to start to talk about the topics because they are amazing. And you know that last year it was for me a really top topic, the Megan's dedication to women issues. So I'm very proud of everything that is coming together in this year.
No, I'm very proud too, and I just want to make sure that everyone introduce themselves, and then you guys can get started. And I think I see people keep coming in and out. I'm waiting for V, but I don't see her. But Sussex Timeline, do you want to go next? And then it'll be Petal, Megan's World, and then Pamela.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. You
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're a little bit low, but we'll make it work.
Oh, not sure. If I speak up, is it a bit better now?
It's perfect. Yeah, perfect.
Oh, hi guys. I'm Jay. I'm representing the timeline today. Our creator, Kay, she's not here today, so I'm filling in for her. It's so nice to be on with you guys. Thanks so much, Tina, for having us on. Yeah, and just a little bit of for the people who don't know so much about the timeline just yet, it's an interactive sort of database with a lot of all factual information about what Harry and Meghan have done from when they were born, really, as much as we could find up to now. It's updated regularly. It started because our creator, Kay, who always, and myself as well, but she found it difficult to keep track of all the things that everyone seemed to just know off the top of their heads about what Harry and Meghan had been up to in their lives. So it's kind of like for people who just want to check in, or and see cool facts about what they did and maybe learn a lot of things they didn't know. And in fact, there's actually a coincidental thing that they were both doing at the same time years ago. This was way before they even met. They did the exact same charity event on the very same day. And if you guys are interested to know what that was, have a look at the timeline. You'll find out. Yeah, that's it.
Peto, yeah.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, great. Hi guys, how are you doing? It's so great to see
Hi.
the people in the chat. I'm like looking at the chat as well. Hi. So thank you so much, Tina, and all of the people who set this up. This is the first time I've been on Sussex Squad podcast. And so it's just like, oh my goodness. And not many people know Tina. It's like, Pamela and I had no idea what we were doing when we were like, let's do a podcast on YouTube. And we had no idea what we were doing. And Tina literally sat there for, I don't know, an hour or 2 hours, whatever, and walked through the whole process with us and what we needed to do and how we needed to set this up. So I will be forever grateful for Sussex Squad podcast for just sort of hand holding us through the whole process of setting up this channel. So, and then sending all your people over to find out about us. So I am like, and I never was able to thank you, on air with your group. So thanks for the opportunity to do that. And just so if you haven't checked out our channel, we're just literally about the Montecito Royals. We do not care about the ones on the other side of the pond unless they do stuff and we have to talk about them in a begrudging way. But as we say on our podcast, we are extremely petty. We are extremely biased. We make no apologies for either one, and we're very, very fact-based. We are. As all of us, we was so tired of just the lies and just articles with zero evidence, with zero facts. And so we are literally what the name of our podcast is. We are facts. We are very much into receipts. So if you've watched our podcast, it's tons and tons of receipts. But then we also, the other part of it, we also give our little 2 cents as well, our little 2 cents worth of opinion. So, and we appreciate all our wonderful community that Tina and Michelle sent our way, because when we started, I think Pamela and I had like 10 people. And then Tina and Michelle talked about us, and then everybody came over. We were like blown away. So we are so grateful for our wonderful community that came over. And I mean, we love you guys so much. And so it's wonderful and safe and secure, and we protect it with our lives to make sure there are no trolls. So come over and check it out and hang out with us for some facts and 2 cents worth of opinion. That's it for me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. No, it was truly a pleasure doing it because I've always said that the more platforms that we have out, speaking up and speaking out for Harry and Meghan, the louder we're going to get, the more people will hear of us. And as somebody said earlier, I think it was Duchess of Success said earlier, we all have different styles of doing things. And the way myself and Michelle do things might not, be the way that other people want to do things. And so it's good to have a broad spectrum of just platforms out there to speak to different people, and people can kind of get something out of it. So yeah, it was truly my pleasure, and I always encourage people, if I have time. Right now I don't have a lot of time, but if I do have time, I don't have a problem helping out. So Megan's World.
Hello, 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 everybody. Can you hear me?
Always.
All right, all right, all right. Success Squad, Squaddies. How's everybody doing? Yes, yes, yes. This is Megan's World, and I am so happy. And it's a privilege and a pleasure to be here, a part of this Squadathon agenda and Success Squad podcast. Squaddies, we're an international squad. We're a global squad. And I'm looking at the chat and I see the usual suspects are in the house. I am so happy to be here. But, one of the main reasons why I'm happy to be here is because it is just awesome. And it is lovely to see all of the pro success creators. A lot of you I am very well aware of, and some of you I am not. So I will definitely take my time to listen to some of the podcasts that I was not aware of. In regards to Megan's World, I was inspired to start this channel. I was listening to Success Squad podcast, and I just remembered Tina said something, and I know we want to probably keep this Squadathon fairly PG, right? But Tina said something that I was like, you know what? I'm riding with that because that's exactly how I feel. But it was either Tina or Michelle said F the queen. And I was like, you know what? I'm riding on that train. And that inspired me to do or to start my channel. And, Megan's World, we are, geez, wow. We we are more than petty. We definitely, stick to facts. We pulls no punches. Just bottom line, we pulls no punches. If you're on the conservative side, if you're going to listen to us, clutch your pearls, clutch your pearls. But I'm so happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to listening to everybody. And all I just want to say at this time is, continue to wear that SS on your chest. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, lady. And Pamela.
Yay. Hello, everyone. Hi, Tina. Like, I talk to Tina on the side mostly, at least once a couple of times a week. And then I hear her on Success Squad or a podcast or any other show. I'm like, oh, I just spoke to her. It's I say that because I think, I always think Tina is awesome. But wanted to say thank you for hosting this. This is incredible. You've done this a few times, and each time it's been a success. It brings us all together. And Petal has said everything that I needed to say about Facts and 2 Cents. Thanks, Petal. She typically holds the fork down while my schedule is a bit crazy, so definitely go there and support Facts and 2 Cents. But back to the squad, I am extremely proud of us, and just the fact that we have different platforms, what it does is it brings in, we're able to tackle the issue from a different angle, right? Different perspective. And creativity at its best when there are different opinions, right? So that way, oh yeah, you said this kind of click this way, and this makes sense this way, and together we're able to come from different angles and put the liars and haters, on blast. Which means that we come at them at different angles that they can't escape, which I love, because we have different platforms and different takes and different ways in capturing things. So that is fantastic. I know that Tina and Michelle have been, on the verge of like, calling this closing down shop, so to speak. And as sad as I am, I think that they're doing what is best for them, and I know that we will continue. Not that they're not going to be around. Tina's definitely going to be around, and Michelle, but I think that we will continue to spread our wings and really, really just get to what the matter is and not be distracted. One of the things that I think that we can also equally agree on is that sometimes squaddies get distracted and we fall into the loop of just giving clicks and ratings, which I think is actually minimized a bit. But if we can just work on that and not give them the thought unless we have to, I think that would diminish their ROI, return on investment. But I am excited. I'm looking forward to the conversations we're going to have. Thank you, Tina and Michelle. Thank you and I'm excited to hear from all the other podcast creators on the shows. I equally, will sweep through different podcasts on YouTube and listen to them here and there. And I can't wait to hear from V. I frequently listen to her
I don't know
stuff
where
as
V
well.
is.
I
Somebody text
know, like,
V.
come on, V.
She's probably, I know she has a very busy life, so but I just sent the message, so hopefully
Yeah, cool.
she's around.
So anyway, so thanks everyone, and I'm looking forward to kicking off the chat.
Yeah, so I'm gonna I don't know how you guys want to do this, but somebody needs to take the lead because my back hurts, so I need to stand up for a bit, and but I don't know how you guys want to do this. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say that Petal had a great idea. I think a suggestion that she suggested, which I think that, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Suggested, which I think ultimately will make great sense, especially as these Invictus games are kicking off and different locations. Whereby Petal, I'm going to give you the platform to elaborate on your point. I think that eventually it's where most of us are, but to form it under one umbrella, so to speak, not to say it's owned by one person, but just to have a very tight network. When we move, we shake, sort of thing. Do you want to jump on and kick that off so we can discuss that?
If that's okay with everybody.
Yeah, this is why we're here to discuss.
Okay. Well, the thing that it actually goes to what Tina was just talking about. I think for the majority of the time when we with Sussex Squad, it's we were in a place where we were defending the Sussexes and all of that stuff, and that was great. And we, to this point, I feel like we've been doing such a great job defending that we can move. I think we're in a place now where we can move beyond that, where instead of because I was thinking in terms of, when we're defending against whatever attacks with the Sussexes, like we're on the defense and they are coming at us and we're defending. Now I feel like we're in a place where we can drive the narrative, and we should be driving the narrative because, as we've seen, whenever we want something to trend, it trends. And so we're in such a strong position where there is no way, whatever's going on in the UK should be the leading topic among us or anybody else. And so I was thinking in terms of, how we can do that. And one of the things that was so inspiring, and I know other people have talked about it, is just the squaddies who were in at the Invictus, and how much, like, a lot of my podcast and my reporting on the podcast came from squaddies there. And I'm like, well, why couldn't we do that? We have all these platforms. How about, and I don't know how everybody thinks about
Yeah, we did that once. We did that once with South Africa tour.
South Africa tour, yeah.
Right.
Student journalists, and we didn't use any reporting from any of the British press.
Right, exactly. And that was fantastic. Well, the thing is, with coming up to Dusseldorf next year, a lot of us, I mean, I know I want to be there, but I want to be there as a reporter, reporting for the channel. But I also want to go, I want to also go as press, like get a press pass. And so that I could get into the places that, normal people can't get into, do interviews that are, pedal going in on their own wouldn't get access to. And so I was thinking, well, how about, I mean, and I don't know how everybody thinks about this, is what people thought about if there's a way we could come maybe under an umbrella of, say, I don't know, throw out a name, Sussex Media or something. And somehow we could figure out how to get what is it? Accreditation or whatever that is, to be accredited, like a accredited media source, where we, with all the different platforms and stuff, whatever, we could come under that umbrella, and that umbrella is able to allow us to be able to get press passes where we are able to go as press to these events, whether it's a podcast, whether it's say Meganpedia writing and blogs and stuff like that, or photographers and stuff, where we have our own media, where we don't have to rely on anyone else for the stuff that we, and then that be the thing that drives out. And so, that be the source of where we get our stuff from. And so, and I just think, we have so much in the squad that we literally don't need outside reporters at all.
Right.
And so I just think, I mean, I haven't spoken to anyone else about this. It's something that I've been thinking about, because again, we have blogs, we have Meganpedia, we have
it's
this
something.
and all of those things.
It's something that Meganpedia and I we talked about extensively. We try to do. At one point, we really worked to we try to do all of that, and at the time that we tried to do it, there was no legit support for it then. But at that time, it was I think it was only like one podcast out then, maybe two, and then so the landscape has changed now. So maybe the appetite for it obviously would be more amenable now.
Okay.
So.
Awesome. I mean, I just thought I'd throw it out there to see how other people feel about it, because if I go to Dusseldorf, I mean, I want to be able to really make the most of my time there, and I was like, I want to go as press, so I'm going to be applying for it and figuring out how to be an accredited media source. And I figure, well, why not? We all try.
I think it's a wonderful idea. Especially for those of us who may not be able to travel due to situations at home and such. But I just have to say that if social media is the way that so-called news is getting around. And for me, I surf all of your platforms just to see, did something happen that I'm not aware of? And so it would be wonderful if, I think Squad does that. Those that are on social media, they are checking our platforms. So I love the idea of being our own resources in a sense.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I'm not being hounded by anybody in the media, and I'm still under the radar, thankfully. So I don't have that knocking on the door like, hey, can we use this? Or hey, can you, give us 5 minutes of your time type of thing. So I think if we, I'm not sure how to build it out, but I'm sure if we put our heads together and definitely set up some time, especially offline, we probably can, because this is going to be one of those conversations that has to go a little longer than the time we have allotted on the panel.
Absolutely.
But I love the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I just
I think it's a
oh,
great
go ahead.
idea. Oh, I'm sorry, but I think it's a great idea. But I also want to stress that in so many ways, we are driving the narrative. You have a lot of social media that are coming to different squatties, that are coming to different pro-success channels, that are wanting to use our information. They're using our quotes. So, we're making a dent in regards to our influence, and because we're so loud, and we are getting a lot of attention. So we are moving in the right direction. But we are, as a Success Squad as a whole, in general, we are on the radar. We've got big companies that are shouting us out, giving us shout outs, I should say. And they are paying attention to a lot of accounts on Twitter and on Instagram. There was somebody on Instagram who was highlighted by Serena Williams. So you know as far as media attention, to a certain scale, we are getting that attention, and to a certain degree, we are driving the narrative. But I think that's a great idea, because it will make the
Yeah.
platform and the narrative a lot bigger and a lot global and
Right.
more international if we are out there on the ground,
Right.
reporting the news. So, but no, I think that's a great idea. But I also want to stress, hey, we have their
Yeah.
attention. We
Yeah, and
have
also
their
I
attention.
just want to say an example of how we had their attention and how we are able to drive the narrative. Like December, when the Daily Fail thought that they could hide Megan's win on Boxing Day, on the slowest news day. What did we do as a collective? We said no, 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 not on our watch, and it got to the point where the whole of the media around the world were
Was talking about
reporting.
it.
I
Yeah.
mean, we made up our
Amazing.
own front page, and no one knew what
Sure did.
the real front page was. And then the story became, this is what Daily Fail tried to do. They try to hide that
Right.
Megan won, but social media said, nope, not today, Satan. And they, so yeah, like we are.
You
I
shall
think what
confess.
yeah, what Petal is trying to say is that, how do we harness that, right? And then, kind of make it in more of like a formal professional thing where people are able to get like press passes and
Mhm.
stuff. And that's something that, I don't know if we can really get into as much here, only because we only have a little bit of time, right? So, but I think that's something that as a group of us together, we can harness together. And Duchess of
Yeah.
Success was about to say something. So, um,
Yeah, I just wanted to say that also to anybody listening, there's always room for more. Don't feel like just because there's already a lot of Sussex Squad platforms that
Right.
you
Right.
can't
Right.
join.
Mhm.
This is not a competition. This is a team sport, and because of the magnitude of this smear campaign and the size of the press and the control that they have, we actually do need more. So never feel like you can't start your own platform, whether it's just a Twitter, just an Instagram, or a YouTube channel, or all of them, or a TikTok, whatever it is, a blog. Please start, and we'll support you.
Yeah, and like
Exactly.
I'm the biggest proponent of that. Like, you tell me, hey Tina, I'm about to start something. I'm like, what do you need me to do? Here is all the information I know. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Start your own thing, because like I said earlier, the more we do this, the more they have no choice but to pay attention to what we're saying, because there's more of us. When we're saying the same thing, we're pushing back and we're showing up and showing out for Harry and Meghan. And so if a lot of people want to start something, right now I don't have a lot of time, but I think I've paid it forward enough that other people can help other people, and if I have time, I'll help you. So
Right.
yes.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just I
All
can
right.
add to that before we jump to the next one quickly. I just wanted to remind us that as a group, as a squad community, we are extremely powerful. Let's not underestimate that. And Megan's world is right. We have pushed, everybody's right. We've pushed this narrative and this community way ahead, where we change the mainstream media to listen to what we're saying. But I think what we also want to move further is that we want to be able to access, like Tina said, and Pedal, like those places that the media does, so that way we don't have to rely on them, that we can provide those feed information to our community and make sure that we monitor the information that's coming in and out. I think that's the goal.
Yeah, definitely. And in this part, I wanted to make sure that I reach back to Sussex timeline, because I know that you guys have a new thing that a new kind of mode that you guys just started. And after this, I want to make sure I post that recipe that Sussex Cooking Club had. And then, yeah, just Sussex timeline, you ready for?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
here.
so
Can you hear me okay as well?
yes, I can, certainly.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just to Petal's point, really, really good idea, amazing idea, actually. And of course, at the timeline, we're all about presenting as many facts as possible. So if that's how we can get to presenting facts and cutting out the middlemen as such, I think great if we can get it off, get it done. And yes, as for the game mode, it's something new we've just launched on the timeline. So if you go onto the main page and you look at the bottom left corner, you'll see, as highlighted in the photo, it says game mode. You just kind of click on it, and it's a game really where you try to put the events that have happened in Harry and Meghan's life in chronological order, and the game automatically scores you. And I think you have a number of lives as well. So it's you need to get you have a limited amount of tries to get it right. And my first attempt was pathetic. So you guys are welcome to go in, have a play, and then post your scores either on the IG or the Twitter pages.
That sounds like
funny.
fun.
I know.
It's so
Like, ooh.
fun. So I'm trying to get better.
Test
and I'm
our
posting.
knowledge.
Yeah.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Look at the smartness.
This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing.
I think
we are all like we're the know-it-alls. That's how we all think in the squad. We know Harry and Meghan in that sense of ask us something. Go ahead. Oh no, that's not correct. What you just said
try
is
us.
not correct.
Just try
Exactly. Just try us. Go ahead. Oh, I love it. We're all going to be up there. We'll probably take down the internet because we're all going to be out there. No, that's it. Click there. There you go.
Like Jeopardy.
I wanted to make sure that I highlight this, and Sussex timeline. I'm gonna go play. I didn't realize that was what it was, so I'm gonna go play because I think I know Harry and Meghan better than the rest of everybody. But it's just me being silly.
All right, Tina, we'll see.
This is going to be the new Joel Price argument.
Wait, I know, but Sussex Cooking Club. This shrimp rolls, man. I like this, man. I can't wait for you guys to get back. What?
Yes, tomorrow
really
I will publish the recipe in the blog, and I hope to regain Twitter account so I can publish also there. So check it out. This is a recipe I invented. It came from nothing. I have this vision in my mind. Sometimes happens, and I cannot test, guys. This is awesome. If you like shrimps,
It looks good.
Yeah.
this is really awesome.
Shrimp. I'm a shrimp
And I'm
person,
hungry
boy.
too. It's
I
like
know.
lunchtime.
Tengo hambre.
But she got me with the cheese too. I was like, ooh, what kind of cheese?
Man,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
vegan, and it
It's
looks so good, and I'm vegan. I was like, oh my goodness, it's probably
Not
the
this cheese.
cucumbers. I can only have the cucumbers, but it looks beautiful.
It looks delicious.
Looks
And
delicious.
it's really simple and it's really fast to do, only 20 minutes at all, because you have to cook the zucchini like 10 minutes, steam cooked, and then shrimp and shallot and saffron, olive oil in a pan all together, and then mix with rice, and just blend the chives, marjoram, olive oil, and salt and put above, and it's good cold and hot. I don't know. I think this is a very, very good suggestion for you all. And I'm waiting. Please send a recipe so we can publish and collect and share what the treasure we have in our cultures and in our in our countries. I'm still waiting for that jollof rice.
Don't start. Don't start.
Oh
Don't
my
start.
Please don't
goodness.
Pamela,
start.
I'm
Let's
gonna
Oh
not
mute
my
your
start.
mic.
goodness.
Let's not start.
No, don't start that,
I
please.
have no recipe for double rice.
Oh,
You don't need
you're
one.
probably
We
gonna get
got you.
5,000 of them right now. There you go.
Yes, you got.
You're gonna start a riot. Don't say that. You need to have that on there after what they were
Like,
saying
you
about
got,
the rice. Bring
you got Nigerians and Ghanaians on this call. You got to thread.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's so funny because Joan Garcia, hi Joan. Joan is asking, I mean, maybe you guys can answer. She wants to know what she can substitute. She's vegetarian and wants to know what she can substitute for shrimp. I have no idea.
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I have no
Dig them
idea.
out.
Yeah,
But
I don't
but
know.
You can put mushrooms.
I don't know if mushrooms and the zucchini. You must love it, the combination. Someone doesn't love zucchini and mushroom together.
If you
But
saute the mushrooms and season it.
yes, I think so. And
I don't know
also
what you guys are
with
talking
mushroom
about.
and cheese is very good. Oh, and I don't know how to say it in English. Sorry, I have to think a little bit. Curcuma. Sorry, I have to
Combination.
No,
Couscous.
no.
Couscous.
It's
Chickpea.
turmeric. Sorry.
Oh, turmeric.
Turmeric. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. Rice, cheese, mushroom, and turmeric is very, very good. So you can
the combination. Got it.
Yeah, the combination, and shallot, of course. Saffron in this case, maybe with the mushroom is not so good. Saffron is very, very good on shrimps, but maybe with the mushroom is better the turmeric, in my opinion. Then I don't know.
Well, I'm sorry that we just made everyone hungry, and now we have to move on to serious topics. I know.
It was my goal, and I am happy to achieve that.
But
mind you, I haven't had anything to eat yet. I'm still empty stomach, so thanks very much.
Yeah, before we move on to something else, I want to make sure. I mean, since this is a Squadathon, we're raising money.
Yes.
We have hit $50,000, guys. We just
Wow.
hit. I'm about to cry. I'm about to cry. I'm
Yay.
about to cry because I
All
didn't expect that.
right.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. You go squad. Yes.
That's what it's
All
all about.
right.
It's amazing.
Yay.
So I want to say that, guys, please keep donating. Thank you so much for helping us reach $50,000 donation in support of Archie and Lily's birthday. And you guys are incredible. And this is why I was not, even though I was busy, trust me, up until like 1 a.m. last night, I was doing something else. And I'm so happy. Like, look at this. Look at like this. It makes it feel just all the more incredible, and why I love this community of awesomeness that we have put together, because we get to do stuff like this. This is what this community is all about. And so thank you guys for always showing up, no matter what. We can all have our differences, but we show up for them. We always show up for them. And that's incredible. And I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. I want to say thank you to Counter Act of Kindness, who put this whole fundraiser together. And I'm going to let her identify herself if she wants to. If she doesn't want to, I'm going to, keep my, I'm just doing my best to make sure that we get it. We all get it together. And so this is incredible. I'm really proud of this community that we have here, because this is what this is all about. I'm at awe. I'm at awe. Yeah.
In 2 weeks' time, this is what Squad has done.
Yeah, in 2 weeks.
Like,
yeah. 50K. And so
it's
let
amazing.
me. I'm gonna shift a little bit because I know Special K has some questions that she
Hold on.
some
Here
topics.
we go, everybody.
Yeah, we only have 15 minutes.
Why are you messing me out like that?
I mean, there were some things you wanted to talk about that I thought were cool.
No,
like,
yeah, not you. I was talking to Miss V.
Number
V
3. Is V here? No, she's not here.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I refer to her as Miss V.
Yeah.
Ah,
Miss
ok.
V. Yeah. So
That's
no,
what they all call. I'm sorry.
but I know that you wanted
That's
to
just
talk
my pet
about
name for
like
you.
I know that you wanted to talk about the third thing, like the discuss why women like Anita Hill, Stacey Abrams, others want to hear Megan's voice and have her invited her to the table. I think it's important that as a panel of a bunch of women, which by the way, we need to add more men to this panel next time we do a squadathon. There should be
Right.
men who I
Yeah.
know there are men who have platforms. And speaking of that, there's Sussex Global UK. To shout out, there's other platforms. It just the ones like you guys have to. I think when I
Royal
messaged you
success.
guys, it was yeah, like there's a lot of platforms there. Royal Sussex, Duchess Like Us. There's a lot of platforms there, and it was like I think it was
Duchess
like
of
Wow.
Impact.
Justice of Impact, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Royal
Meganpedia
Sussex.
and everything. Yeah, so just there's a lot of stuff. It's just that I couldn't reach out to everybody at the time, and as I kept remembering, I was adding people to like the group chat that I created, and then it just became like a big group chat. It was just a lot. So, and
Mm-hmm.
I can't keep track of anything. But trust me, guys. The next quarter time we'll try to add more people. But anyway, can we talk about this thing before the next group people come in because it's Royal Suitor and her panel. So
Yeah, I thought it was just a really good topic to discuss why, women like Anita Hill, Stacey Abrams, and others. I mean, you got, our vice president, Kamala Harris, who has acknowledged Megan. And, I'm a true supporter of Megan. I was a supporter of hers before she was even thinking about Prince Harry. And the main reason why I was, of course, because I used to watch Suits. But I became more of a fan and really started paying attention to her when I realized her involvement in social causes, but particularly women's issues. And the Sexa Squad, we're primarily women, and a lot of us are women that come from all different social backgrounds and different races and different ethnic backgrounds. And I just wanted us, just as a platform of creators and this squad, just to discuss, you know, why do you think women like Anita Hill and Stacey Abrams and others, Hillary Clinton, and others, they appear to want, to hear Megan's voice, even though others want to drown her voice out, right? That's the constant thing with the naysayers, right? They want to drown her voice out. They don't want her to say nothing. They want her to vamoose, disappear. And but you have people of caliber who are like, no, 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 no. We want to hear her voice, and they're acknowledging her, and it appears that they are inviting her to the table. And I think a lot of that has to do with because of who she is, because of the inspiring speeches that she gives, and because of her dedication to women's issues. Like I said before, she was even thinking about Prince Harry, um, and she continued that path while she was a working royal, and she's obviously continuing that path. Um, as a non-working royal. So, I just wanted to hear your guys' feedback and just discuss this as a panel in regards to Megan's dedication to women's issues. And if anybody wanted to discuss her speeches, I just thought her NAACP awards speech was just phenomenal. I just kind of thought we slept on that in regards to what she actually said. Um, that speech was very humbling, and it was very inspiring. And I just love the way when she started it, she brought it back and mentioned the Civil Rights Act of 1964. She mentioned the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And she acknowledged the legacy of reestablishing the federal voting protections act in our country. And here in the United States of America, that is so important, because what are we going through now? They're trying to take our voting rights away, and for her to bring something like that up, while accepting this award, I thought was phenomenal. But another thing I wanted to bring up real quick, because I don't want to take up too much time, is when she said this, this caused me to pause. It really, really did. And beginning quote, she said, We moved to California, my home state, shortly before the murder of George Floyd. For Black America, those 9 minutes and 29 seconds transcended time, invoking centuries of our unhealed wounds. I mean, that caused me to pause. That really spoke to me. And a lot of her speeches that she makes really speak to me. I mean, I really listen to what she's saying, and she speaks facts and she backs up what she's saying because of facts. And her speeches are very knowledgeable. So, I'm opening the floor because, like I said, I don't want to take up too much time because I can go on and on and on and on. But, but
I,
you know, there's just a lot of speeches that she said to where I've learned a lot. And you know, Megan and I, we're very close in age. I think I only got like a year or two. You know, I'm only a year or two older than her, but there's just certain things that she says in those speeches that causes my hair to stand at the back of my neck. So, you know, the floor is open. What do you guys have to say about that?
there's one word that comes to my mind that's even on the screen: impact. Megan has impact,
Right.
and she's very intentional in what she says. Um, she knows the topic of discussion, so whatever it might be, she's researched it, and you know that she's put her heart into what she's saying. She's not just kind of reading the words. But it's impact. She doesn't even, it's one of those, she doesn't even do a call of action in a sense to squad. We just respond.
Right.
There's impact behind her. So I see why other women of influence do look to her, because she is a woman of influence.
Yeah, can I just jump in? There's a cliche I hear a lot, and it's that cliche about Megan not being new to this but true to this, and I just want to reiterate it. I think these women like Anita Hill and Stacey Abrams, the reason they promote her so much is because they can spot the genuine article. She doesn't pretend. She even if you go as far back as when she was it 10 or 11 with the ivory soap thing, she felt so pushed to say something, you know, back then with the commercial and what the little boy said about women's place and all of that kind of stuff. She felt, even at a young age, she felt the need to say something and not be silent. And that's what she said, I believe, when she talked about George Floyd, when she was saying that when she wasn't sure what to say, if she should say this, if she say this, she says that, she'll get flack for it. But she said the worst thing would have been not to say anything at all. And I think that's the consistent thing about her. She always speaks up for herself and for others when she sees something wrong happening. So yeah, that's probably why these ladies are very much supporting her.
I would agree with that. I think a lot of people have impact, but the reason why Megan is different is because of her authentic self. Right, she's true to herself, and as you said, this sounds like a cliche, but it's true. And she's passionate and she's consistent, because people have impact sporadically and then they move on to something else. But if you track Megan back all the way down, the things that she's always held passionately to her heart have been consistent. So now women issues, right? Voting. I think I heard that even before she did the Procter and Gamble letter, when she was 10, she equally protested at some kind of, was it a Vietnam? No, not Vietnam. Which war was it? The one with the Bush. Can't remember which one.
Iraq, was it?
No, Iraq. No, second Bush. First Bush.
A Desert Storm.
Desert Storm.
Yeah,
I think Desert Storm. And she protested. She led a group of people to protest, and that doesn't even get enough. Enough about. No, but people don't talk enough about that. But she has been true to what she believes in, and then she's followed through, right? So when someone followed through something consistently for decades, you're like, okay, she is not just about getting like a click here and there. She is about true change. And when you see that, you resonate with that, because you're like, okay, this is someone I can trust. This is someone I can rely on, because they've proven to you that they've been consistent. And I think that is where people look at it like, okay, let's look around across the sea and see who has been consistent. And she pops up every time and she delivers, right? So she's someone you can bank on. And I think that's that credibility.
If I can say something from
Go ahead.
my perspective, that I'm Italian, I'm completely far away from American and everything in that place. But even to me, Megan delivered that clarity, that profound thought, that I don't know, she's a natural born leader, and that came through everything she does and she says. And I'm Italian, so it's really a power you feel inside her speeches and her words that are so precise and profound and right, that you can say anything more, anything less. And I think very true leaders of the world can feel the same.
Yeah. If I could jump in, for me, when I think of Megan, I don't necessarily think of it as the leaders like Anita Hill, etc., inviting her to their table. I think that Megan has her own table, and they invite her so they can sample from her table. So that's kind of how I look at that, because for me, she's been building her table since she was, 13, that we know of. We obviously know she had that passion and that drive and that sense of self from that age. So that's been building even before we knew about when she did the commercial, the ad, when she protested the ad thing. And so this has been that person that's been building that table, even if she didn't know it was a table back then. But I think that sense of self, that sense of knowing who she is, that sense of knowing what she stand for, what she believes in, and having that strong faith in what is right and wrong. And I think when someone is like that, it's kind of like that saying, if you don't, I think if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for everything. Well, it's Megan's. We all know what she stands for. She's been very clear from the time she was a child what she stood for. And that gives you, I think someone mentioned that it gives you a sense of security as to who she is. And no matter what lies other people come up with, we know who she is because she stood for that thing since she was a child, and the consistency throughout her whole life. There's always that thread that you can pull, like it's like, yeah, that is exactly what Megan stands for. And so for me, that's, again, it's a table she's been building, and I think others bring her to them. They will like draw her table close so they can sample from her table, and she can sample from theirs. So that's kind of how I think of in terms of that.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on what you're saying, I think you're absolutely right. You definitely can look at it that way. I think all of the women who of that caliber who have acknowledged her and who want to hear her voice um are, you know, including her or inviting her just as well as they want a piece of her pie or they want to be a part of her table. I just think it's more so it's a collective group that they're saying, you know, hey, we see you, we hear you, we acknowledge you, and you know, you are our sister and we're here to protect you because like others have said, you know, she's been very consistent. She's been doing this ever since she was a little girl, and you know they want to give her respect, they want to give her props, they want to give her flowers, you know, based on the consistency of her fighting for women's rights and for her being genuine. And like, you know, we always say she's not new to this, she's true to this, you know. And I just think it's great when you see people of that caliber, you know, all across the board, wanting to hear her voice, and they're ensuring that her voice is not drowned out. You know, I think that's another way to look at it as well. You know, when you have, you know, the vice president of the United States, somebody who is the second most powerful woman in the world, um, acknowledge anybody that's huge. So I'm enjoying this conversation. I don't know about you guys, but I love this conversation.
I'm enjoying it too, but unfortunately,
it has to come to an end.
all good things have to end.
Oh
Let's
man.
come to an end.
Tina, I just want to say quickly because I didn't get a chance to just respond back to you. Thank you very much.
Oh my God, girl, please, you're thanking me? Oh God,
Tina,
no,
accept
no.
your flowers. Like, take it. You
I
deserve
know.
to be acknowledged. So just thank you.
Thank you very much, Tina. Thank you.
No, when I was at my
Yeah.
lowest point, Pamela was on the phone with me every morning, calling me, praying for me, and I was at my lowest point, and that's what this community is about. And so I can't thank you enough for that because, yeah, I don't want to cry because Pamela has been there, and a lot of every single one of you
That's
guys have been
nice.
there, and she would call me every morning. She would get up at 5 a.m. and text me, and she knew how hurt I was. She knew it was my second miscarriage in 2 years, and she just stayed with me the whole time. And so,
Okay, don't do this. Stop. Don't do this.
I can't thank you enough.
Cry, Pamela, cry. Cry.
We love you,
Thank
Tina. We love you.
Thank you guys
And
for
Michelle.
everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Tina and Michelle. I copy everything you guys do. So
Don't
thank
yeah,
you.
you can keep copying. It's fine.
Y'all are
It's
the
okay.
OGs.
Hopefully,
Yes.
yeah, no, thank you so much. And the next group are coming on. And so thank you guys. And
Thank
maybe
you all.
another
Thank
maybe we can
you.
do this
Thank
again.
you.
Bye.
Bye. Bye
Bye.
guys.
Bye.
Bye.
I said I wasn't going to cry, and then I ended up crying. So
That's the story of your life, though.
yeah, it is. It is the story of my life. And guys, we are less than $200 to 51K, if we're not even there yet. But guys, you guys, I'm even crying about that as well, just because I don't know what the expectation was for today, but I just knew that we needed to do a squadathon. We need to get the community together.
I don't know.
And
I don't
to
know what the expectation was for today, but I just knew that
somebody has the podcast on. Okay, I muted it. But yeah, we're doing it. We're showing up and showing out, and we are going to have the next group of people. So guys, if you need to go grab a glass of water, some juice, something, don't smoke. So I'm not going to tell you
Some
to go out and
vodka.
smoke. Vodka, you actually have a good idea. Royal Sue is trying to log in, but she hasn't connected her headset and her mic yet. So, and then we're waiting for Dr. Zanye. She was on. Um, I'm gonna reach out to Suter because I don't think that she knows that I can't she can't connect. Basis. You can't. So yeah, you have 6 minutes, guys, to go grab water, do something. Okay, so she's gonna come back in, but it is not working. All right, let's see. I think she's gonna. Okay, now she's back. All right, Suter. Okay, it's back to no devices. All right, she'll be back. And then we're waiting for one more person.
I am just in awe of how wonderful people are and how much they're donating. And I'm on Twitter too during all this, and I see all the tweets of people promoting the fundraiser. So thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing.
Hi, Suter. Hi, Maps.
Hey there.
Hey. Okay, so you are crying?
You know I'm always crying.
That's gonna be how I greet Tina from now on.
Hi, T. How you doing?
We are $3 away from 51K, so I'm gonna cry. Just so you know.
I will drink enough vodka to
You
cry
know,
with
I'm
you.
teasing. You know, I'm teasing you, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm waiting for for Dr. Zanye. She came in while the other panel was on, but she left. So I just I don't know. But yeah, we're about to hit 51K. I know I'm prepping myself for that cry before this panel starts. Guys, I'm like refreshing and everything, but Suitor, this is your panel. Let me know in private chat what you want me to do. I have all your stuff ready, and let me know what how you want to do this. So
Sure, I will send you a note. I'm excited that we are have done so well already, and it's we're barely through half the podcast, and we're already at $51,000 raised. So that's fantastic.
yeah, it's crazy. Like the way these things work, because you never know. Like I'm just sitting here like with an idea, like, oh, let's just do a squadathon, and then people then show up, and you never know. So this is awesome. I love it, and I love the conversations that we've been having, and just showing kind of this global community that we have, and not just for us, but in support of these two incredible people. So yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for your part of this.
Yeah, no, I got messages from folks who joined earlier and were like, "Oh, I joined and I'm hearing French." So it sounds like the French speaking squaddies did a nice job this morning.
Yeah, they did. They were the first one to go, and we were ending with Spanish. So we started with French. We're ending with Spanish.
Oh, fantastic!
So
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to bring my French accent in this one. I somehow missed the first panel, but it's fine.
yeah, you can. I mean, you can translate it in French for that the French squaddies can understand.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
And
So
I just sent a note to Zanye to make sure that she's able to join into the live stream. So once she gets here,
yeah,
we'll
she
get
was.
it going.
Yeah, she was here earlier, but she it was when the other panel. She was in the backstage, so I just kind of let her stay there.
Got it. She's a veteran. She'll figure it out.
Yeah. Let's see this. But anyway, guys, let's get to 51 before I think we're probably already there. We probably are. Oh yes. We are there. We are there. Look at that.
Wonderful. This is wonderful.
We are there.
Incredible. Wonderful.
Well, that calls for a celebration.
That calls. I mean, like I need to get up while you guys are running. I said, Royal Suitor, the floor is yours. You can get started, and then I'm just gonna sit here, wait backstage while you let me know what I need to do. Let me do one thing first though. If I need you to, go ahead. You go ahead, and I'll prep what I need to prep behind the scenes. So.
Got it. Well, thank you guys for giving us the platform for a little bit of time to have this conversation. And for me, we did a panel discussion at the last Squadathon, and it was my first time kind of being on a podcast, and so it was a little bit nerve-wracking, kind of a little bit anxious, but we had so much fun that we wanted to do it again, and it really was a chance to bring a bunch of different voices and people that I've had interesting conversations with, to bring them and kind of give them a little bit more exposure and share those conversations that we sometimes have in group chats and in DMs, and bring those into this podcast format. So had so much fun last time that wanted to do it again, and this time brought a whole new group of folks. And so really, again, to kind of expose, different voices, different perspectives, and really just shine a light on some of the interesting folks who were part of the squad.
Thank you, Loris.
Mm-hmm.
No, thank you.
No, so I'm leery of getting started before Zanya is in, just because I want to make sure that we have our whole group together as we get going.
So what could we talk about while we're waiting? Nice weather we're having.
Yeah,
I had my
yeah.
I had my heater on last night, and today I need my fan. So that's the weather we're having where I'm living.
Where is Omolewa? I can't find. So Zanya's name, my name for Zanya is Omolewa, and so I just put a call out on open Twitter and say paging Dr. Booked and Busy.
Funny, yes. She can be booked and busy during our actual podcast segment here, but if you can load up the slides, what we can do is go ahead and start and do intros, just so that everybody knows who everybody is.
Okay, all right. Now let me. I'm loading it up, so just give me 5 seconds. I had to do it a separate way because the actual slides would not work at first, so I had to like do it another way. And hold on, let me make sure I turn this on and okay, and then all right, share. There we go. Can you see it?
It's loading. Yep.
All right, there she is. There's Dr. Zanya. She's here now.
Perfect. Better late than never. We love it.
Oh,
Zanya, we got your voice all set up?
yes, I do. Can you hear me?
We can. Perfect.
Okay.
Well, what I wanted to do kind of as we get started is just to have everybody introduce themselves, give a chance for everybody to kind of hear the different voices, because I know it's a little bit hard to know who you're hearing from and who you're talking to. So I will start off first. My name is R.S. Locke. I go by many names. RS, Suitor, Suits, many nicknames, but for today I'll be RS. And for me, I started following Megan because I was a Suits fan. So I was a hardcore Suits fan, and started following her on social media just because she would do a lot of behind the scenes stuff for the show. And then as I got to know more about her and her life off screen, really enjoyed the fact that she was a feminist. Some of the stuff that she was doing on the TIG with her more personal kind of writing that was really more about empowerment and inner beauty and some of those things. And so when she and Harry started dating, for me it was kind of a natural flow into seeing what this story was going to become. For me, I always say the thing that kept me following was, I came for the patronages and stayed for the PDA. So I really like following their work and seeing the impact that they can have on communities. Some of the activism that they brought to kind of life within and outside of the royal family that was, I think, unique and different in terms of their approach. And then, I'm a romantic at heart. So the fact that they are very much a couple and a team, I think that was one of the things that I thought was really, just really special to watch in terms of how they operate as a team and the fact that they are so tight together. So that's kind of my story. I would say in terms of the broader royal family, I wasn't somebody who was a royal watcher or was really interested in the royals throughout my life. They were always a little bit in the background. So I am a person who, watched Will and Kate's wedding, but didn't really think about them much after that. I remember where I was when Diana died, and I remember seeing that coverage come over from the car crash and just, not being able to believe it. And so, I'd say there's always, because of the pop culture effect that the royals have had in America, they were always a little bit in the background, but wasn't something that I followed closely. So following Harry and Meghan has definitely opened my eyes to that. So I will kick it over to our next panelist. So Tina, if you can move to the next slide, that would be helpful. And we'll let Dr. Zanye take it from there and introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Zanye, and recently with Nigeria joining the Invictus games, I resurrected my long lost Nigerian name, which is Omolewa. So I now go by Dr. Zanye Omolewa until further notice. So my tagline is really on social media is I have a PhD in royal propaganda, and I do not debate with monarchists really and royalists because I think it's a lost cause at this particular point. How did I end up in the Harry and Meghan story? Really, it was watching. Yes, I followed the wedding. I hadn't followed Harry precisely, very specifically, but he was kind of like one of those people you have in the background. You hear about him, but I didn't pay particular attention. But when news broke that he was dating Meghan, and then I did my own research about her. I got to know about Suits, and then I started digging into, the kind of person that she is, and she seemed like a very nice, interesting person, and I thought she was a good fit for him. So yes, I'm also a romantic at heart, so I followed the royal wedding. And my plan at that particular point was to watch the royal wedding and then just go back to my life of non-royal watching. But then there was always something, a bit of news. There was always a news cycle around them, which kept me. And then very shortly after that, when they announced that they were pregnant, I was like, listen, I've got to keep watching this story and see where it goes. But then what made me take to Twitter specifically was seeing a royal reporter lie on TV, and I couldn't believe he was lying. I was like, Jesus Christ, how do people lie like that? Like, isn't anybody else seeing this? And so that's how I created this Twitter account. And and then I met the Sussex squad, and because I came for the lies, that's what brought me. But then very quickly, in terms of the community that I found on Twitter, there was the whole other elements to her coverage, around the racism and the misogyny and all that kind of thing. So it was a lot of learning for me because those one topics I was very familiar with at that particular point. But then it has been very enlightening to see how whatever happens with them intersects with the broader world and what a bigger conversation that actually creates. So yeah, that's me.
Fantastic. Alicia, why don't you take it next?
Okay, am I off mute?
You are.
Okay, cool. So I joined. I kind of like I used to watch Suits, and loved that, and I like my mum was a really big Princess Diana fan, so I kind of would like sort of check in every now and again with what Harry and William were doing, because she used to refer to them as like her boys. So yes, I definitely would watch like documentaries and things like that Harry would do, because he was like always known as the like rebel of the royal family. So it was interesting sort of following like whatever like mess sometimes that he'd be involved in. But I probably started just focusing more just when Harry and Meghan got together. And I mean, I watched the wedding, which was probably like the first royal wedding I've ever like watched. But I wasn't really like that necessarily involved and focusing on it that much until the Australia tour. And sometimes I would see people's messages on I'd look at this blog and I would see all you guys on Twitter talking about what funny moments or sweet moments from the tour, and then I kind of sort of joined, but I was in the background. And then I think like Dr. Zanye, I kind of saw like a lot of lies and stuff start to come through, and then I was just like, what is this? Like, this is ridiculous. And I felt like I sort of joined to kind of help correct a false narrative. So yeah, that's me.
Thank you. It's great to hear everybody's voices. This is actually the first time that I'm hearing voices as well. So that's very cool. Tina Marie, can you join and introduce
Yes.
yourself?
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, yeah. All right, so I'm Tina Marie, and I'm not a royalist. I had no interest in the royal family. I have to confess that when Princess Diana died, I heard about it, but what really resonated with me at that time was Mother Teresa, because I'm like, oh my God, poor Mother Teresa, she died at the same time. No one's going to care. So that was a royal family for me. So in 2017, when my friend sent me a text telling me that Prince Harry was engaged, I'm like, who is that now? And she sent me a picture because I knew Princess Diana had sons, but I didn't know who they were. So she sent me a picture, and as soon as I saw the picture and I saw Meghan, because I'd never seen Suits before, I was like, oops, this is huge. And then I started reading about them, and their love story was the panacea that I needed, because our dystopia that was the 2016 election, you needed something to distract you. And so I thought I would just stay for the wedding and the romance of it all. But then the more I listen, the more I watch, because that's what I like to do. I like to watch, I like to listen. The more confused I got regarding the coverage. And so I ended up on Twitter following, because I needed information that wasn't being filtered through the British media, because it made no sense to me. And so I came to Twitter, and then I found my tribe, and I've just been here lurking and listening and supporting Harry and Meghan in everything they do. And I still don't like the royal family. I'm a subject of the court of Montecito.
I got you. I think that is a court where you are not alone. So, and then Meps, you want to take the last one and introduce yourself?
Hi. I think everything has been said. I got interested. I read whatever, I don't know, someplace somewhere that Harry was dating an African American biracial actress, American actress, and my reaction was, "What now? He's dating who?" And then I was like, I'm curious to see how this is going to play out. I didn't particularly follow the British royal family, but I knew what they represent. It's not difficult, and that they were not really a diverse group. And so I started, following the news, etc. And like everybody else, I found that the news were sometimes skewed, sometimes bizarre, and trying to find that's social media, to find groups that were blogging, talking, whatever. I bounced from LSA, where I realized that the most interesting people were actually posting tweets. And then so I went to Twitter. I had an account that I've never used, and I still don't really use. And that's how I found this community. This is great. And thank you, everybody who is, for 51,000. I don't know how much we are now, but that's a great community. And so that's why I stayed. Back to you.
That's fantastic. I think a lot of us, were searching for places where we could, have conversations, kind of celebrate the love story that we saw going on, and then also, over time, start to really push back on some of the narratives that didn't necessarily jibe with what we were, seeing, or kind of what made sense, or people who had followed Harry or Meghan kind of prior to their coming together, that wasn't consistent with what their personality and kind of what their story had been, up to that point. So I think everybody was really has come together as this community, and I think occasions like this month where we're fundraising for World Central Kitchen in honor of now we have Archie's birthday, we have Lily's birthday, and then also their anniversary, all in this jam-packed kind of month-long celebration, is really, I think, a really fun time for us to celebrate, but then also just a great legacy for us to leave as a community. So I'm excited and excited to have the Squadathon be part of that now, going forward. So what we wanted to do is really to try and like I said, replicate some of the conversations that we have in group chats and kind of sometimes we'll get into these rambling conversations online. And so to really do that in the podcast form. And so we have a handful of questions that we'll go through in a roundtable. And then I know that in the comments on the live stream, folks are commenting and kind of throwing stuff out. So I'll have Tina, if you see some questions or see something that you think might be something for us to handle and to address, why don't you drop them in our private chat and we can take those as they come, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. It may be hard though, just so you know. It may be hard because I can't copy and paste from the comments into our private chat.
No
I'll
worries.
figure it out. I can highlight it on the screen and call your attention to it.
We got lots to talk about. So if I was trying to be nice, but
I can highlight it on the screen. So like right now when it says like this right here where it says MEPS, your thing is adorable. So I can do it that way, but it's going to be harder to do it.
Thanks much. Thanks much.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'm going to mute and go to the next slide.
Perfect. Oh, there we go. Now I can see the chat coming up. So what we'll do is kind of go through. We have some questions that we've been talking about as a group that we think will be interesting to share. Just again, different perspectives, kind of how we have come to understand and view the royal family, the establishment, Harry and Meghan's place within that. And so with that, as Dr. Zanye, I will let you kick off for our first question.
Okay, thanks, RS, and thanks, Tina, and thanks, everybody, for listening, and congratulations on the fundraiser. Let's keep that going. So the very first thing I felt that I wanted to examine, and this really came from the backdrop of what happened a couple of weeks ago. I won't go into the details of that. But I was going through Twitter and I was seeing some of the comments that the squaddies or within our community people were making. And I didn't realize how much even us, or even myself, had actually fallen into the trap of the British royal family propaganda machine. And I have to give it hands down. It's a very, very effective, like there are things we see that they don't do well, but there are things that they actually do extremely well, and the propaganda is one of them. So really propaganda is, I think everybody understands what that actually means. It's really, for me, the myths, the lies, the legends that get told over and over again, and some of them may be rooted in fact, but others may be even just made up in their entirety. Okay, I mentioned the word. Anyway, you get my point. So what we'll do in this segment is that we will go sharing some of the myths and legends that we commonly hear and try and interrogate and see, where do they fit in the broader story, but more particularly, as far as Harry and Meghan are actually concerned. So with that said, I think I'll go first. I think for me, the biggest myth is that it's the royal family, and the word family and the use of that word family is extremely deliberate, because they lead you to believe that they're this, when you think about family, you think about a loving, tight-knit group of people who love and support each other, or who are there for each other. And in a part, I'll blame Harry for setting me up, very early on when he told us that the family was welcoming to Meghan and it was the family that he never had. So I was like, oh, okay, fine, okay, I see what you're actually talking about, right? So I really bought that line that it was family. But I think more and more as we've seen things play out, you see that when they need to act as family, they don't act as family. And, the blurred lines between what is family and what is institutional makes it all very muddled up for a lot of people. But I think for me, I've got to a point right now where I just accept that this is not a family. This is a business, this is an institution, and this is a very well-oiled propaganda machine. And one of the ways that concerns me about the whole idea of them being family is the way they use the Queen, So from one day she's the loving grandmother, Then the other day, she's the very tough leader, the very shrewd woman who can make a decision, without, all that kind of idea that they actually put out. But at the end of it all, when you look at it, from my perspective, she's not even a leader of a family or even the institution for that matter. For me, she is just a figurehead, and she is there just to, manage certain things and be the face of certain things for certain people as well. And that's why you'll find that I very rarely will make comments like, "Oh, she should have spoken up. She should have put out a word of support for Harry and Meghan." I came to a conclusion a very long time ago that as a leader, she wasn't capable of doing that, but also as a family, that doesn't exist. So she had no obligation to actually do that. But maybe somebody else can come in.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes. No, I was going to say, I mean, I agree with you, Zanya. This is Tina Marie. That I feel that she is a figurehead and that she is the face of the institution. That is it. And I think that she's not able to say anything because she's not able to say anything because that is not her role. That is not her job to say anything. She says what the institution needs her to say. And speaking up for Harry and Meghan was not a part of that. That's my feeling.
Yeah. It wasn't a part of that job description, or at least they removed it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think that she is largely told what to do. I kind of get the sense that she's just minding her business, wondering about like her horses and all that type of thing, and then she's just yeah, and if they're like, okay, we need to do this, the men in grey or whoever, like, we need to do this, we need to approach this way, that's what she does. I don't think that I'd be very surprised if we ever get like, a biography or anything about her, if it ever says that she was like this like real leader who was really who really had her hand in everything in terms of the decisions around from the family to like the actual running of the monarchy. I'd be shocked. I just don't get that sense from her. And I think as concerns Harry and Meghan, I think when her heirs had the problem, then she was just going to go with whatever, because that's ultimately what she is there to uphold, is the monarchy. So
yeah,
if Charles and William or whoever has, particularly William, I get the sense, if he has an issue with, say, Meghan, then they're not going to upset him because they don't want to risk him ever walking away. So that was my view.
And I think just to be clear for the people who are actually listening, this is not to absolve her of, her failures, because there's some glaring failures that she has actually had, but it's not to absolve her of those failures, but it's to recognize that certain times when we are having these discussions and we're pushing certain points of view, we're pushing a point of view that is dead, right? And I think for me, in terms of the conversation when we are going forward, is that how can we make the discussions that we have on Twitter a lot more constructive, but also a lot more helpful in terms of pushing back as far as the narrative is actually concerned.
For me, one of the myths that I looked at was just this whole idea of the royal family as an exemplar for what is kind of duty and service. And it always struck me, I think Harry, in one of his speeches, I want to say this was in 2020, when he was part of the Woodruff Foundation. They did a military fundraiser, and he talked about the fact that, he learned duty in the royal family, but he learned what it meant to serve in the military. And I think that distinction, as I listen to other royal commentators who really are kind of saying, yes, the royal family, and whether it be Charles or Will and Kate or whoever, that they know what service is, and Harry and Meghan don't. It really struck me as the propaganda and kind of the myth within that is that if you really deconstruct it, for me, what I see with the royal family is they're in service of the institution, in service of the monarchy. Whereas I think Harry and Meghan were about being in service of the people and and serving the public, which is two very different things. And so that's a, I think a myth that is continuing to be like, they beat that drum, just in terms of about, this is what service is, this is what service looks like. And for me, that was the distinction of, when we talk about royal engagements and the impact they have on charities, and the fact that so many of the studies have shown that, actually, in terms of fundraising and kind of impact, having a royal patron isn't a guarantee that you will actually benefit, in terms of long-term benefit for those organizations. So, it's great to be able to put that on the website, or, to include that in your fundraising letter every year. But in terms of what it delivers for you, that it's really not as impactful, not as beneficial as, one would make it seem, especially for people like, the Queen, Prince Charles, and others who have hundreds of patronages that you're not regularly visiting. You maybe get a visit, every few years, if that. And so, and even some of the younger royals who have fewer patronages, but still weren't visiting them regularly. It's kind of like, okay, what does it mean to serve? And I thought that was one of the things that, Harry and Meghan brought a very, I think, similar in terms of each other, but different relative to the rest of the royal family, in terms of, wanting to figure out what the organizations and the people that they were, the clientele that they were serving, what they needed, and then figure out how they could use their platform to fill that gap. And so that was one of the things I remember for the Smart Set. So Megan's work with the SmartWorks charity, where she, said, hey, what they need is more kind of variety of workwear and kind of professional clothes. And by taking the remainder of whatever, didn't sell the previous season, that wasn't giving the people what they needed. So she's bringing forward, okay, let's get some basics and kind of some workwear basics, but do it in this kind of one for one, where, you have the public buying, and it means that a similar item is donated to SmartWorks. Whereas, I remember seeing some of the critique of, well, why didn't she just talk to Marks and Spencer, or some of the other manufacturers and retailers, and just have them donate the clothes? And to me, that sentiment was really kind of the distinction between, what service looks like for Harry and Meghan, and how to set the organization and the charity up for the long term, similar to with the Together cookbook, where it's taking what talents and what these individuals already do, and being able to have that become how they are getting funding, right? So we're going to take your recipes, we're going to make a cookbook, and that's how you guys are going to get the funds that you need to stay open for 7 days a week. Versus, here's a grant that might last you a year, and then you're still in the same situation that you were. And it's again, this whole idea of charity versus community, and that, yeah, we gave you this money, but we didn't leave you really any better for the long term than where you were.
Yeah.
And for me, one of the things, actually, there was a journalist who said something very interesting, that the British royal family is at the same time a brand, an institution, and a family. And they play on the three whenever it suits them. So as a brand, they need to build a myth. And the myth is that, they are better than anybody else, to justify their existence and to justify being supported by the whole country, pays for whatever. The core of their job, and especially the Queen, because she's the head of the the head of that institution and head of the country, is to serve the system that's been in place, that connection between governments and the crown, to serve the whole, that system, support system, that system. And that is something she's done very well. She served the system first and foremost. I remember Robert Lacey saying this, that she served the system. I don't think he realized what he was saying. He said she served the system, she served the institution, and she served her country. And he took this in these three things. And it's a family. And so whatever the family does that's going to kind of go against the brand, that's a problem. So let's prop up the brand. And as a family, you know, but it's a very strange family, because as we know, you know, most of them are just hanging around, having nothing to do, because there's only one queen or one king. And so, yeah, they're parasites. And so and they've got to pretend they're doing something to justify being around. So even for them, what kind of life is it? Yes, it's a lot of privilege, but it's a clueless kind of life. So and they're pretty much jealous of each other, because, as we know, the you know, popularity, that's the brand part, is again what props them up. And so yes, through maintaining the brand, they've put out a lot of myth stories, etc. They need that they need the media for. As an head of the institution, they don't have the transparency that the other part of the institution, the government, has. And so one of the things that's been interesting for me in following, you know, Meghan and Harry's journey has been to discover how this thing works, and why we were bombarded with all those myths, you know, never complain, never explain, for example, and all that, which, I mean, it's bullshit. But sorry, it's not true. But I mean, these are, yeah. So yes, it has to exist for them to basically to justify their existence. Otherwise, there is no British royal family and there is no monarchy. Back to you guys.
Well, I'll wrap on this point. I thought the tour that Sophie and Edward just wrapped up a few weeks ago. You know, there's one thing that we talk about.
We've lost Twitter.
Oh, have we?
Yes, she must have touched something.
Oh, she could.
Yeah, we lost. Well, Zania, continue.
All right. Well, maybe I should go next. Maybe I should.
Yeah, please go on.
Sure.
Go.
So should I go to the next slide, and she'll probably join us?
No, I don't know. Was Zania finished?
I think maybe I'll just wrap up and say, you know, for me, the reason why this I just want to emphasize the reason why I felt this this topic was very important is that, you know, as we continue to engage and have these conversations on Twitter, it's very important that we make sure that we are not amplifying these very same narratives. And because, you know, you see, for them, they don't care whether you're saying it positively or you're saying it negatively. They don't care. As long as you're saying it, it just continues to remain in people's heads. And so for me, I think I was just thinking about this the other day, and I was like, I'm going to stop calling them the royal family. I'm going to call them the royal cult going forward, because that really is what they are. They are a cult, and there's absolutely nothing family going on in there. So that was the background of this particular topic. And I mean, there's so many myths and legends, but we'll just leave it at there for now. So we could go to the next slide.
Yes, Suter is back with us.
I got dropped from the live stream, so.
Yeah.
Okay. You come in.
You were like in the middle of your conversation, and I just wanted to drop it in here in a quick break that we have. We've hit 52K, so I just want to say thank you to everyone for continuing to
that's
show
fantastic.
up and show out. Yeah, so I'm gonna mute my mic and let you guys talk.
Do you want to go to the next one?
It's on the next one.
Okay.
which is
at least.
Cool. Okay.
Oh, wait, Boris, I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
Yeah, Suda, you're breaking up. Like you have like you have really bad signal. So every other word we can't hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let me see if I could jump out and come back.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Alicia, you can start.
Okay. So well, first of all, just want to say well done to the squad. You always show up. You always like just exceed everything every target. So it's really cool. And yeah, just so proud of everyone. And also, sorry, just want to finish on the point that RS had made in the last slide where she talked about how the Queen has been someone who served the institution, and I think that really sums it up, because I always get confused when people talk about her being in service and how she's done a great job of service, but I think that is what she has served. It's the institution. So I think that was really perfect point. So my side was about how did Harry and Meghan become symbols of a culture war. So I found it like really bizarre that everything they do is just labeled woke. And I kind of wanted to examine when exactly it happened, but they just became this the symbols of this current sort of culture war that's going on. And just kind of examine why, because it was like really interesting that if you look at like the coverage of when they actually married, it was very much like oh my gosh, the monarchy is modernizing, this is like a positive thing going forward. And don't get me wrong, like that was kind of a lot of the international press around the day of the wedding and what have you, but generally it kind of seemed like the vibe was that this was a progressive move for the monarchy, to be seen as accepting this like mixed race woman and whatever. But then it kind of moved into like it just kind of moved very quickly into this kind of obviously negative space, and whole smear campaign started, and then I guess at a certain point it just sort of became this whole thing where it's like, oh, what they represent or what they're talking about is seen as something which is really sort of countercultural to what the monarchy believes or whatever. So yes, I kind of was curious as to how this happened, and is this something that was just going to be inevitable just because of the kind of climate that we're in on both sides of the Atlantic, or is it one of those things, if she had like if Meghan or Harry hadn't been so outspoken generally, would it still have occurred? So yeah, that's what I was kind of curious about. I think my thoughts on it were that it's I think it's generally because like one thing that Meghan said, which always sort of resonates with me, is that she said that if you actually listen to what she actually says, that it's not particularly controversial, right? So so it is quite funny to sort of see people kind of hold her up as this kind of like, I don't know, they just have her like as this complete like fire dragon or something, coming to like just extinguish lots of like English traditions or something, which I never got the sense is what she's trying to do at all. And obviously we have seen a lot of the other royals kind of say similar things to what she says, like around say feminism and things like that. Like you've seen like people like Sophie Wessex sort of say the same type of thing, and it's not held up as particularly controversial or woke or whatever in her case. So so I kind of feel like generally because of I don't know, I feel like it kind of in some ways goes back to around the time when Barack Obama was elected. It kind of seems like that has led to this kind of massive backlash in so many areas, and I kind of feel like Meghan coming into this like all white institution has kind of made her this symbol of something that people are rebelling against and that they're finding quite provocative. And I think because we're in this climate of like, we've had like the sort of MAGA people rising, and like in Europe, lots of far right parties have been doing really well. And in the UK, you had like obviously things around Brexit and things like that. So it kind of seems like it's sort of culminated in just her very presence in this institution, and therefore Harry sort of standing alongside her and also being like, I'm championing certain causes or whatever. It kind of seems like that has sort of made them to be held up as these like symbols of this kind of culture war that's been happening. But it's really strange in a way, because it's like, as Megan said, she doesn't say things which are particularly controversial and countercultural. So yeah, it's really weird. So yes, I didn't know if anybody else had thoughts on this.
I think I'll come in. Yes, they have become symbols. And I remember in 2019, somebody did a very extensive thread, explaining how, the different layers to the cultural war, and even to the extent the political discourse that was actually that exists in the UK. Somebody explained it to great lengths. I'll see if I can find the thread one time. But I think the way I see it, the way I perceive it, there was a need to do a smear campaign against her for whatever reasons. And, it could have been jealousy. It could have been, to try and break her. It could be to try and get her, tone her down, kind of like, actually to break her and bring her down a few notches, if they thought that she was too high above her place. And I think what happened was when Simon Case came in, because I think that's when things started to, if you go back and look at the timing of these things when they happen, because before we used to have like the racist headlines and all those kinds of articles, but when it really became sinister and you could actually see what was happening was when Simon Case came in. And Simon Case came in with a template, to execute a smear campaign. And I think that's what he took to his bosses, and he said, I have a template. And the template mirrored exactly what they had done with Brexit, because he had worked on that campaign as well. So from the topics, from the cultural war, from the issues that were being discussed, all the way down to the moniker that was, makes it is very close to Brexit as well, lack of originality. That's where we got him from. So I think he came in with a template like that, and he said, if we go in this direction, we will break her, because they had been very successful with Brexit and that kind of hate campaign. And I think they figured that they could mirror that very easily for whatever their end goal actually was. And I think what they didn't count on in this particular case was a group of strangers called the Sussex Squad, who really did. They really gave them a hell of a time, and it didn't take as well. So I think that's my perception of how it actually went down. They were like, okay, fine, we're gonna take this lady down through hook. What do we do? And Simon Case was, here's the template. Yeah. Let's execute.
I mean, I don't think it was just a Brexit template, because if you look at what's happening in America with Kamala Harris and with everybody else, that it's the white supremacist handbook. Because sometimes when I'm reading a story, and I'm like, who is this about? I'm not sure if it's America or England. So the idea, I think, that when Meghan came in, we know now that they never wanted her. I think the expectation was that, yes, okay, Harry is engaged to this person. The wedding was never supposed to happen. Meghan was supposed to walk away. And so they would keep her shine, that we try to modernize, we try to be inclusive, and she left, and then they would have been able to destroy her by herself. They never counted on her sticking through it, making it to the wedding and getting married. And so once they did that, then they had, as you said, they brought the playbook in and they brought Simon Case in. How are we going to get rid of her? Because that was always the expectation, is that we need to get rid of her. And like you said, it is a cultural war. It is also a racist war. It is white supremacy. And they are trying to get rid of her because they never wanted to be inclusive. They just wanted the shine from that inclusivity. And they were hoping that Meghan would leave. And I don't think they ever expected that Harry would leave with her. And as you said, and they never expected that they would have a group of strangers on the internet ready to fight. and not backing down. Because I think Brexit was easier because, as we see, the media in Britain, they control the message. Outside of that, a lot of us weren't in England, and so the message that they were sending and people were buying, we never bought that message. Because I think also that I still don't understand. I'm still in shock. I remember what Megan said, that she didn't think it would be easy, but she thought it would be fair. And I think a lot of us that were outside of England, when we came in, and we were trying to understand the British media, because when you hear tabloid, it's a whole different kettle of fish. Is that an expression? Where you hear tabloid, and tabloid is not mainstream. And so I think they miscalculated a whole lot. But yes, I think they were trying to use the Brexit playbook against Megan.
And I will say that you know, I would agree that Brexit is part of it, but really, you know, when I think about even when it was first kind of revealed that Harry and Meghan were dating, you know, I think about all of the articles that basically had kind of a narrative or a descriptor that was, you know, she's biracial, she's American, she's divorced, and she was, you know, older and 3 years older than Harry. And she was an actress. And basically every article that you had that description of her. And so for me, I think just the fact that she was biracial, your existence is political already. And so, and if you talk to and listen to some of the folks who were in the UK at the time, and they're like, there was something different about these articles, about the way that they were talking about Harry's girlfriend that was unlike what we had seen in the past. And that's when, you know, their red flags and kind of triggers came up of like, oh, she's biracial, she's Black. Now I understand, like, what is this undercurrent that I'm sensing? So I don't think it was, you know, the culture war didn't begin, you know, in October of 2018 after the Australia tour. I think it was already present at the beginning of kind of the reveal of their relationship, and it was just over time. You know, there were some times where it was at its height, and I'd say, you know, before Harry released his statement, you know, calling out the racism in the press, you know, in that week it was just rough. And then, you know, so they had their hand slapped, they take a note, and then you know, and I feel like it was kind of a little bit of a roller coaster ride, just whether it was a trough or a valley or a peak, just depending on the day and what else was happening. The other thing that really stuck out for me, again, in that just the week before Harry's statement. So right. So if you think back, basically Halloween weekend in 2016 is when the article came out, basically saying, hey, they're a couple, this is my scoop from Camila Tomini. And then it was, you know, basically 8 days between then and when Harry released his statement. And I remember reading an article that talked about, hey, you know, a lot of Harry's friends have married American women, and you know, so this is kind of on trend. But the thing that stuck out for me in the article was this whole idea, and I can't remember if it was Tadler or Spectator, but basically said,
I remember this one.
basically said that the reason why all of these British men were choosing American women is because the American women would give good blowjobs, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, so this is what we're doing, right? So from a politicization and like culture war, to me, that was like when your comment is, yep, it's because that's why he picked her, right? And I wasn't reading coverage about, you know, his friends' wives. So maybe I believe one of them married like one of the Hilton descendants. And so maybe they talked about her, you know, her giving head too, but somehow I don't feel like that was the case.
I got it.
Yep.
Sarah, I just want to say, hearing you say those words, I cackled, and I'm going to mute my mic.
Like I said, we keep it real in the podcast. But
what I found interesting is that we've adopted that those two words, culture war, and I mean, if you go back, and I agree with, I think it was Alicia, before Obama was elected, there was nobody talked about culture war. I mean, it started after he was elected, especially after he was re-elected, when somebody was saying the country, how can the country is completely divided, and I was like, well, the country is always divided. If you have two parties, the country is divided by the party lines, kind of. So yeah, he was country is completely divided, etc., etc. And the culture is basically, yeah, white supremacists playbook. I completely agree with all of you. When you say, and that's interesting, Hollywood is always presented as being progressive in general. So saying an American actress or saying Hollywood is the same as saying progressive. So when he started dating her, everybody kind of knew what she was, what her thoughts were, and you could see the bells ringing. For example, when they did this Royal Foundation stuff, and and Megan talked about Me Too, for example, the whole thing was about she's talked about Me Too. This is going to be this is politics, etc., etc. Whereas Me Too is not politics per se. It's a societal issue. So yes, they were waiting for her because the only way, because her presence by itself was an attack on the system, and so the only way they wouldn't have brought up this, culture war was if she was a conservative, like you have, Black conservative, whether in the US or in the UK, that might have been, if she had come up and said stuff that she basically didn't say and didn't stand for.
But even if she was
Sorry,
go ahead. No, you finish. I was going to say, even if she was a conservative, do you think that they still wouldn't have had a problem with her? Because like it or not, I mean, she still would have been biracial. And actually, they don't have a problem with the white part. They have a problem with that she's Black. Because nobody has called her, what is it now, a honky or a crack? Everyone, they've called her every name from the Black trope.
I wouldn't say that they wouldn't have had problems. They just wouldn't be able to use the woke thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think also I also think part of the difficulty that they had with the way the British media actually operates when they want to control you, because a lot of it is there's a lot of control, is they had nothing to go on in terms of scandal. They had nothing. There was nothing that they could actually hold over their heads at that particular point. So I think also this gave them an avenue. And with each time that they looked like, with each time that they rode every single wave of the smear campaign, they just dug deeper and they just dug deeper, and you could just see they had only one intention, which was actually to break them.
And if you think about it, work for what? Work because if you serve, and we go back to the previous discussion, you serve by supporting charities who support people. You support causes, you support Save the Children, homelessness, whatever it is that you support. These are, since they're not supposed to do politics, they are engaged into supporting charities that work for people. So how woke can you be if you're doing what the other royals do? And if you're not talking about politics, because you can't talk about it, why are you woke?
And that was always
it had nothing to do with reality.
Which was always my argument, because if you look at the Commonwealth and you look at the sustainability goals, the sustainability development goals, which, in theory, as the head of the Commonwealth, the Queen and all of the royal family should be in support of, the women's empowerment, anti-racism, helping to support equality more broadly. Like, all of those things are part of what is within those top 10 sustainability development goals. And so the whole notion that somehow Harry and Meghan were talking about things that weren't in support of causes that the broader family supported is again one of those myths, because what it really comes down to is with Harry and Meghan, they said it and you believed it, right? It wasn't just, smoke that they were blowing, or, a photo op. It was, oh no, we think she actually believes this. And because, they did know, based on her previous, time when she was campaigning for Hillary Clinton, and kind of knew her thoughts on Trump, it doesn't matter what you actually say, it's what we know about you is really the thing that we are going to push as the thing that's divisive, right? It doesn't actually matter what you say or what you do, because a lot of times the things that Harry and Meghan did either were things that other royals were talking about, right? So Sophie talks about women's empowerment. She, speaks at the UN. Nobody has an issue with it because nobody cares about Sophie, right?
She spoke in the basement of the UN.
There you go.
No, but I think to that point, that's always been my point. That why would a double standards regarding what Harry and Meghan are doing and what the others are doing, and we're saying that there is no difference. The difference is authenticity. When Harry, as you said, when Harry and Meghan do it, we believe it. When the other royals, they don't have a problem with the other royals doing it because they know they're just playing lip service. They don't mean it. They don't give a damn. But then Harry and Meghan, and I think that's a problem also to why they needed to get rid of them, because if we're going to look at them, wait a minute, and we compare, then you realize, and then that's part of the myth and the propaganda of the royal family caring. And we are seeing through Harry and Meghan and their work that they're not doing, that royal family isn't actually doing anything to advance any of those causes that they love to talk about.
And I think we see, like, when Tim Shipman did that article of his, I always go back, and I know they select when people write, they select words with a very specific goal. And one of the issues that the palace had with Harry was his influence. It wasn't even his popularity, it was his influence. And so that means that when you think about influence, and now we bring it back, in terms of the scope of the work, and then we look at his body of work, he has the ability to get things done, right? In a way that is not just meaningful, but also impactful as well. So I don't really want to go, into the details of what happened recently, like with the Help for Heroes. And but when you look at the Invictus Games and you think about, for example, like the real issue with veterans, countries have been grappling with the issue of veterans for a very, very long time, right? And now I can speak very specifically as Omolewa, in Nigeria, right?
Yes.
I mean, Nigerians were sharing the stories of what happens with the veterans, and like Africa, for example, with the number of civil wars that we've been fighting, but not just that, but also the peacekeeping missions that countries have gone on behalf of European and American governments as well. There is a whole what happens to those veterans. They just bring them back, and they put them in a hospital, somewhere in the outskirts of town. So you could see that now he has taken, and then there's a lot of charities that work in this particular space, and they say that they're actually supporting. But when you compare, in terms, and this is not really like, the Olympics of who is doing better, but the reality is he has a product that works, that is tried and tested. So you can now start to see where people start to get a bit agitated, and they start to get a bit, finicky about certain issues as well. So that issue about their influence was a real issue as well. I know we talk a lot about the popularity, which is in a way also true, but I think more so it was the influence that they feared.
I mean, and I think that influence that they could no longer co-opt, because because before, I remember before that, all the royal reporters were talking about Harry needs to find his place, Harry needs to find his focus, and then they got married, and he's always had his place and his focus, and they got married, and it was Harry and Meghan trying to do what they wanted to do, and now the others could no longer take the shine, and so that was a problem. Is that, hey, you're supposed to do the work, we're supposed to share the glory.
Yes, I mean, when you talk about authenticity, it's authenticity and charisma that people felt and responded to. Because if they were doing this and there was no real echo, probably people wouldn't bother, but they were doing it and they were gaining and gaining popularity and influence. So it depends which one. To me, it's kind of basically the same, and that's, I agree with you, that's what was difficult for the others.
And I guess the other thing I would throw in, and back to Alicia's original question around kind of when and how and what were some of the other factors that might have played into it. If you think about the timing of when Harry and Meghan got together, so this is, July 2016, you had, you just had the Brexit referendum, right? So there was a much more of a focus on nationalism, and kind of focus on, the UK, and very much kind of an anti-immigrant culture, which we think about Americans as being shared language and some sense of shared history, but if you think about having this American woman who is now going to be one of the faces of kind of the British royal family and what it means to be British, that was a very hard time to come into that. And then we talked about Me Too a little bit. October 2017 roughly was kind of when Me Too also started building a lot of more momentum. And so, for all we can talk about, and I know, especially the men commentators like to talk about how, well, of course we're the royal family are feminists, and as is the UK, because we have a woman queen for 70 years. It's a very misogynistic culture, right? And so again, this whole idea of a woman, a wife who doesn't know her place and isn't ready to walk behind her husband, but Harry and Meghan are a team and they're walking side by side. So I think a lot of those components, I felt it, at least in the coverage. I don't know if you guys saw it, for folks who were in the UK. It just felt like there was a lot more backlash to the Me Too movement in the UK than what I remember from America. And so I think that also, this notion of kind of confident, powerful woman, in scared a lot of folks. And so that was one of the other things that I feel like is underrepresented when we talk about just the misogyny that was present as well.
And I wanted to jump in here shortly. And I lived in the UK during the Me Too era. I didn't move back till 2018. And if I wasn't watching American news, I wouldn't have known that the Me Too movement was going on. And also, I wanted to let you guys know that we hit 53K. So I'm going to mute my mic now.
Great. Super.
Yay. Super. All right.
And I think with that, why don't we head to the next question? If you can change the next slide, and we'll let Tina Marie kind of take us into this one. Tina Marie, you there?
Because I forgot to unmute.
There we go.
Alrighty, yeah. So we're going to look at Harry and Meghan's stories being written and rewritten in real time. And then RS will talk about History is Written by the Victor, which narrative will win out. So as Zanya said originally about the myth and propaganda, that is the royal family. And I think they're doing that to embiggen the royal family, and I guess also for the monarchy, for the preservation of the monarchy. But the propaganda and the myth is also being written about Harry and Meghan. Actually, has been written about Harry and Meghan. And we saw, if we remember, one of the reasons that they left, one of the problems that they had was the way that they were being covered. And they were saying that because remember, Harry and Meghan never said they didn't want to be written about, because they understood as public figures that they would be written about. All they're saying was, stop lying about us. And they're like, sorry, that can't happen. And so that was a major contributor to them leaving. That was a major contributor thanks to the British media. And so once they left, then the myth and the propaganda had to be, as we said, we were talking about looking at the culture war, also contributed to them leaving and all the things. What the British media needed to do was that the story that they had written about Harry and Meghan thus far, that they needed to keep that. But what they also needed to do was to deflect and rewrite and make sure that they did not take any blame for Harry and Meghan leaving. And so what we're seeing now after they left is, let's look at an example. One of the reasons the media claims is that they left because of privacy. Privacy is defined by the British media, meaning that they left because they wanted to control their public image. Duh, isn't that the royal family's entire existence, that they want to control the image? Heck, we all want to control our image. Otherwise, we leave our house naked. But they said they wanted to control their image. They wanted to control the media. And so that is why they left. And so whenever every time Harry and Meghan go out and they're like, oh, look, they have a cameraman with them. So see, they only want to write they only want stuff written about them in praise of them. And so they've pushed this thing that Harry and Meghan wanted to leave because of privacy, and they've pushed it not just privacy as in control, but then also privacy that we were never going to see or hear from them again, which means that the British media would still have control of the narrative. So they've done that on social media, they've done that in print media, they've done that everywhere, and I think they've been pushing that message long enough that even though people said we know what privacy means, there are people who think that, oh, Harry and Meghan left because they wanted to control the media. And then, of course, the other reason that they left was money and capitalizing on the royal family name. And what do we have? Netflix. So then that's the other agenda that they've been pushing, is that, no, they always meant to leave. They always wanted money. They said that they were going with another streaming service. That was a rumor. And then when the Netflix announcement was made, and they're like, yeah, this is it. They left because they wanted the Netflix money. They left because, and then once they left and they had the Netflix money, then what did it see? Because what is it? The last 3 weeks, we've been listening to them talking about the Netflix cameras. The Netflix cameras. What Netflix cameras? The Netflix cameras. Harry and Meghan production company is doing a documentary about the Invictus game, but they've repeated that Netflix camera so much that you now even have people talking about it as if it's a fact. And so there it is that the media, they're now constructing and say, see, it had nothing to do with us. Harry and Meghan they didn't leave because of anything that we left. They left because they were greedy. They left because they could not take the scrutiny, and they left because they wanted to control the way that they were seen by the public. So I think that they've had some success in doing that. Over the long term, we don't know. But what do you guys think?
I think that's again one of it takes me back to the propaganda piece, right? Mm-hmm. When you think about the Oprah interview, right? And the British media, yes, the way they went in and Harry and Meghan are very deliberate with all the words that they actually put out, right? And so they talked about, like the whole Archie and skin tone, but they also talked about the media headlines. But you see, when the coverage came out, immediately the focus was rightfully, on the comments and the racism aspect. But it's amazing how the media has been erased out of the whole conversation of what actually happened, because they even went to the extent of trying to get the Oprah interview to take out some of those headlines because they wanted to appear blameless, right? So the propaganda machine now of the British media ensured that they put the whole entire spotlight and the whole entire problem on the royal family, and yet there were two people, right? Those two people were working together, the media and the British royal family. They worked together to create that toxic environment that forced them to actually leave. So there is that. But you see, the thing about the media and the Netflix cameras, it's all about control.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The way the UK establishment and the political and even the celebrity scene, it's about the media makes sure that they have to control every single person. Right. And so for me, what I get the sense from is that Harry has demonstrated that he has access to he has a huge media platform, right? He no longer has to beg or call Palmolive or whoever, to carry a story or whisper through a courtier. He will go in front of a camera and he will say everything with his chest, right? And if he wants to bring cameras along with him, he's able to actually do that. And the whole entire world will listen. And I think for me now, yes, there is as they continue to push that agenda that, it's the Netflix, they're there for money, yada, 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 the other thing is that they also fear that they could lose a certain element of access because they are the ones who tell the story, and the likes of Charles and William depend on them to actually continue telling this story. But what happens to them when somebody else like Netflix actually comes in and is able to tell the story, but now with the support of with the collaboration of Harry as well? And that's why we then go to the next issue at hand, which is his memoirs that are coming out, because now that is something that they absolutely have no control over. So this is now history, and it's also part of, like even how you document. When you think about the whole royal establishment, the media is one part, the royal family is one part, but the whole thing is that how is history actually being written as far as this story unfolding. And you now you won't have to rely like on British historians and that funny man, I think it's called Stacky, or those few guys who call themselves royal historians as well. Now you have somebody on the outside who is willing to document a bit of the royal family history, and that scares them.
I also think that what the British, let's put it, when you say British media, it's essentially, yes, it represents 80% of the media, but it's basically the tabloids and Murdoch's press who hounded and abused Meghan and Harry. And so they removed themselves by saying privacy. They sent back that onto them and say they are the ones, instead of, as you say, recognizing, because they're not going to recognize what they did. What I was surprised, and what really is interesting is you still have 20% that was not really part of the hounding of Meghan and Harry. But media will never, ever take the other side to task. Because as these guys, because the ones who were not part of the hounding wouldn't say what everybody saw, which is, hey, you had all these guys who were pushing over and over and over and over racist tropes, racist stuff, etc., etc. They knew it. Everybody knew it, because when during the Oprah interview, they said that the media was Harry said that the media was racist, and the guy who represent the press union, whatever, came out the morning after, said, oh no, the British media is not racist. You had 120, I don't know how many journalists writing a petition saying that we don't agree with this statement. So you guys know what your press is. Yet the ones that did not do the hounding would never ever say anything against the other ones. And that's how the story gets written. Because if media are rewritten, because if media doesn't how you say that in English, doesn't hold them into account, then there are no counter story within the media, which is the easiest to access. Right? So if you look back into that period, you either have media who never talks about the royals because they're Republicans, they're the lefties, they don't care. And you've got the others, because what is going to be the source for historian, the source of information? They're going to turn to media. Maybe not.
Yeah, but go ahead. No, because I was just gonna say, right, for the others, as you said, what's the expression? Silence is complicity. And if you're gonna talk about it, it wasn't confined to the tabloids, or rather the tabloids as we understood it, because when you have the BBC showing you the day's headlines and there is no dissenting opinion, they're basically like, here are the headlines from the tabloids, and then they bring in people to talk about those headlines and talk about them as if they're facts, then they're also a part of the problem.
Exactly. Yes. So that's what I'm saying. There is no media holding the other side into account. Either they don't say or they support, and so you end up with them rewriting the history as we are seeing it, and no counter power. And maybe that goes into what RS wanted to talk about. The second part. Go on.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think the reason why we're being flooded with so many biographies is not only because obviously Harry and Meghan are very profitable, but also it's important for the institution and everybody to to rewrite the reasons why they left. So if you notice, nobody really talks about Meghan being suicidal anymore, really. And they always will say, oh, you know, they didn't understand hierarchy.
Oh, I always do though.
Yeah, I know,
always call
but
it out.
yeah, but I'm talking about like in all these bios and everything that's coming out, like people, that whole thing, even though like people like Valentine Lowe knew about it, no one is like, I don't think people like your Tina Browns or whatever are like talking about that in their interviews and things that they've done. It's really been really been minimized so much since the interview. And yeah, so they're not all these people are just trying to flood the public's imagination with the reasons why they left was actually about, you know, not understanding hierarchy. Meghan always intended to go back to the US. You know, they didn't understand their roles and where they're supposed to be within the monarchy. And so, and I think they think that they can use that playbook, because obviously one of the last times they had someone leave was with someone like Diana, who very sadly passed away. So they can rewrite her story, and they can, you know, have William come and call her paranoid, and they could have people say, oh yeah, well, this is what the issue was, and actually Charles always loved her and all this kind of stuff. And she's not here to say, well, actually this was what happened. But I think the difference, and I think that why it's really important for, you know, Harry and Meghan to give their side, is that, you know, hopefully they'll, you know, live long, prosperous lives and everything. And in that case, it's going to be harder for you know, for these historians to be like, you know, they left because of this, and you know, they're flopping or whatever. Like, as long as they are able to challenge the narrative, then that's going to be a problem for, you know, all these people doing all these biographies. So I hope that you know, they do continue to kind of say their side, and it does give another version for people. But you know, it is a challenge for them, because because there's so many other people who are just trying to sort of say, yeah, no, this is what happened, this is what's happened. And it's a matter of people being like, okay, who are we going to listen to? So
Well, and I think that for me, and I'm glad you brought up the whole point about Meghan's kind of suicidal ideation being minimized, because I've definitely seen that, and it's one of the most infuriating things for me. Even in some of the more recent Tina Brown interviews, where she said, "Well, you know, if they had just stayed longer and kind of tried to work it out," and I'm like, "Well, how long should you be suicidal?"
Exactly.
With no support from the institution, the family, or, you know, and going beyond just the lack of support, actual contributing to the situation. So for me, that piece of it, and the fact that Meghan's mental health has been just brushed under the rug, and I guess I'm disappointed at how there's no pushback to that, because within the you know, UK, basically, if they can somehow convince you that no, you know, somebody in the family didn't have concerns about Archie's skin tone, then they feel like they can kind of move past this. Because I think when I look at the things that the deflection or trying to remove blame, the things that the UK media wants you to forget is that, you know, it's been pretty clearly proven that the media coverage of Meghan was racially biased. It was racist, right? Like, around the world, people were like, "Yep, I saw that article. I've seen the head-to-heads. It was bad. British press, you were racist. You know, check that box." So that may not stick as well in the majority of the UK, but globally, like, that box has been checked. And I will speak for America and say definitely in the US, like, that box has been checked. And then I would say the other piece, and this is where, you know, the royal family, just in the way that they operate, have continued to support the fact that, hey, you guys have not moved past colonialism well enough in the last, you know, 100 years here, and really making you understand that history, it's more recent than people imagined, and that the whole idea that, yep, that was in the past, but really not understanding that a lot of that same prevailing mindset still exists today. I think, the Caribbean tours and a lot of other things that we've seen recently, people are like, oh, yeah, okay, no, I get it. I get what the issue was. And so for me, I think this whole idea of, history is written by the victors. I think that's part of what we're seeing in a lot of these biographies is the royal family trying to get their version of the story out. And I say it's, all of these books are, part of it is just a money grab, right? Because we know that people want to read these stories right now. But also part of it is to try and deflect from the 70 million people globally who watched the Oprah interview and are now saying, okay, like our impression of the royal family is a lot different, and it's hard to move off from that. So I want to be respectful of our time because we had one more question that we want to get to on the next slide, and we only have 5 minutes to hit it. So
I would prefer. I don't know. I think 5 minutes is not making. It's not going to make it justice. So it's okay if we don't do it. I'm good, honestly.
You sure?
How about this? How about we keep going until the next guest comes in?
Well, why don't we jump to we had a shorter question. So if we skip the next one, we go to the one after that, which is what are we looking forward to in 2022? Maybe that's a good positive way to wrap.
Yep, let's do that.
Yeah,
Does that
okay.
work? And that's it. We'll do speed round on that one. So
Peaceful under a tree. That's what I'm looking for.
The next one, Tina.
This one right here. Yep.
Yes, I want Harry and Meghan to do what Harry and Meghan wants to do. I don't want them. They're not there to live up to our expectation. We'll never know their complete story. So I want them to have the freedom. I want us to respect their right to do what they feel they need to do. So that's my expectation. Oh, and the book, of course. I'm looking forward to that. And if maybe Meghan could be the narrator, that would be even greater.
Oh, my.
I'm looking for Archetypes, of course, the podcast that Meghan is working on. I think it's going to be very interesting because they always bring she at least she has always an interesting angle to tackle things. And beyond that, I'm just curious to see how they're going to write their history because we're watching history in the making. Yes, there is a book because the book is going to maybe not answer whatever we want. We think maybe not. We should be again very, very careful into projecting onto them our expectations. This is their history. This is their story, and I'm just going to be supportive and watching them do the best they can, as they've always done. Back to you guys.
What about you, Alicia? I'm
looking forward to the launch of the first Archwell project, which I guess will be Archetypes. And if Heart of Invictus comes out this year, I just can't wait for it because I just think it's like there's so many stories and so many angles they can go with for this documentary series. So I think it's just going to be an amazing project, and I actually really, really hope that they're able to either go to their central kitchen, like one of the kitchens they've made, or do a Centre Bali visit. I would love that. So yeah.
Okay, all right. I think I'll go next. What am I looking forward? The book. First of all, because people have written so many books, and from this conversation that we've just had, about the royal family is getting its side out with all these other books. I have a feeling that they're really not ready for what Harry's book is going to be. I don't even know what it's going to be about, but yeah, I'm sure the book. I'm looking forward to that. I'm manifesting an actual launch of some sort. I just want to see I've seen the teams, the people whom they've hired as well. So yes, it's nice to know about Harry and Meghan and what they do, but I'm also curious to know about, the people behind the scenes, how they're working, what they're working on. So for them to finally put out a whole complete like a gala or a launch, or I'm just manifesting an actual launch, right? I don't know what that actually looks like or where it is. And then I'm also looking forward to a visit to some country, right? I don't know where, I don't know why, I don't know how, on what under whose under whose auspices
wanna
I'll be
walk
going.
around?
They're no longer working. You know, they're no longer working royals, though.
No, she wants to
I
walk
know,
around.
I know. Yeah, I
You
want
know,
to
they're no
walk
longer working
about.
royals, though.
I
So
want to walk about. I don't know. Maybe Guterres or somebody from the UN or somebody will invite them. But yeah, I need them to visit a country. I need them to be out. I need Megan to just show up in very expensive. I never want to see her wearing H&M or Zara. I just want to see her out in very, very rich woman clothes.
Comedy. I will take my 2022. I'd say I'm probably most excited for archetypes. Just because that one, I'm interested to see them doing a podcast and kind of what types of guests that she'll bring on. And so the conversations, I really think one of Megan's strengths that we've seen in some of the interviews that she has done, and Harry actually does this as well, where they actually almost interview the other person while they're being interviewed. And so I think being in a setting where they are actually the interviewer and that's the role, I think will make for some really good, engaging conversation. So I'm looking forward to that. And then the other thing I would say, the memoir, I really, I really do hope that Harry talks about this whole idea of duty versus service, and how he learned what service is. And I think that perspective, and really kind of showing what role he wants to continue to play, and kind of taking on some of the legacy and the projects that were left unfinished by his mother. I think that will help to give some insight into who he is as a man, and kind of, I think also part of it is how some of the struggles that he's had. And he talks a lot about that he's done the work, and I feel like the podcast, or sorry, the memoir is a good opportunity for us to see that work, and for him to kind of share that with us, rather than talking about it conceptually. So with that, want to say thank you again to Tina and the podcast folks for letting us to step in and share the platform. Hopefully, it was a good conversation, for all of the listening audience. But we always enjoy getting a chance to talk, and just kind of, again, share some of the things that are on our minds, and hopefully some of the things that you guys have been talking about as well.
Yep. Thank you, Tina.
No,
Thank you,
no,
everybody.
thank you all.
thank you,
Thank you
you.
guys. And
Thank you.
like, just so you guys know, like every single one of you guys, I have a girl crush on. And
Aww.
so just,
Really? Oh, that's
yes,
nice.
I do. I do.
Thank you.
I've only met one of you guys in person. And the other person I spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on the phone with. She knows who she is. She can talk about it if she wants to. But I have girl crushes on every single one of you guys. You guys always bring sensibility to a conversation that is needed. And I think Omolewa, I'm not going to call her by the other name that she's going by. I think Omolewa already knows how I feel about her.
Yeah.
She's been on this podcast many times. Meps has been on this podcast, I think 2 or 3 times. And you know what? I love you all. And the conversations we've had, I know that we don't have time to really go into how I feel about it, but maybe at the end I will. And thank you all. I always, anytime, every single one of you guys are welcome to come. I don't know if you can come on this podcast, because I don't know when we're going to do a next podcast.
Respect as well.
But maybe we will do another Squadathon. So if we do another Squadathon, you're all welcome to come back and stuff. So I don't want to, yeah. So thank you very much. This is
Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Tina, and we love you. And we love you too. Bye.
Lots of love. Bye.
Yes, bye-bye.
Bye, guys. May is here, and she is May. I want to say thank you, first of all, for like coming on. And I want to introduce you properly because I think we need an introduction. And I have never spoken to you on the phone, but we have spoken many times on WhatsApp and everything. And let me stop the screen and kind of just put this first and fix all of this and make sure that I give you the kind of the honor that you deserve, that you're deserving of. May is a volunteer of with the World Central Kitchen, and we are so lucky and we feel so indebted to you for spending some of your time with us today, because we're raising a lot of money for World Central Kitchen and we want to raise more money. We've raised to thus far in 6 hours, we've raised almost $11,000, and that would be in 6 hours, and that would be a total of almost $4,000 in 2 weeks. No, $50,000. $50,000. $54,000 in 2 weeks that we've raised. So when we started this podcast this morning, we were at 42K. And right now we are at, let me check the most recent. We are at 53K. So we've raised 11,000 in 6 hours. And so May, I want to give you your flowers for what you're doing. And I want people to see your beautiful face and to see everything that you're doing, because it takes a genuine person, it takes an amazing person to say, hey, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to help people who are in dire need. And so with that, I'm going to mute my mic. And if you want me to, I'm going to ask you questions, because I think it's important that I just want to figure out your experiences and just kind of go from there. I just want to chat with you.
Oh, I'm so grateful that somehow the universe brought us together right during the week that I am in Barcelona, volunteering, I was volunteering for WCK, the World Central Kitchen. And as I'm listening to you being moved by this, I am so moved by the opportunity to be there in real life, handing out coffee and sandwiches. It was such a simple thing that we got to do, but I think it ranks up there as one of the best things that I got to do in my whole entire life. And I have got to do a lot of fun things in my life. And my daughter was with me, and today is our last day on this big old journey, and we're heading home tomorrow. And I said to her, I said, after doing this, I'm thinking about the next trip, and we have to stick volunteering in everywhere we go, because vacationing becomes meaningless if we don't do something. And she looked at me and she's like, yeah, I feel the same way. So anyway, we got more out of this than I think we gave into it, and we gave a lot. But anyway, so let's go. I want to dive in, and I want to share so much about my tiny experience there compared to what WCK is doing around the world for people in need. I can't say enough about them.
I'm at awe. So excuse me for being at awe, because that means that I will not be able to come up with the words. But the first thing I want to ask is, what made you decide that World Central Kitchen was an organization that you wanted to volunteer with, and how did you have the time? Because I wish I had the time to do this. So those are the two questions. First two questions.
It's just all so crazy. Okay, so I have been watching the news about Ukraine since it started. No, before it started. I mean, I even contacted my friend in Azerbaijan and said, do you think Russians gonna invade Ukraine? So, and then it happened, and every day I watch the news and the pictures and all these people. And I am an immigrant myself. I was born in Vietnam back in the 60s, and then 75. I'm so tired. I'm like losing track of time. 75, my own country fell, and we had to escape out of my country, and we were a refugee. We were boat people. We were rescued. We were, the Red Cross helped us. And I was just a child. I was like 12 years old. So I just knew that this great benefactor, this great force out there is helping people, but I didn't know how these things work to help people. So as an adult, I'm busy working, raising my daughter and all this stuff, but I've always wanted to do something meaningful. And now this year, I just couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't just sit there and watch the news literally, I mean, we really do watch the news from morning to evening and just keep seeing this. So I put it out there in Facebook and said, I really want to do something. Help me find something. And a dear friend of mine who's a volunteer guru, she's just an amazing person herself. You should talk to her sometimes. Anyway, she sent me this little thing and she said, you should check this out. I think it's for you. It's my t-shirt, my hard-earned t-shirt. Anyway, so she turned me on to this, and I sight unseen, like how I do most things. Sight unseen, I signed up for it, and here I am. And it's just the best thing ever.
Wow. Like we have each other's numbers, so we will talk, because this is something that I really am passionate about. And I'm glad that you're drinking your champagne, because I'm drinking something else. You guys can see me because there are crazy people out there who wants my head. But
I just checked into my last Airbnb tonight, and they had champagne and they wrote our name on it, May and her daughter, enjoy your night. And I just like, I'm opening that. I'm going to drink
and
that on
please
this show, because it's just a cap to everything that I got to experience this time.
So tell us about when you guys got to the Ukraine. Like, what was it like?
No, we didn't get to the Ukraine. That's too close for comfort for me. I'm a war child, so this is my first volunteer. So I wanted to go to Poland, but that was too close, too scary. So I went to Barcelona in Spain. I didn't know that Spain had a WCK kitchen. They had it in Madrid, and then they have one in Barcelona to tend to the Ukraine. And I'm like, how does the Ukrainians get from Ukraine to here? And now I know they actually had to travel just like what we see in the news, to Poland, and then they got shipped to Hungary, and then Hungary was filled up, so then they got shipped to now Spain. And actually, the week that I was there last week, they are full, so now they're shipping them to Portugal. And to catch them at this tail end, I hope it's a tail end for them, to catch them at this later stage of being on the road, on the run for a month or more than a month for some people, has been daunting for them. And I got to see their exhaustion. There was a moment on my last day where I looked out in the room, the big room, and there's this Ukrainian woman. She sat there by herself with her bags around her, and one little tear just started coming down, and then another tears, and then hands are wiping, and I was just like tearing up myself. And I know what she's feeling, right? We all know. And so I gently walk over there, and I brought a bottle of water and 2 bars of chocolate for her, and I just gently gave it to her, and I walked away. I didn't even want to interrupt her from whatever she was feeling, but I just wanted her to know that I noticed, we noticed, the world noticed, and that we are tending to her as much as we can. Everyone is doing the best that they can to help them, and it's just heartbreaking.
No, and this community that we were part of, and as you know, I don't know if you know this, but Harry and Meghan, one of their partners is World Central Kitchen. So when it came time for us to think about what we were going to do for their kids' birthdays, We felt
Ah,
right now the most important thing was to feed people. Food
yeah.
insecurity is so, I mean, I grew up in Nigeria, and
Mm,
as much as I would like to say that I understand poverty and stuff, I don't. And I can't, and
yep,
but I've seen it, and I
yep.
lived in Nigeria, and I've seen, and I, growing up, I've always my father and my mother has always raised me with this sense of giving back, and which is why I fell in love with Harry and Meghan. I mean, I've followed Meghan for 12 years, so I followed Meghan for so many
Wow.
years. Yeah,
Yeah.
and when they got together, it was a natural fit, and when I saw their ethos and understand that giving back and providing service to other people, it was what I was raised on. And um, so this fundraiser was important because so much is going on around the world, Ukraine especially, but even I grew up in Africa. I grew up in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So I saw it. I saw food insecurity firsthand. And um, I'm going to try to share some pictures with people as we are chatting, just to show like you and your daughter as you guys were um, feeding
Oh, I want
like
to
the
talk about these
kids.
pictures.
Yes,
So that's
please.
my daughter. That was our very first day, and we were wearing a shirt that was designed by a meditation friend of mine, Amy Labossiere. She
Mhm.
designed that shirt to help fundraise for WCK. Also, that's why we like
May,
try to
so
wear
just
it
so you
everywhere
know,
in Barcelona.
May,
Yeah,
just so you know, I have those shirts too because I bought from her not knowing. So I have, and she also has hoodies.
that's amazing. I'm so
Yes, yeah. So I
excited.
have
Our
shirts
world
from
is
her.
helping.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
And then the middle picture is we're not allowed to take pictures
Faces.
of faces because we need to respect the privacy and the safety and all that stuff. But so I thought that was a very well cropped picture. But that that dad and his baby got to me. Again, it's like it's one thing to see adults walking around kind of clueless and lost and paperwork in hand and looking around and not knowing how to even make a decision on like what to eat that in that moment, but to see parents tend to their kids and then
Mm.
this dad walking around the building with his baby in there, I could just imagine what he is thinking, as a mom, as a parent myself. Oh, anyway, tears was streaming down on my face when I saw that, and I just couldn't help myself. I had to take that picture.
No, no. And somebody asked a question: How long are the
Ah,
hours? How did they assign shifts?
yeah. So if you go to wck.org, uh, and you pick the location that you want to volunteer at. And by the way, there's a ton of location like for Puerto Rico, and I realized, holy cow, they're still struggling from 2-3 years ago, a disaster, and we kind of had forgotten about them or something. So anyway, I thought that was, I wanted to give a little shine on Puerto Rico, and if you guys are wanting to volunteer, go help them too. So, and then when you sign up for that, they give you a shift from, like for me it was 4 to 8 at night. So we got the closing shift. So it's usually 4 hours. And honestly, 4 hours of volunteering work is plenty. It's
Mhm.
exhausting work. I felt so beat up when we got home every night. I was like, oh man, I was tired. And we were on our feet the whole time. And our job was, my daughter's job was to stock the food outside, like fruits, drinks, water, or the juice boxes, and the sandwiches, the dry sandwiches. And my job is inside the food truck where I dish out the container, keep them warm, and then I make coffee. Coffee, cafe or chai, con leche, sin leche. That was my the crash course into Spanish and Ukrainian and Russian. And at first, when somebody said chai, I thought, lady, I don't have chai here. I have a hot pot of water and I can make you tea, okay? That was what goes on in my head. And then I realized, oh, maybe that's chai in Ukrainian. So that's tea in Ukrainian. So chai is tea in Ukrainian. Anyway, and so then we make instant coffee for them. And I want to share a little bit about the coffee story too, because
Please.
some of them came, and there are, the old babushki kind of Ukrainian, and then there are some really hip Ukrainian, and they're sporty. They're right off of New York, Madison, So, and then they're like a cappuccino, and I laugh inside. I'm like, I have literally 2 big pot of hot boiling water, and I have instant coffee and milk. Unlimited amount of milk and coffee, instant coffee. So at first I'm like, no cappuccino, sorry, and I was all apologetic. And then a few minutes later, and I'm like, well, what is a cappuccino anyway? It's just a coffee that's a little stronger. So then I started making my own thing, like, okay, if you want cappuccino, then it's 2 scoops of the instant coffee, and I cut down on the water so it looks, small, because in Europe they have cappuccino in a small thing, and a splash of milk. They want cafe latte, then I had more milk and more water, and then they want espresso. I just make it really strong and hand it to them, and they loved it. They're like, oh, thank you, so good. And it was so adorable, and it's like they needed to be transported back to some normalcy, some level of luxury that they're used to, whatever, So it was just so fun to be creative and meet them where they're at.
How incredible of you to actually, and this is something that to be innovative in this regard, right? So
yes.
I
think it's important to meet people and help them. I mean, that's really my job there, right? To love them and to help bring some level of normalcy, some level of hope, some level of decency back into their life, even though they're homeless, they're countryless, they're everythingless kind of thing. So anyway, that was
no, that's awesome. That's really, that's what this world is all about, is, with us supporting Harry and Meghan, we have to come up with genius ideas in how to support them. And one of those ways is what we are doing right now. So I spent the last 7 hours talking about different ways to support people while raising money for this effort that you're in. And one question somebody asked me just now was, how did you, and you've already answered it, like somebody got you into fundraising, and somebody asked, do you have to go on the website and sign up?
Yeah. You have to go to the website and sign up. Don't expect an email back, because they're understaffed. If there was something that I wish for WCK is more money for more staffing, because I think they just put everyone out on the front line and they're working their tails off. And so when I signed up, it was not a friendly process to sign up, because you send it in and it's kind of like floating out there. You don't know if you get it or not, and so on and so forth. So it takes some patience, and I almost just went blindly. I almost, but really I didn't know where I would be going. I just knew that there was a site in Madrid. So yes, the process of signing up takes a little trust, and then you have to go back on the site often to see if the location and the time that you wanted is not available. They might update it and they might add it more, and that's what I got. Was at first I was looking at Madrid, and then suddenly Barcelona opened up, and that worked out so much better for my schedule. So that's how I ended up here.
And I love Barcelona. Barcelona is one of my favorite cities. I'm a traveler,
oh
so
my
I
gosh,
think
it
I've
was
probably
such a
been
treat.
almost everywhere.
Wow, you and I were travel bugs. Oh my gosh, I just
Yeah,
love
no, you
the
are really
city so much.
inspiring me. like one of my travels to spend maybe a week or two volunteering, because usually what I do on my travels is I try to go and learn how to, I'm a foodie, right? So I learn how to cook the food of
Yeah.
whatever country I'm in. But now
Yeah.
I feel like, look, I can go help support, say, a World Central Kitchen in a volunteer aspect. And I usually give back, but it's usually money. So I'm like, no,
Yeah.
I can actually give time and money. So that's
Yeah.
really incredible.
You know what? Another thing that speaking of time and money and how do you afford to do this? I really can't afford to do this. But I wanted to do it. So I put it as priority, and then I put it out there in my Facebook community, and people started giving me money to help me go. So I want you to know that when you are stepping out to do something like this, let your friends and your circle support you. Um, I personally raised like $1,000 to help pay for my cost and my daughter's cost. So I think the whole trip cost me about $3,000. So I paid
Wow.
two and I was gifted one. So I'm so grateful that that's helpful. That's very helpful
Wow.
for us
No, that's
to
good
do
to
this.
know.
Yeah.
And
So
look at
don't
this,
try to
like,
do things by yourself. Yeah.
yeah, like we have a lot of people, and we call ourselves squaddies. So we are in the Sussex
Yeah.
squad. And we call ourselves squaddies, but we have a lot of people within the squad who are big volunteers, and they do a lot of things within the volunteer world. And this is good to know, where maybe we can start funds for them to do these types of things. And a lot of people want us to mention that in South Africa, World Central Kitchen is in South Africa for the flooding. So that's just the
Oh,
level of
oh
work
gosh.
that
Yeah.
World Central Kitchen does. So
Yeah. And I would also say that if it's your first time volunteering, don't try to do too much. 5 days is a good chunk of time. Yes, you're gonna walk away feeling like, wow, that was just a drop in the Sahara Desert. But it's it's good. It's good. There are people coming, there are people behind you. Give yourself a break, because if you push too much, you will crash and then you will need help, and that would be difficult for other people to support you also. And then there's this COVID thing that still happened out there. So our volunteer crew did catch COVID, some of them.
aw,
In fact, actually my daughter got COVID, and I was like,
wow.
oh God, I can't I can't have COVID. So but she recovered quickly. It only took her one day of rest, and then she gradually got better quickly. And I never went down with it. So COVID still happens out there. So you have to go with your COVID supplement, your zinc, D, and vitamin C, and quercetins, and blah, so that you can have in your pocket. So if you happen to catch something, you can take care of yourself.
Yeah, and I see World Central Kitchen, and we talked about this on the podcast already today, and I'm going to bring it up again. They are in Buffalo, so
Woo!
they, what,
Oh, is
you
that
know
for the
what happened?
shooting?
Yes,
Yes.
yeah, it's for the shooting, and so they've been in Buffalo since Tuesday, and
Wow.
just helping that community because they only have one grocery store, and that's the work
Oh,
that, yeah, in that community they only have one grocery store, and that's what that guy did this. So World Central Kitchen has been the glue to keep that community together, to help people. And your stories, and just kind of talking to you on messaging you, and just it's really inspiring. And I know I'm due for a vacation soon, and I
yeah.
was talking to my husband, and I said, look, we got to, I
Just
mean,
sign up.
usually we go out and we help in some ways, but usually it's monetarily. But
Yeah.
I'm thinking that I need to do something myself, because having in the 5-6 years that Harry and Megan have been together, I have a different approach to charity,
Yeah.
and just understanding charity, and that's something that they've inspired in us. And seeing that they are working, I mean, this all started from Puerto Rico. A lot
Oh,
of this started
great.
from Puerto Rico. Wall Central Kitchen. I remember
Yes.
when the hurricane happened, because
Yes.
my mother is from the U.S. Virgin Islands,
Oh boy,
and they
yeah.
got hit by the same hurricane that year. And so this hall started from Puerto Rico when
Yeah.
Chef Jose, and it's
They're still
incredible the
there.
work. They're still there. They're still there, and
Yeah.
we can't stop helping. And Harry and Meghan partnered with Wall Central Kitchen. Their first kitchen was built because they're building 4 kitchens through their partnership. So their first kitchen was built in Dominica. They built one in India during the pandemic.
Wow.
I think they have 2 other. No, they're building another one in Puerto Rico, and I can't remember the 4th place. But Harry and Meghan are these
Big.
as
That's
people.
awesome.
Yes, yeah. Those of us who support them, these are their ethos. What you're doing, May, is what Harry and Meghan embody, and that's what we should be doing. And that's why when Mia told me you when she reached out to me and she said, "Hey, I know," like I reached out, I found somebody, and I had to immediately contact you and say we have to talk and we have to share your story. And I'm gonna check the comments and just make sure that people who, if people have any questions, that we are not ignoring them, because I'm not seeing everything that whatever. But what else do you want to tell us about how to volunteer
Well,
for World Central Kitchen?
I think it's also important for me to say something about how to be a good volunteer.
Yes, please.
Oh dear. So some of us got COVID, and then the shadow part comes out, and it was a little messy, and they wanted, I don't know what they wanted, but anyway, it made the poor managers of our group, made her job 10 times harder. And like I said before, it seems like WCK's managers of these sites are strapped really thin. They are working their butts off. And so when we assert our, I want to say American ways, expectation, but actually one of the person there was from Canada. So I'll just say the North American way of like
Mm-hmm.
having certain expectation of whatever the expectation you may have is sometimes makes it so much harder for the team and the the managers to accommodate us because they really
Mm-hmm.
don't have the resource to do that. So when we come to volunteer, I think that it's so important that you come clean. You know, your slate is clean. It's not about you for however days that you're coming there, and you are giving, and it's our job to help make the managers job easier and make them happy.
Yeah.
It's not their
Yeah.
job to make us happy. So I think that's an important reminder. I think sometimes we may forget, and yeah. So anyway, try not to make a mess. Try to come in clean, go out clean, and leave it better than you found things.
Yeah, and I think that's important for anyone in here who's been asking, how do you join? Exactly. Don't go in there thinking you can just do whatever you want. And somebody just reminded me that Harry and Meghan funded kitchens in India, Puerto Rico,
Wow.
Dominica, Brazil, and Ukraine. So
That's
that is,
awesome.
yeah. So that's
You know,
pretty
we
incredible.
without being on the show, I didn't know that. So I'm really appreciative of knowing that. That makes me my heart for them even get bigger. It's like, oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, no, they are these 2 people, they are incredible. They are absolutely incredible. And that's why we're here. I mean, in the time that we've been here, so we've raised almost we've raised 50, we're trying to do, I'm hoping we get to 55K by the end of today. We started at
That's
42,000,
awesome.
and Yes, so we didn't think we were gonna raise more than $3,000 in 8 hours, but we're raising money, and that money hopefully would go into some of the stuff that you've said, which is maybe some of the funding for the staff, because I think people kind of forget that it takes a lot of work to get to this point when it comes to fundraising and taking care of people. Yeah.
Yeah, like the staff from WCK where I serve, she was there from 6 a.m.
Wow.
until 8 o'clock at night. And then when she went
Mm.
home, she still had paperwork to do. And so luckily we all jive well. So I sent her home early so that she could rest, so that she can get her work done and still have some sleep. But she's managing the volunteers, she's managing the food truck, she's managing the food coming in, and she's also managing all the relationship with other sources around there. It's a lot for her. And I don't see a
Mm.
partner for her. So I just thought, wow, that's exhausting. And it's nonstop.
Yeah, and I have to say
Yeah.
that for those listening to this right now, if you guys have an opportunity to help out in this in any way, maybe the administrative process will be a way to help out as well. So if you have skills as an administrator and you can help out the managers when so they can get some rest, that's an example of what you can do, how you can give back,
Yeah, I'm
right?
I'm not sure how you would get in there on that. I think you might be able to do that on your second volunteer, because not on the
Mhm.
first one you're just kind of like eyes wide open and you just
Yeah, you're new.
walk in and right and making coffee is your thing, or or if you're in the kitchen, you'll be chopping something. I want to talk about the food a little bit too, because we're all curious of like, well, is the food there any better than other kinds of volunteering food? And it is really civilized, really lovely. Every
Mhm.
day is a different menu, a different dish that got cooked, and it is kept as warm as possible. We don't have
Mhm.
like a stove or something like that at the food truck, but we have a heating cabinet that the food sits in, and it's served at least warm and not,
Yeah.
you know, um, and I love it. There, someday it was like curry and beef. Other day it was like meatballs and
Mm.
over rice and peas and things. And so it varies. It's not just the same old slop. It's not a slop. It's actually a real meal put together, nice and warm in a nice container that they take away, and it's full. It's a good size meal. So if you're a big Ukrainian, you get yourself filled. There are people actually complaining that it's too much food.
Oh, I see. So,
Yeah.
what is a typical day in the life of a volunteer?
We come in on time, if not early, for our shift, and then
Mhm.
we restock things, and then we hang out there waiting for for the guests to come, and whatever they need, we help them with. There's a lot they still don't get that this is free either. There are like a lot of bewilderment going,
Mm.
pay, and it's like, no, it's all for you. And they're like, really? So
Mm.
and then we make coffee or tea, and then we make sure that there's enough warm food, hot food that's already dished out. If not, we dish them out. So there's a constant kind of flow of um, managing, keeping the food up and keeping the place clean and inviting and just pouring love over there, because we don't know we can't communicate. We just do it with the eyes and the energy.
Yeah, yeah. No, no, that's pretty incredible. I wanted to talk about there's this one picture that I saw, the one where there's like a word, I think in Ukrainian or Russian. I can't see it,
Yeah.
but the third picture.
And then
What is
those
that
red
about?
bars. Yes, I did. Right.
Yeah.
I discovered the power of chocolate. Oh my God. Okay, so out of the things that we give out, water, juices, and all this stuff, there's these boxes of chocolate, milk chocolate bars. And we usually give them to the kids. But I discovered that when you give them a coffee and then you reach up there and you grab 2 bars of chocolate and you slide it with the coffee, their eyes just lit up and they look at me and they make eye contact and their heart just bursts open and they smile and they go, "Spasiba," or "Thank you," or "Gracias," and it's like this connection. And I, sometimes people get food and all that, they just kind of are shy and they just go get food. They don't make connection, but chocolate make connections. And then chocolate speak love. They feel loved by me, by us. They smile as if like in that moment, there's nothing else that happened, just the chocolate bar. So chocolate is the answer.
So like literally chocolate is like the universal language of awesomeness is what you're telling me. So
of love, of here, feel better. Everything's going to be okay. Here's some chocolate.
This is
And
incredible.
the more
And
the
I just
better.
Yes, I know, right? Like the more the better. I wanted to highlight that we are basically about, I would say, $11 from 55K. We should be able to do that, right?
Yes.
We should like yeah,
Thank
about
you so much
$11.
for donating, everyone. We are so excited that you feel moved by this work and by my reporting and by your work, and just keep holding the space and inviting people to be a part of this movement and this support. I can see the money, our money that went into WCK at work, and it's so fun to see, so rewarding to see. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
We
it's
are at, what did you say, 60
oh, we have
from
$60, yeah,
55,000?
from 55K. Does anyone
That's
have any
easy.
questions for Kay before we go into like looking at more pictures and stuff? Because I wanted to let people know. By the way, guys, if you need to donate to this fundraiser and you are in the live chat, go to the very top of the live chat. I have it pinned up there. You can click immediately. It will take you right there. You don't have to do anything else. Just click on the link and then you can donate. Okay? So people keep asking, but why do we have to provide? I don't know why you have to provide your address. We don't deal with any of the back end of this. This is all going to World Central Kitchen. We don't have anything to do with what World Central Kitchen is doing. But so how has your time been in Barcelona? Hopefully you've been able to explore Barcelona.
Oh my God. So in Barcelona, the WCK food distribution is inside the Red Cross building, which is right at the Palace of Montjuic. I don't know if I said that right, but it is the most beautiful place area, and they have the most beautiful big water fountain. And I was so lucky that the week that I was there was the week that they start running the fountain again. So the first night after I worked and came out a little bit bewildered, and I looked and I'm like, oh my God, I think I see water flowing on this water fountain. And then on our third night, it was the big show, the very first. And if you have never seen the magic fountain go off in Barcelona, you have got to go and see that, because it's so beautiful. And they pair it with this music, Barcelona, from Freddie, what's his name, from whatever, the big band, Queen.
Queen.
So it's so magnificent, and it was just like, wow, my heart was filled inside with all with serving the Ukrainian, and I come out and I'm like, oh my God, it was so awesome. I loved it. Now, there is one bad thing about that, which is the Ukrainian that came through Barcelona fell in love with Barcelona because that area
Oh.
is so beautiful, and they wanted
Mhm.
to stay. They wanted to stay, and then
Mm.
with the water fountain, everything, it is just like heaven. You should Google some of the images. So beautiful there. And so it was heartbreaking for them to have to keep
Mhm.
going. So I felt bad for them that they fell in love, and they sent a prayer up to God and said, "Please, can I stay in Barcelona?" And then Barcelona came back and said, "So sorry, we are full. You have to keep going." And I think that's twice as heartbreaking than if it was just any location. I mean, if it was in an ugly, dingy location, it would have been fine. They're like, "Okay, get me the hell out of here," But it was
Yeah.
such a beautiful place.
No, Barcelona is incredible. The cathedral, there's this market that I really love there. That's like it's closer to the water, but it's like an
Yeah.
open market. It's just beautiful. I love Barcelona, and I like there's this one building that I really like, and I can't remember the name of it. And there's all this artistic stuff in the front. I just know it's not
Oh
far
yes,
from the
yes,
Chanel
yes.
store.
That is the gaudy. I remember the artist's name because it sounds like gaudy. Like, oh my God,
Mm-hmm.
it's so gaudy. So it's the Gaudy building, and
Yeah.
he's the one that also designed the Sangralia, the big cathedral that just is an
Yes,
endless work of
they're
art.
still building
Yeah,
it. They're still
the
designing
Familia
it. Like,
Sangralia or something. Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
And so
So I
I
see
can
a question
imagine.
here.
Yes,
I see a question from
yes.
Beverly who said that what has my daughter learned from this experience and how has she grown from it? Well, she learned, first of all, she learned to travel with me. So she learned to navigate the metro and all that stuff. So I wanted to do it like locals do. I didn't want to just jump into a taxi and that kind of stuff. And so we found our way through the metro and all that. And my daughter is kind of very much similar to me. So I can see that I have seen some of her mail that she has adopted, like a polar bear and as a teenager and that kind of stuff. And so for her to turn 21 on this trip was awesome. So she got to do something meaningful rather than
Mhm.
just, be at home and going, nobody's calling to take me out for my birthday kind of thing, right? So
Mhm.
she was outside of herself. She was serving. She was a part of giving, and she loved it. And it was so easy. It was so smooth for the two of us working together, and it was like not a big deal. It was like not a big deal, but it's rightly so. And I think the biggest thing is that it put the reality into her. So I have
Mm.
to wait until I'm 56 before I can travel and volunteer, but she got to start at 21. Hey, that's not bad.
Yeah, no, I mean, somebody said if you want to study architecture, you can do it in Barcelona. No, I mean, I think she's having the perfect person send her, like somebody who's passionate and who happens to be her mother, and she's working alongside her mother because then she values the power of helping. And I always believe that givers always get, right? So when you give, you get goodness coming your way. And I feel like maybe that's probably the biggest experience is like understanding that the world is not perfect. Like I told you, I don't I'm not saying I was rich, but I didn't grow up with the understanding of poverty, but I grew
Yeah,
up with the understanding of giving. And
yeah,
it's something that it was something that I've always embodied and something that I've always chosen. And so it's nice to know that your daughter has this drive that you have at a very young age. Like you said, you have to be in your 50s to be able to do it, but she's doing it with you right now. That means that
she got to do it at
she's
21, right? Yeah.
exactly, and so she's going through life. She's actually learning life, and she's
I think
doing
there's
it.
something,
And
yeah, this whole thing of like, mostly she lives on TikTok. She's on the phone looking at TikToks, consuming TikTok, right? Just like everyone
yeah,
else at that age or older even, right? And so here in those 5 days, she was away from TikTok. She was in real life. She was
wow,
participating, she was serving, she was interacting, and she was making connection. And there was nothing big that happened, but it's all subtle, it's all in the energy, it's all in the ether of our being. And
yeah.
so I loved it. And I know she loved it. And she was really bummed on the last day that she got COVID and couldn't come. Just like, I'm sorry, you have to
Aw.
stay home. But it it gave her meaning, and this T-shirt that we earned, the
Yeah.
WTK T-shirt, and in the back it said Chef Team. Yeah,
Aw.
so cute, isn't that so cute? It's 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 the most meaningful T-shirt that I've
I
ever
know.
owned. Yeah.
I know. I can imagine. Like I'm at awe, and you inspire me just from seeing what you're doing and understanding the level of impact that I can have in service, not just financially, but in service.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually being there, like you thinking about like, hey, you want cappuccino? I'm gonna figure out how to make something close to a cappuccino that you will enjoy. And yes. So this is
Yeah.
incredible.
I had to taste the coffee to see what it tastes like. It's like, okay, it's actually not so bad. All right, we're gonna like try to mix it up and see what happens. Oh, I even put chocolate in one to make it mocha. I was going, and
Oh,
then
I
today
see.
I told my daughter, and I said, if I had my, one of those stirrer thing that you
Yes,
can
the
make
little
the
thing,
froth,
like the yeah,
the hand.
the frosting.
I
Yeah.
usually travel with my frother. If I'd had that, I could have frothed the milk and poured it on top. That would have been a
So because Megan is an investor in like a brand that does like this brand, it's like a coffee like not a chocolate, but because they have like my favorite is the golden latte, right? So she's an
Uh-huh.
investor in it, and I take this golden latte with me everywhere. So I bring my frother with me. I don't
Yeah,
So
see,
if you
we
have brought
are
your
twin
frother with
sisters.
you, yes, you would have had your little mocha and cappuccino, and everything would have been perfect. They
I
would
gave
have
my
this
frother away to my friend in Hawaii just a month ago. So that's why I was frotherless. But I thought about it, and I'm like, next
clever,
volunteer, I'm
yeah.
going to make sure I have a frother with me.
That is so funny because I'm serious. Like I would probably, now I'm getting ideas from you as to what I'm going to volunteer with World Central Kitchen on my next vacation. And like I'll do
Yes.
1 week of vacation and 1 week of maybe do the beginning 2 days vacation, 1 week in the middle volunteering, and then last 3 days vacation. And I always bring my frother everywhere because my frother and weighted blanket.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Weighted blanket too. Girlfriend, now that's some serious traveling. I brought a
Yeah,
folding yoga mat. Not the roll up one, but
that's
the folding one.
that's a good one.
I
That's a
got
good
that one.
one. Yeah. So
Woo! We're almost at 56,000. Yay! Maybe we'll make it to 60,000 tonight.
we
Well, it's
probably
night for
will.
me. It's afternoon for you. Yes.
I know, but we probably will. The last time we did something like this, and it was a joke. We didn't think that we were going to do anything. So, like, we had a goal of $1,000. We
Uh-huh.
ended it up raising $24,000 in 12 hours. So anything can happen.
So amazing. I love it. I
Anything can
love it. I
happen.
love it. I love it.
This whole group of people that we have here, they are just incredible. And I wanted to make sure that I remember my daughter volunteered during high school at Habitat Humanity in New Orleans. She was so humbled by her experience. She was crying, telling me the stories of despair down there. And you know what? I'm sure your daughter is forever changed by her experience. And yes, she got COVID, but she's changed. You see the pictures. I want to show some pictures that we were looking at just to make sure that people
I think she's
go ahead.
proud. It's like,
I'm sure she is.
For a teenager, when we give them something to be proud, an inner proud, not an outer proud, I think that's so important because you can't take that away from her. And when she meets people after this trip, we travel a little bit this past week, and she walked in knowing that she has this invisible badge that she earned, that she did something that a lot of people would love to do and can't make it or haven't made it or whatever, and so I think it's important to give our children a sense of pride in themselves and a sense of, like somebody said, humbleness and humility and the ability to look at real life in eye to eye, in person. This is real. You're not looking at these people on TikTok. You're not looking at them on the news because it's different. It's different on the news. And that's one of the reasons why I had to go, because even as a refugee and immigrant myself, I forget what it's like. So I get on a plane and I go and I remember and I get to live it and I get to remember what's it like. And I get to be in touch with my own humanity. So yes, please go. Everybody go. It's fun. It's fun, not in a money spending.
I want to post
fun
some
way.
messages for you.
Yeah.
So people like May, you're really resourceful. You made a lot of people happy because you're so resourceful. Kudos to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm just going back and trying to look for all the messages for you. I've already posted that to you.
I think
See what
another tip on volunteer around that is have fun, be creative, but stay within the boundaries. Sometimes I can be too creative and I break the boundaries and then I have to clean it up. Don't do that. But stay within the boundary, but creative, and don't be afraid to express your love. Like we're there, and I love it when once in a while a Ukrainian family would stop and turn around and look at us and really, really take in that we are volunteer, we are there to help them. And they know, they get it, and they want us to know that they get it, and we get it. So there was just this, I get you, you get me, I get it. And it's just so loving. And that's what being human is all about, is to see each other and connect at that level. So I think that's what I wish for everyone is, if you do go, that I hope you feel full and connect with people, with the people that you serve, and also the people that you work with too. They're really cool people that come from all over the world. Super fun.
No, it's incredible. I wanted you to explain this picture. This is your daughter.
Yes. That's
right?
us. That's her stocking up stuff and chasing pigeons away. We had 3 pigeons in that building that day, and they kept attacking the bread. So.
Pigeons will never go away with this food. So
I know. I didn't know that managing pigeon was one of our jobs, but it was.
That's really. I mean, like I'm excited. What is this? Like, this is an example, a picture of like some of the food there, right?
Yes. So at the end of the night, our shift end at 8, and technically WCK go home, but people were still coming. I mean, the Red Cross worked into the night at midnight. So sometimes, not all the time, but some days we had lots of food, like that day, and then some days we kind of ran out of food, which is really bad, because then they look really depressed, even more depressed than but so this day we had food, and so this is usually what they got. They got dry sandwiches, and so inside the bread were either cheese or a very thin slice of jamon, which is ham.
Mm-hmm.
So
Ham,
ham
yeah.
or
Mm-hmm.
cheese. There's no mayo, mustard, none of that stuff. It's just bread and a slice of cheese. But it actually tastes really good. I don't know what they do with bread in Europe, but the bread tastes great. And so it's not a bad sandwich. It's a good sandwich. And in fact, when you go out to buy sandwiches, it's kind of like that in the shop too. So that's the bread part, and then the round containers are the warm food, and that container, it's kind of insulated in a nice way, so it does keep the heat somewhat. But this is after we close, and so we put everything out, and we hope that there's enough for everyone. And in the morning, it's usually all gone.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm
And then there's
so at
also what you
awe.
don't see is fruits and vegetables and no vegetables, just fruits and juices and water, bottled water.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm jealous. Now I want to go. I want to go now. And I'm sure many squatties. I know a lot of squatties who volunteer, who do a lot and volunteer. And this should be everyone's wake up call to volunteer, to really put their money where their mouth is. It's good to give money, but if you have the time, and we have a lot of people who are retirees within the Sussex Squad, who the reason why they're part of the squad is because a lot of, and they're really active in the squad, is because they're retirees and they want to help out. So this is something you can do. This is how you can help out as well. So yeah.
Well, I'm not retired. I'm an independent business person. So luckily some of my work can be done on the phone, so I kept it down to minimum. But I pretty much stopped working and just go. There was a question that I had to ask myself, which is, when am I going to do this? Is it because my answer is always not yet, maybe later, maybe later. But and then suddenly when I said yes, everything just opened up. And like I said, let people, if you're short in money, ask for help. Let the circle know that this is what you want, because other people want to live through this experience with you. Other people want to do something, but they don't know how, so they can get involved through you. And then you come back and share the story or along the way. So I started a private thread, and I shared it with the people that support me, or emotionally or financially or whatever, and so they get to see the private pictures that I took. They get to know the inside story that I'm not free to tell publicly, so then they feel like they're there with me, and it's good for everybody. And then you get to fill your heart up with inspiration and creativity, and and it just pops. So just say yes, and everything else will happen for you.
Yeah, and I have to say, May, you telling your story about your work with World Central Kitchen is how I found you. And getting other people to take some time to volunteer is how I found you, because this is incredible work, and that's how the person who introduced us to each other found you. And I was like a no-brainer. This is incredible. And yeah, I don't want to take too much more of your time, but if you can leave us with any parting words and anything else that you want to say to us, if you want to share more with us, that'd be great. I'm at awe. I'm thankful for you being here, and it's been incredible just talking to you.
Yeah. So thank you so much for inviting me, first of all. And really it allowed me to just put the feather on the cap of the whole experience. I'm just delighted to get to talk about this publicly and inspire you and inspire others to come or get involved. And it doesn't have to be for the Ukraine, right? It's nice that we are doing it for the Ukrainians, but there are so many communities that need our help. And now that my eyes are wide open, that would be my first vacation destination, wck.org. see what
Mhm,
location
mhm.
that I want to go to and support. So that it really, it's a selfish act. It
It
pours
is.
so much love into me. I have received so much. uh I'm a better human from doing this, and everybody loves me because I volunteered for WC.
And you have so much, like, you are such a good person, though. Like, like I remember my first text to you. You were so bubbly, and I'm like, I like her already. Me and her are friends. We are friends in our
Thank
head,
you.
and and
And
mind
you
you,
earn a T-shirt. Everybody has to
yes,
have a T-shirt, a World Kitchen
exactly. You get a
Central
T-shirt.
Kitchen T-shirt.
Yeah, and
It's
I
my
have to
most
say,
treasure.
yeah, and like you said, it's not only Ukraine, and we mentioned earlier the Harry and Meghan funded kitchen in India, Puerto Rico, Dominica,
Yeah.
Ukraine, and there's somewhere else that they funded it. There's 5 places that Harry and Meghan funded the kitchen in, and those kitchens are, I think they are all up and running right now. And we're hoping with this fundraiser we can help fund a kitchen somewhere else. So
Yeah.
yeah.
And um uh because we were paired with the Red Cross in that building,
Hmm.
it was really nice to get to support the Red Cross volunteers too. Like some of them
Mm.
came by and they got a little coffee and they worked so hard, and to have food in the center to support them also was really nice. I hope that's kosher to share that, but I I think we all need to just support each other so that we can love and sustain ourselves so that we can serve. So
Indeed.
this work feeds everybody involved and emotionally and spiritually, not just physical feeding.
Yeah, indeed. Definitely indeed.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I could keep you on forever. But
But it's 11 o'clock my time and I got to catch a plane tomorrow. So
exactly.
thank you so much
Exactly.
for
And I
having
want you
me
to
on.
finish that bottle of champagne as well. So,
Yes. Thank you so much.
yes. When you get back stateside, we need to connect and meet up and talk and just share some
Yes,
time. So
that
thank you
would
so
be
much,
so
May.
amazing. Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
again.
Thank
Be
you.
well, and I hope we make it to 100,000 today.
I hope so. We
Wouldn't
have
that
an
be
hour
fun?
left. That would be
Why not?
amazing. Thank you so much.
Bye,
All right, May.
everyone.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Bye. All right, guy. It's now me and Hani for the next. How long do we have you for? How long do we have Hani? Hani, are you there? I don't think Hani is there. But guys, do you guys want me to play some music? Oh, there's Hani.
Yeah, sorry. I was talking on mute because I didn't want to interrupt you guys' conversation because I was having such a good time listening.
So, I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about? What questions do you guys have? Um, like, I think I just want to play music, but I don't even know how to do it on this platform. So, one of the squaddies, Mia is almost coming on, but she's not connected. So I need to let her know that she's not connected. She's trying to come on because the Spanish squaddies are gonna come up here soon. And honey, can you take over talking while I try to get a hold of Mia, please?
Yes, I can. All right, guys, it has been quite the day. I have learned so much from everybody. We've raised a lot of money. I just want to check to see where we're at so far because I haven't checked in a minute. It looks like we're at $55,834, which is amazing. I guess I'm like terrible at this because I'm trying to figure out what we can talk about. Do you guys have any questions? I'm gonna look at the chat. What would you guys like to talk about? Let me just change this to the most current one.
can you hear me? Can you talk?
Hello, did you see
Mia.
me?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Yeah. All right. So
Uh,
you guys have all the time now. Like
you're gonna go have a drink. Can I say something really quickly first before I forget?
yes.
You read somebody's question about the address or something. The only reason why when you're donating, you're asked for your address is because you're using your either your PayPal or your credit card and whatever, and they have to verify that for your payment. It doesn't mean that we get it. All we can see, we get an email saying there was a donation from this person for this much. If you choose to disclose that, if you do an anonymous donation and you don't disclose the amount, we get just a donation was made. We don't get any details. So all those questions about addresses and stuff like that, that is just to verify your payment. And that's just, that's what you're always asked when you go anywhere to buy anything or to pay for anything. So don't be afraid that we're getting all your addresses. We're not. We only get an email on our end saying this person made a donation. That's it.
Mia, thank you so much for explaining that because I don't know the answer to it because I'm like I don't know. I just we're just here.
Yes. Yes, and
And
that's an account that anyone can set up with World Central Kitchen. It's not our own. That's just how they handle their donations. We only
yeah.
set up a team, and anyone can do that. Anyone can set up a team. So, yeah, it doesn't go through us.
Yeah. It goes straight. Every amount of money that you guys are donating today, it goes directly to World Central Kitchen. Every single amount. Um, yeah. So, and can I just say thank you to the person who organized all of this? Is it okay for me to say that?
Sure. I mean, it wasn't a one person.
I mean, but you did most of the work.
I, I was like, sure. But no, it's conversations were being had, and I was like,
Mhm.
I think we should go with this one, and that's it. And everyone agreed. So
Yeah.
As
No,
they should.
It was a perfect idea, and and you did an amazing job just kind of contacting and making sure that we get this done. And yeah, and here we are today. This is
yes,
insane.
and I know you wanted to give May her flowers, but I want to give you your flowers because you did an awesome job with her. I was driving my kid to her friend's house and I was in tears listening to you both. And I was like, trying to drive straight. I was like, please don't have a wreck right now. I have to go do my hour. Can't do that. But you did an amazing job. And I am not a super spiritual person. I'm not. But when she was like, oh, and the universe and how we were put together, it was literally, I searched for Texas and World Central Kitchen because I wanted to
Hmm.
find someone who had worked because they came here when we had the freeze back,
Hmm.
when Cruz went to Cancun and we were freezing here. They came, I think that's when they came. And so I was looking for a volunteer and her name popped up. She doesn't even live here. I don't even know how she popped up, and that's how I connected you two. So
Hmm.
yeah, it was just seriously the universe doing its job, and then you did an amazing job talking to her, and I feel like we really felt everything she experienced over there. So that was great.
I felt everything she experienced because now
Right?
I'm like, yeah. So I'm just like, instead of me going on a 1 week vacation, I can take a 2 week vacation, spend a week helping people, and
Right?
it's
Yes.
yeah.
And with her daughter
So
too, the fact that she did it with her, I'm like, I want my kid to be 18 so I can do this. Um, and yes, it was great. She seems to really like Facebook for some reason. I don't. I have an account, but I don't I contacted
I
her
hate
through that. I
Facebook.
don't use it for anything, but sometimes I need to go look at certain things. But she seems to really like it. I'll ask her if she wants to go on Twitter a little more because she's just like firmly on Facebook. But she does post a lot of videos, so I kind of want to connect us to what she does, and maybe she can be on the Twitter side a little bit more than Facebook. We're not on Facebook. We're not represented on Facebook.
Yeah, I mean, they hate us on Facebook. They kick us off
Yeah.
a lot
Well,
on Facebook.
I hate Facebook too. So I just have
I
that
and I
account
hate
where I
Facebook
don't.
too. Yeah.
I'm just like that one of those secret accounts where you don't post anything. I just look at things every once in a while. But see, every once in a while, something good comes out of it. So
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because I wouldn't even think of going to even Facebook to like look for people because I'm just like, ugh, Facebook, I don't care. I'm sorry to all the squatties on Facebook. We even have like a group on Facebook.
I was about
But
to say, Tina, don't you have a Facebook group? Because I'm sure I joined it.
yeah, we have a
I'm never
group on
on
Facebook.
there.
But I never run it. I don't even run the Facebook group. Like we have like the people, the squatties on Facebook, they have to be on their P's and Q's. So they run it. I don't even run it. Like I don't even think we have a page on Facebook anymore. We used to, but I don't even think we did. I think I unpublished it. So
yeah,
all
it's
right.
not my
Who
favorite,
is
but
this?
it's Lena. She's the Colombian
Okay.
one.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that she's okay.
Yeah.
Like her
And
screen, like yeah. So all right, guys. Well, you guys can start
My
early.
Spanish is just a little bit better.
I married.
Oh,
I
sorry, go.
married. No, my husband is Mexican, right? And I speak more Spanish than him.
oh my god.
And the only reason I understand a little bit of Spanish is because I lived in Colombia for like a year and a half. So
Colombians have the best accent. I was born in the wrong country. I love the Colombian accent. It's the best. It's my favorite.
Hi, hi.
Yeah. Oh,
Sorry,
hi.
can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Sorry. I was a little confused, but now I'm here. So my name is Lena. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Lena.
all right.
And
And we're
somebody else is
missing
joining.
one. We're missing
Okay,
Panqueque.
there she is.
There's our pancake.
Yeah. All right. So I don't know what you guys want me to do, but I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm gonna get up and walk. I have my back is killing me, and so I'm gonna get up and walk a bit. And
No problem.
this is our
We
Spanish
will run
crew.
it. Yes.
Yeah.
We will not mention jollof rice because I heard you before saying you needed a break, and then you heard rice, and then I heard you again.
I came back.
So we're
And
not.
I
We're
haven't gotten up since, just in case somebody says jollof rice again.
so I'm not gonna say we're not talking about rice, okay? So
Mhm.
you can go take your little break, and yeah, we have our list. I posted some pictures that you can show if you want to. If not, I'll try to translate
Hold
every
on.
once in a while. If you know,
Yeah,
but
please, because hold on. I didn't
I
know
don't
you
want to
posted
lose
some
everyone.
pictures.
Yeah, but I just posted them in English, so it's kind of a one of the sections we'll talk about. But I'll try to translate as we go. That's
That's
my
fine.
life. I translate here. I live a bilingual life, so I'm used to it.
Oh crap! Is there a video in there?
Well, I did it video and I did it as like as a slide, so you didn't have to go through one at a time, or you can just put one at a time. But I did both
All right,
versions.
hold on.
Sorry, this is a little behind the scenes
No
situation.
worries. I mean, this is
Um,
this is the end. This is the end of it. People need to know how much work goes into all the stuff that we do.
I
You
just
know.
don't want to be the one that has the Piers Morgan moment and lose all the audience. I don't want to be the Piers Morgan of this podcast.
So this
The
is the
numbers
slides, right?
going
This is the
down.
slides, right?
Yes, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I just took screenshots and I put them there in case anybody wants to look at because I got that in a newsletter. And so I figured we would talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Go ahead. Keep talking. I'm gonna download everything that you have in there. I didn't know you had something in there, so I'll go ahead and get everything sorted. And while you guys are talking, and have it all loaded. So.
Okay, so we'll keep on going, and whenever you want to come in, say hola, and we'll.
Yeah, you know
We'll
me.
talk to
You
you.
know how I roll. ¿Cómo
Yes.
estás? Muy bien, gracias. ¿Y tú? All right.
Yes,
So-
there you go.
yeah.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Okay. Buenas, quedé a cargo, me parece. Ay, ay, ay.
Y quédase a cargo.
Panqueque me parece que está. Ah, ahí está.
Sí,
Ya
ya
estás
estamos
muteada.
todas.
Bueno. Okay, everyone, I want to introduce my two people that are going to be here with me. I begged them to come with me because I could not talk for an hour by myself. So I brought my two Spanish-speaking friends. So here's Lena and say, okay, so she's going to introduce herself in a minute and we'll start in Spanish now. And then I'll try to translate every once in a while. I'll do my best. Can't make any promises. So, okay, Lina, contanos un poco de vos y así nos vamos conociendo un poco más también nosotros.
Bueno, dale, mira, mi nombre es Lina Orozco, yo soy de Bogotá, Colombia. Trabajo en una compañía de abogados y pues no, me encanta el Twitter, así fue como terminé aquí por estos lados.
Sí. ¿Y cómo terminaste específicamente con este Crazy Squad?
Uy, pues, como ya es una larga historia, ¿no? Más de 4 años. Me encantaba Megan, entonces la seguía en su serie, en Suits, y pues fue como paulatinamente, ¿no? Simplemente yo fui posteando una foto, dándole retweet a una cosa, otra cosa, y pues cuando me enteré que salía con el príncipe, yo, bueno, ella es como muy bonita para él, pero aquí seguimos porque pues soy latina, me encanta el chisme, pero, o sea, es imposible, es inevitable, y pues así de a poquito, entonces tú sabes, uno se va dando cuenta como que aquí pasa algo raro, aquí hay movimiento, y pues así de a poco fue que me fui incorporando al grupo, pues nunca he estado muy activa así con el nombre y todo, pero siempre estoy pendiente de las noticias y de las notas y de las conversaciones de las chicas, porque pues igual me parece muy interesante a nivel de, no solo de chisme, sino también de movimiento como social, ¿no?
Sí, eso es lo que tiene de bueno, que hay un poco de todo.
Sí.
Bien. Ok, Panqueque, ¿querés que te llamemos Panqueque? ¿Cómo te decimos?
Me da lo mismo en realidad. O sea, no me interesa.
Ok, contanos un poco de vos.
Pero es que tiene un problema acá que los perros quieren salir.
Entre los gatos,
los perritos.
Los perritos.
Ya, ahora sí. La verdad es que empecé como hace, creo que 10 años. Y me obsesioné, así que ahí estoy. Literalmente.
¿Y 10 años? ¿Pero con quién? ¿Pero con la familia real en general?
Sí, en general. Después llegó Megan y ahí me quedé.
Ah, bien. ¿Pero cómo fue esa transición? ¿Estabas como, que eras team como los otros? ¿El huevo y la otra? ¿O
Oye, vamos a hablar de huevo? ¿No es posible? ¿Cómo te atreves?
Oh, el innombrable, perdón.
De etiqueta.
El innombrable, perdón. Ay, hoy es el día de ser buena. A mí me sale la maldad a veces, pero hoy es el día de ser buenas. Ok.
Somos latinas.
El excelentísimo señor Huevo.
Su Alteza Real se llama.
Digo, Su Alteza Real.
El futuro rey.
En nuestra defensa, en Latinoamérica nunca usamos esas cosas, entonces no sabemos cuál es el protocolo.
No, pero para nada. No. Y la gente pregunta todavía, pero es que no era más príncipe. La gente no sabe, no tiene idea.
A mí me gusta cuando dicen, por ejemplo, Harry es hermano de Carlos.
Sí, no saben quién es quién. Ay,
Si no
no.
dice nada.
Yo, para ser muy honesta, tuve que mirar varias veces quién era con el que salía Megan. Yo no porque era casado, pero no es personal, o sea, no es porque nunca les puse cuidado, nunca les puse mucha atención.
No.
Ella era la que me atraía, era ella. Entonces,
Sí. No, y hay gente que no lo reconoce el innombrable porque dice, este es el mismo que en aquel. Claro, se quedaron con la versión adolescente.
pues porque adolescente sí era muy
Oh.
guapo. Lo
En fin,
siento.
yo tengo una confesión que Panqueque yo te tenía bloqueada en algún momento. No sé por qué. Porque yo a veces,
¿Verdad?
sí, yo a veces bloqueo, pero con, no sé, alguien me cayó mal algo y te bloqueé, así, rapidito.
Yo estaba
Entonces,
indignada.
pero no me acuerdo por qué. Eso es lo importante. Cuando yo no me acuerdo es que no hay. No sé, tal vez vi algo de la princesa Botones, no sé, pero te bloqueé en algún momento. Tampoco sé cómo te desbloqueé. No,
Yo
entonces,
tampoco.
no sé qué día fue, así que bueno. Te quería decir ahora que, bueno, no era personal. No sé por qué, si caíste en uno de esos blockchains o qué, pero bueno.
Puede ser,
Ah,
puede ser.
hemos superado ese momento. Somos casi vecinas, porque yo soy de Mendoza. Así que,
Yo estaba en Mendoza.
bueno, en fin, cosas que no le importan a nadie. Okay, I promised I was going to translate a little bit. We're just making introductions. Lena was a fan of Megan first. She had to find out about the royal family because nobody really cares that much in South America, let me tell you. We only care when there's like good gossip. But really, like the protocol and all the serious stuff, nobody cares. Panqueque over there in Chile, she has been following the royal family for 10 years, poor thing. And then now she's full on addicted. And I just confessed that I had blocked her a while ago. I don't know when. And also, I don't know when I unblocked her. But we have just resolved that little problem. She was not happy, probably, but don't know how it happened. Anyway, moving on in Spanish. Ok, ¿de qué hablamos primero? Ok, ya que tenemos lo de Ucrania, quería contarles algo. Que estuve hablando con una persona que trabaja para World Central Kitchen y me decía que en los voluntarios que están preparando comida en Ucrania, cada comida que dan sale $5. Hacen como comida de restaurantes. Entonces, como una comida para una persona sale $5. Así que con lo que después hago la matemática, ¿no? Bueno, esa es más fácil. Pero dice que como no todos tienen acceso a ir a buscar la comida, entonces hacen grocery kits, entonces le ponen cosas para que la gente pueda cocinar en su casa. Y cada uno de esos kits salen $17, les cuestan a ellos $17 y entonces puede comer una familia de 4 por 3 o 4 días, que me parece súper bien.
Sí. Igual la geografía y todo es súper complicado y peligroso, ¿no? Riesgoso. O sea, el
Sí.
trabajo que hacen realmente es muy, muy bonito.
Sí, y han bombardeado cerca, horrible.
Sí, el otro día vi que habían bombardeado, de hecho, en la cocina.
Sí.
Terrible.
Sí, terrible. Y sí, la voluntaria esa que habló más temprano decía que sí, que ella no había ido hasta Ucrania porque es súper peligroso. Pero sí, yo pensé que solamente les daban comida, pero se ve que es muy importante también hacer esos grocery kits, porque la gente que está ahí no siempre puede movilizarse fácilmente.
En una zona de conflicto es terrible, salir puede ser terriblemente mortal.
Sí, sí. Y bueno, entonces...
Y además es muy caro.
Sí, pero es impresionante la
alimentar a
cantidad.
tanta gente.
Sí, es impresionante la cantidad de voluntarios que tiene. La verdad que yo ahora buscando me quedé asombradísima. La cantidad dice que han servido 25 millones de comidas en 230 ciudades. Es muchísima la gente y la organización empezó en el 2010. Lleva 12 años. Pero no sé, yo siento que en los últimos 5 años le han incrementado muchísimo el trabajo.
Creo que es que ahora es más notorio también, o sea, no sé, tal vez porque yo no sé, esas cosas no sé mucho, pero tal vez el volumen de donaciones ha aumentado, entonces también recuerdo que estuvieron hace poco en una zona de desastre.
Sí, sí, están en
Sí,
muchísimos
que en
lugares.
realidad
¿Sabes?
van a cualquier zona de desastre.
Ujú.
Son de los
Eh,
primeros en llegar, de hecho.
sí, Lina, ¿sabías que estaban en Colombia desde hace tiempo?
No.
Sí, ahora te lo busco. Te
Dale,
descuento.
muchas gracias.
Ahora te digo. Están en la frontera de Venezuela y Colombia.
Ah, ok.
Pero están del
Ah, la
lado,
verdad no sabía.
están del lado venezolano. Dice que tienen 13 cocineros y 65 lugares donde reparten comida.
Uy, no tenía ni idea.
Y después en Colombia han servido 1,5 millones de comidas y 20,000 comidas por mes sirven.
Es muchísimo. ¿Solo en la frontera con Venezuela o dentro de Colombia también?
Creo que solamente... ahora me fijo.
Por lo que es la frontera ahí con Venezuela es gigantesca, ¿no?
¿Dice Cúcuta?
Sí, Cúcuta.
Ah, Cúcuta, le pusieron el acento donde no era. En Cúcuta, y dice una ciudad en la frontera entre Colombia y Venezuela.
Es que la frontera es muy, muy, muy grande, entonces supongo que pueden estar en varios puntos, ¿no?
Ujú.
Por lo que es que de hecho todavía sigue cerrada la migración entre Venezuela y Colombia, o sea, no hay ningún tipo de intercambio económico, entonces el paso ahí a veces es hasta ilegal, pues hay mucha gente que tiene muchísimas necesidades.
Sí, y ahí están desde febrero del 2019 hasta ahora.
Yo no tenía ni idea, la verdad, que me pena.
Sí, yo tampoco, me vine a enterar porque teníamos que hablar acá, pero sí, por eso yo creo que la gente se va enterando de los lugares nuevos, pero no de los lugares donde están hace años.
No, y lo que pasa es que aquí, digamos, tampoco mencionan mucho qué pasa en la frontera, ¿no? Entonces uno no se entera mucho, porque te dicen que no te acerques mucho, pero ¿y qué?
Claro. ¿Vos estás en Bogotá, dijiste?
Sí, yo soy de Bogotá, vivo en Bogotá.
Ok. Bien, bueno, eso era lo
I
que...
lived in Bogota for a bit. I heard Bogota. Like, I lived in
Yes, I am from Bogotá.
Yeah, you know, like over there by Parque 93. Parque 93.
Ah, el Parque de la 93, sí, sí.
Yeah, so I lived over there, and then I used to go party in the Zona Rosa. So.
But you know the expense, what is the word? The expensive part of the Bogotá.
What? Yeah, the expensive part. Yes. yeah,
But
because I used to go hang out at there used to be this bar a long time ago. It used to be Mr. Babia's. So I used to go hang out there, and then I used to go drink at the Bogota Beer Company, right there in Zona Rosa. So
yeah. That is a good beer there, actually.
yeah. Sorry, I just heard Bogota. I'm like, oh, okay, 93. So let me stop.
No, it's okay.
We got to know where you've been partying. Yes, and for the English speakers, we were talking about how World Central Kitchen is in so many places that we sometimes don't think about, or they've been there for a while. And so we were talking about the Venezuelan-Colombian border. They've been there since February 2019, and they're still there. And so they're serving meals on both sides of the border. And Lina was telling us that the border is closed. So they go to both sides and serve meals over there. Okay, so eso era lo que quería decir de World Central Kitchen. Ok, ¿de qué quieren que hablemos primero? Panqueque, ¿qué te parece?
Creo que teníamos una lista y me olvidé dónde está. ¿Qué quieres que te diga?
Teníamos los proyectos de Megan que habían sido los favoritos. No sé si tenías alguna lista en la mente. La familia real británica desde Latinoamérica, más o menos lo tocamos. Colombia en Invictus Games, ya que tenemos la colombiana.
Bueno, a ver, les cuento. Aquí dijeron que a la fundación de Invictus Games había invitado a los veteranos de Colombia a participar en los Invictus Games. Y pues teniendo en cuenta las cifras que manejan en Colombia, que son bastante fuertes con respecto a los soldados heridos, pues tiene toda la lógica, ¿no? En Colombia más de 12.000 soldados heridos por el conflicto interno, la mayoría de ellos por minas antipersonas. Entonces hay un trabajo bastante grande con militares, con veteranos heridos. Y es, según lo que reportaron aquí, fueron los Invictus los que los contactaron para que sean parte de los Invictus Games. Yo tuve la oportunidad de ver las reacciones de varios de los veteranos pues, que pasaron por la televisión y ellos estaban supremamente contentos porque se empezaron a ilusionar que ellos, aquí sí hay una especie de competencias, pero son obviamente a una escala muy pequeña de carreras de soldados lesionados, pero pues no van a la escala de los Invictus Games, ¿no? Entonces ellos están muy contentos, muy emocionados, conocían el proyecto y sí querían ser parte de él, pero pues como te digo, entonces creo que, según lo que dijeron, fueron los de la fundación los que los contactaron en el Ministerio de Defensa colombiano y pues como te digo, teniendo en cuenta las cifras, es totalmente comprensible el por qué y por qué sería Colombia el primer país de América Latina en participar en él, ¿no?
Claro. Sí, no sabía que... Claro, porque ustedes tienen como más conflicto interno y con...
Sí, en Colombia hubo un conflicto interno de más de 50 años. Ahorita ya hace poco, hace unos 2 años firmaron un acuerdo de paz, pero pues como todas las transiciones se demora un poco y pues ahora han como migrado de organización terrorista a subgrupos criminales que más que todo manejan droga, ¿no? Pero igual siguen usando las mismas técnicas que usaba la guerrilla, que principalmente son minas antipersonas para evitar la erradicación de la coca. Entonces, la población de militares heridos en Colombia es muy grande. Entonces,
claro, por las bombas.
Para ellos sí, para ellos pues la participación de Invictus Games en sus ejercicios de recuperación significa muchísimo porque significa más recursos invertidos en ellos. Entonces, por eso están muy, muy alegres por la incorporación de Colombia.
Claro, makes sense. Okay, I'll translate a little bit for everybody listening in English. Lena was telling us why it makes sense that Colombia is the first country that is joining the Invictus Games. They have 12,000 military members that have some kind of disability or some injuries from their conflicts in their own country. And so she says she saw some interviews and they're really excited to be able to join. And so it makes sense that it would be the first Latin American country that joins. En Argentina, no, nunca en Argentina después de la dictadura es como que, y después de que desapareció el servicio militar obligatorio, como que las Fuerzas Armadas están dormidísimas. En Chile, Panqueque, ¿cómo es el tema de las Fuerzas Armadas?
Mismo. O sea, como que, o sea, hay soldados, pero dudo que hayan tantos que estén heridos como para ir a una competencia. O sea, es muy difícil. Sí, lo cual es positivo, pero igual
Sí, es como que están ahí, pero ya esos cuarteles que hay 3 soldaditos y nada más.
Es que son tiempos de paz en todo caso. Entonces no es como que vayan a ver el...
Sí, la última vez que mandaron algún conflicto, no me acuerdo cuándo fue, pero siempre ha sido muy, muy, muy poco, así que no.
¿No fueron la guerra de las Malvinas?
Sí, pero fue en el 82, esa gente ya está...
Sí.
Pero inclusive a esa gente, por eso, la familia real con Argentina, es una situación rara, porque por un lado, la gente le parece ¡qué divina la reina con su carterita y sus perritos! ¡Qué divina! El innombrable no existe, el Carlos lo odia y el resto de la familia no lo conoce ni el gato. Así que es como una relación rara, pero con el país, no, está todo mal.
Pero supongo que aman a Diana, ¿no?
Sí, ella sí, por eso es una relación muy rara, es como muy, muy específica de ciertas personas. Al Carlos lo odian, a la señora la reina es como, ¡ay, qué divina la viejita! Y después los demás como más o menos los conocen, pero no tanto.
Sí, acá pasa lo mismo.
Se nos frustró la visita de Harry cuando fue a Argentina porque lo tuvieron que sacar. porque había demasiada prensa, llegó todo el mundo llegaron por supuesto los del Daily Mail y todos estos a buscarlo y se pudrió todo. Así que se fue antes de tiempo. Pero no fue una misión. En Chile estuvo en una misión, ¿verdad, Panqueque?
Creo que vino un tour una vez. Pero creo que fueron como 3, 4 días. Y estuvo bailando canciones, estuvo un incendio, creo. Algo por el estilo, pero en realidad nadie le importó porque era el Mundial de Fútbol. Así que... y jugaba Chile con Brasil.
No.
Que
¿Quién piensa esas giras? O sea, están diseñadas para fracasar. ¿Quién piensa esas fechas? Por Dios.
Claro, en el Mundial no. ¿Quién se le ocurre?
Y es Latinoamérica, o sea, por favor.
Ubíquense.
Sí, quítese y luego le ponemos cuidado.
Y aparte que era un partido de Chile con Brasil.
No, imagínate con
Brasil. ¿A quién le va a importar?
¿A quién le importa? Eso que nos cae bien, Harry, pero no de esas fechas, Dios.
Al que sí lo tuvieron fue al innombrable con la otra.
No, aquí en Colombia, la última vez que vino alguien de esa gente fue, no me acuerdo ni cuándo. Pero recuerdo muchísimo que fue Carlos y Camila. Nadie se enteró, a nadie le importó. Pero
sí
pusieron
fueron.
Sí, creo que estuvieron bailando.
Qué raro.
Es que a nadie le importa, o sea, no es por ser cruel ni grosera, es que es en serio, sí, no me interesa. Pero
eso
me
van a bailar y a comer nada más, a todos lados.
Sí.
Pero lo recuerdo que lo mencionaron porque ellos estuvieron en Cartagena y el alcalde de la ciudad tuvo la genial idea de ponerles una placa como conmemorando la visita. Sí, me acuerdo. ¿Sí te acuerdas? Pues listo, la gente dijo, no sea tan lambón, tan chismoso, y rompieron la placa. O sea, que gracias a los no sé qué ingleses, los ingleses eran piratas, pues no sea tan lambón. Y la gente rompió la placa. Yo me acuerdo por eso, porque el resto no.
Eso no lo voy a traducir. Los piratas. We're talking a little bit about what members of the royal family have been. This is like the gossip hour, okay? If you expect some things more serious than this, you're not in the right place. But we're talking about the trips that the royal family has made to South America. Harry went to Argentina, but then he had to leave earlier because, of course, the press showed up and he was probably partying, and so they sent him back. And then he went to Chile. Panqueque says that he went there, but he showed up when there was a soccer game. That's a terrible time because nobody's going to pay attention to what you're doing. And then in Colombia, Charles and Camilla went, and they had some kind of plaque. Is that how you say it? Plaque that then got broken. They ate and danced, and that was about it. Qué gracioso. Sí, la princesa Diana fue, creo, al sur de Argentina porque hay como una comunidad galesa muy importante y de eso van a hablar hasta el final de sus días. La comunidad esa galesa en el sur, en la Patagonia, esa historia la van a contar por siempre. Y eso es todo. Ahora falta que vengan a visitar a Nacho, que es la verdadera realeza argentina.
Sí.
Olvídate, Máxima, el verdadero príncipe nuestro es Nacho.
Es súper guapo, además. Sí.
Y les estuve mirando la entrevista, que la terminé de traducir, porque traduje la mitad y entonces dije, bueno, traduzco la otra mitad, después la voy a poner. Pero yo creo que hay veces que hay gente que cree que Nacho es un pichi que no lo conoce nadie. Él es súper famoso, tiene unos contratos súper millonarios y estaba viendo que cría sus propios caballos y dice que, porque está en Arabia Saudita, va a jugar a no sé qué. Entonces yo pensaba, el hecho de que se tome su tiempo para organizar este torneo, no para organizar, pero para participar del torneo en Santa Bárbara, todas las cosas que hace por su amigo, me parece que es como ese tipo de amistad que tenemos los latinoamericanos, ¿verdad?
Sí, tiene una amistad muy bonita y como tú dices, le recuerda a uno sus propias amistades, ¿no? Que te invitan, si te ven en problemas, te invitan a ser parte de su negocio.
Sí, sí, tenemos un sentido de la amistad que es diferente. Yo lo siento que es muy diferente.
Es mucho más familiar, creo yo.
Ujú. Sí, como que son de tu familia y bueno, y decía que él lleva sus propios caballos, los lleva para él y para todo el equipo. Yo pensé que tal vez usaban algunos de Santa Bárbara, qué sé yo. No, dice que llevó 24 caballos y de los 24, 23 son que él crió. Uno comprado y los otros 23 los crió él en su campo. Y no
¿Y su campo está en Argentina?
Oye, pero...
Sí.
Ah, ok. O sea, Nacho es un gaucho.
¿Caballo?
Sí.
Claro. Es el gaucho. Sí, él tiene.
Gaucho.
Porque él va. Le he visto que tiene casa en Miami, por supuesto, porque si uno es latinoamericano, ¿cómo no va a tener casa en Miami? Por supuesto, esa es la meca de los latinoamericanos. Hay que tener una casa en Miami. Bueno, entonces viven bueno, es Palm Beach. Viven ahí, después a veces van a Colorado, y después él viaja por, viste que les fascina el polo a todos estos, los jeques árabes, les fascina.
Sí.
Entonces él va y le pagan para todo el equipo y va. Pero los caballos los cría en Buenos Aires. Y dice que me da risa los números que largan, porque dice, no, porque tenía, cuando uno cría caballos, a veces se le empiezan a juntar. Y terminaba como con 500 caballos. Yo decía, mamita, ¿dónde meto 500 caballos? El tipo te larga que se le habían juntado 500 caballos, como se te dice, se me juntaron 3 gatos.
Sí.
Ay, sin querer ya tenía 3 gatos. Se le juntaron 500 caballos. En fin. Entonces, sí, él viaja, pero digo, el hecho de que él podría estar haciendo millones en cualquier lado, pero él viene a estar con su amigo para que su amigo juegue al polo y le trae el caballo. Eso es un amigo.
No, mis amigos no me dan caballos.
No. Qué gracioso.
Sí, pero bueno. Pues igual yo creo, ¿no? Pues como por ahí vi alguna vez en estos días que, digamos, el príncipe Harry puede que ya no tenga su posición en la familia real como antes, pero igual tiene una vida de millonario.
Por
¿no?
supuesto.
Sí.
Sí. Y las conexiones se hacen cuando la gente se maneja en esos ambientes, por supuesto que porque, claro, yo quiero jugar al polo y no tengo un amigo que venga y me traiga los caballos. Él lo tiene. Es mucho más fácil cuando están en esos círculos.
Claro, sí. Yo no tenía de que un criadero de caballos cerca de mí. No creo que haya.
No.
So I wanted to jump in here. I know you guys are talking, but just to kind of let you see where we are with the fundraiser. We're doing pretty good.
Yay!
So.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Very
I'm going to
nice.
mute my mic and go back to the background.
All right. Ok, bien, ya terminé de hablar de mi príncipe, Nacho. Ok, ¿con qué pasamos? ¿Panqueque? Estás calladito.
Sí, no, es que fui a comer.
Vos querías saltar a la fama, este es tu momento.
A ver, ¿de qué vamos a hablar? Se me fue nada.
Hablemos de los eventos de Megan que más nos gustaron. Decinos.
Ya, bueno.
Los vamos.
O sea, en esencia no creo que este sea un evento. Lo que más me gustó a mí fue la entrevista que hizo antes de compromiso con Vanity Fair.
Ajá. Ay, sí, yo amo esas fotos.
Sí, para mí es el favorito de todos los tiempos.
Ay, sí, ya se veía tan bonita. Ay, no se vale. Pobrecita lo que se le viene.
Sí, estaba tan enamorada.
Y tan fea, tan
bonita. Era tan
bonita.
Positiva acerca de la vida.
Sí. Ay, sí, oiga, qué tristeza. Cómo le cortan las alas a uno en todas partes.
Denme un segundo que quiero ver que alguien puso una pregunta. Si pueden hablar ustedes un segundo, quiero encontrar la pregunta que hicieron.
Dale. Sí, a mí también me encantó ese evento. Pero como tal evento, cuando ella estaba como parte de la familia real. A mí me encantó el de Smart Wars, el de la línea para mujeres trabajadoras.
Ah, sí, sí me acuerdo.
Me encantó ese.
No, a mí me gustó el libro de cocina también.
Ay, no, todos, mejor dicho, no se vale, no sé cuál.
Es que todos son los favoritos en realidad, no es como un evento malo.
No, es que ella como que sí le pone ganas, no sé, como sustancia. Cuando le pones espíritu a hacer las cosas te salen bonitas. Y yo creo que Megan le pasó
todo lo que
eso.
hace Megan es bonito, sí, es como...
Cierto que sí. O sea, y yo miro a la gente que la sigue y también hace cosas súper lindas. Por ejemplo, mira ahí los pancakes para la donación de hoy, por ejemplo.
Claro.
Súper lindo. Pero igual cuando habló en la universidad, no recuerdo qué universidad era, si tú recuerdas el nombre, que ella estaba embarazadita de Archie.
Ah, sí, no me acuerdo cuál era, pero iba de negro, creo.
Sí, que tiene un vestido como con patrones, blanco y negro.
Ah, una conferencia.
Ese fue para el Día de la Mujer, me parece.
Esa conversación a mí me encantó también. Yo me acuerdo, aquí la pasaron, hasta la tradujeron.
Ah, algo así de que su esposo iba a ser feminista.
Eso, que si no importaba si tenía niño o niña, igual iba a ser feminista.
Sí, me acuerdo.
Sí, me acuerdo.
Ok, no era una pregunta, era un comentario. Dice, wow, 500 caballos son muchos. Nacho es más hermano que su hermano de sangre, él un descarado.
Tiene 500 caballos, el otro no.
Hermano de sangre es un descarado. No, si esta es la hora del chisme, a full.
Pues es
que... ¿Pero la reina tendrá 500 caballos?
No tengo ni... Yo creo que no, porque yo leí el otro día que el no sé qué de Qatar le habían mandado 20 caballos.
Sí, pues si todos le regalan caballos, no creo que tenga 500.
Pero yo no decía que se los regalaban, decían que era que se los prestaron para lo que sea.
La carrera.
Es que no entiendo qué es lo que hacen, la verdad.
Claro. Y sí, se los deben mandar para las carreras. Se los deben mandar para las carreritas y listo.
No entiendo. Sí. Yo no le veo sentido a eso. Pero bueno. Sí. Pero que tengan 500, yo no tengo. No, mentiras, no sé.
Bueno, volviendo a los eventos. Sí, ese fue el día que dijo que era feminista y ahí se les explotó la cabeza a algunos.
Pues no, y además usó un vestido muy corto. Oh, no.
Ah, sí.
Oh, ay, sí, terrible.
Ay, sí.
Tiene piernas. Pecado.
Sí.
Oh my God, no.
Y se le movía la panza. ¡Wow!
Increíble.
Aquí es que a mí me causa, por eso me gusta el Twitter. Porque aquí nada de esas cosas llegan, o sea,
no.
O sea, no aparecen en las noticias o ni siquiera en los programas de chismes aparece ese tipo de cosas, porque no entendemos cuál es el problema.
No,
por eso, que todo es muy normal, o sea, lo que hace, ella hace lo mismo que todos.
Es lo mismo que todo el mundo, y aquí intentan ponerle ese tono como que, ay, mira lo que hicieron, pero todo el mundo, ¿qué hizo? No, es que digamos, Colombia, por ejemplo, es un país que no tenemos ni siquiera casi relación comercial con el Reino Unido, es muy escasa la relación, entonces pues uno no se entera, yo no le veo a uno el inconveniente realmente.
No.
Por eso es que yo creo que la parte más choqueante de estar en todo esto fue ver las noticias británicas.
Sí, pero ¿no te parece? Yo veo que lo que todavía... En Argentina se usa mucho, no sé por qué, hablar en la radio de estos temas. Lo poco que se escucha en la radio. En la televisión no hablan casi nada. Pero siempre terminan diciendo que la noticia la leyeron del Daily Mail.
Ah, sí, claro.
Porque para ellos, yo creo que ellos piensan como que es como el mismo nivel a las revistas de chisme en Latinoamérica. Pero nada que ver. Porque las revistas de chisme en Latinoamérica solamente hablan de chisme. Uno sabe que si mira la revista Caras, ese tipo de revista, bueno, es como que no mueve la aguja política ni hace nada. Pero el Daily Mail es otra cosa muy diferente a una revista de chismes.
Pues digamos, en mi caso yo ni siquiera sabía la influencia que tenía esos periódicos, la verdad.
Claro.
Yo me vine a enterar hace, pues siguiendo a Megan, la verdad. Y realmente aquí también los suelen hablar más en radio, pero a diferencia de que aquí se los roban las notas y ni siquiera les dan el pie de página.
No, para nada. Y sí, lo último que yo creo que fue grande fue la entrevista con Oprah. Como que se habló. No te quiero decir que
claro, sí.
no salió en la tapa de nada, pero que sí se habló, sí.
No, y la gente estaba enojada.
¿En Chile la gente se enojó?
La gente se enojó. ¿Cómo es posible que ella hubiera insultado a la reina? ¿Cómo es posible?
Claro, sí es divina la viejita.
Yo creo que yo vivo en un mundo paralelo. Porque es que aquí, lo juro, mi tía, yo convivo con mi tía, y ella yo estaba hablando de eso el otro día y me dice, pero ¿quiénes son esas personas? Y yo, pues la reina Isabel dice, sí, yo sé quién es la viejita, pero no, porque es que, se los juro, aquí realmente, yo no sé si es tal vez el contexto en el que uno se mueve, porque cada uno tiene sus como microcosmos, pero por ejemplo, en el que yo vivo, en el que yo muevo, en el que yo trabajo, con el que yo socializo, nadie sabe quiénes son esas personas.
Claro.
Entonces, cuando pasó lo de Megan, salió las noticias, y ahí sí me preguntaron más o menos.
A ver, vamos a preguntarle al especialista.
No, ¿qué especialista la del qué?
Qué gracioso. No, Ana no lo soporta. Acá tenemos los comentarios de Ana. Todos los chismes son de y son unos descarados. Esa la necesitamos para la próxima.
Sí.
Qué gracioso. ¿Qué iba a decir? Me olvidé. Bueno, me olvidé. Se me pasa por burra. Ok. Entonces los eventos, ¿algún otro que quieran hablar? Desde ahí, ustedes me gustaría saber como que consumen algo de lo que se ha vendido, han comprado algo. ¿Cómo hacen ustedes estando desde allá?
No, yo no he comprado nada, porque no voy a gastar dinero en esas personas. ¿Qué quieres que te diga?
¿Pero comprar qué?
No.
Y como la revista, el libro de no sé qué.
Ok.
Sí, compré el libro de Omi, pero hasta ahí llegué. Nada más.
Yo también lo compré, pero solo en la versión de Kindle. Sí, ¿por qué no? Y me compré la revista de Vogue que editó Megan.
Ajá.
Y no más, la verdad. Porque es muy caro. Toca pagar el...
Claro, por eso les preguntaba, porque digo desde allá.
No, es súper caro.
Aparte que es lo mismo que dice la prensa, así que ¿para qué comprar?
Sí, y el libro ese fue lo mismo. Yo lo leí así como...
Sí,
no tenía
que
nada
perdía
nuevo.
de platica. Sí.
El de Harry sí va a estar bueno. Ese sí
bueno, ese hay que comprarlo.
Ese hay que comprarlo.
Ay,
y mejor si viene en pasta dura.
A mí me gusta comprar la ropa. Pero yo hago el trabajo después. Entonces yo lo busco cuando ya, bueno, por ejemplo, me acabo de comprar el vestido el que usó en Sudáfrica, el que era como ese como tostado con botones. No sé si se acuerdan. El que usó Megan. Bueno, puedo hacer una foto. No, el como color tostado, como marroncito claro, que era de J. Crew, Banana Republic, bueno, uno de los dos. Y entonces a mí me gusta ir a un sitio que se llama Poshmark y ahí busco todo lo que se puso Megan en algún momento y lo compro, pero después, ya tuvo que dar una vuelta por el mundo, porque nunca llego cuando las cosas acaban de salir.
Uy, no, además que cuando ella se pone algo se acaba súper rápido.
Claro, por eso.
Y el precio sube.
Sí. Bueno, y ahora que está como en su época de rica, yo ya no puedo, pero...
No, es imposible. No se puede.
Cuando usa su ropita normal, ahí sí. Yo puedo del J. Crew y del Banana Republic y todo eso, pero ya, mamita, te pones Gucci y me perdiste.
A mí me encanta. Ay, sí. Es que yo para la moda sí soy como mala. Esa cartera que llevó a los Invictus Games, que tenía un jean negro con una chaquetica y tenía un bolso pequeño de una marca muy elegante. ¿Cuál era la marca? No recuerdo.
Ay, no me acuerdo.
No me acuerdo tampoco, pero a ver.
¿Celine? No me acuerdo. El caso, esa cartera era hermosa y cuando vi el precio, no, olvídalo. No puedo.
Mejor usarlo de inspiración. Te
Sí,
encontrás una parecida,
sí,
pero...
porque estaba pero no, ahí todo lo que tenía pues ese día era muy caro. Sí. Yo soy tercermundista, amigas, ¿no?
No, yo no. La vida de la desempleada no puedo. Pero desempleada por elección. Bien. Ok, ¿qué otro tema teníamos? ¿Noticias ridículas? ¿Alguna?
Yo creo que Panqueque sabe cuáles quería mencionar.
Sí, a ella le gusta sus...
O sea, yo creo que el aguacate gay, ese fue bueno.
Qué
O sea,
vergüenza,
donde
Dios
juntaban
mío.
a Megan de las sequías y guerras civiles, era excelente.
No, qué horror, ese salió aquí. Qué vergüenza, me dio pena.
Acá también.
Qué pena, ¿cómo se van a inventar eso?
Ay, sí.
Porque aquí cultivan palta, entonces igual se mencionó.
Ay, sí. Y yo digo, nosotros somos ridículos los latinoamericanos, pero a ese nivel de
No,
ridiculez no
aquí
llegamos.
no.
Que
No,
me
eso fue
disculpen.
ciencia ficción.
Sí,
Fue
es que es
demasiado.
otra cosa. ¿Quién escribe eso? A mí el que me enojó más fue el de Camila, esta mujer, de las mujeres de la Community Kitchen. Ese me dio mal genio, mucho.
El de que
Sí,
los trató de conectar con el terrorismo.
Eso me
Sí,
pareció
que están dando
horrible.
camino terrorista.
Sí, me pareció horrible, me pareció una falta de ética, no solo profesional, sino como ser humano. Ahí esa mujer me cayó súper mal.
Sí.
Porque
Aparte
para
que
mí
es como diabólica.
Sí, es que es otro nivel, eso ya no es, o sea, yo entiendo que no sienta antipatía por cosas, por la gente, es natural, somos seres humanos, pero eso que ella hizo esa vez me pareció terrible.
Aparte los puso en peligro a esa gente, porque la gente está loca hoy en día y puede ir cualquiera a, no sé, prenderle fuego, lo que sea.
Y que, en serio, o sea, qué necesidad de ponerla a ella en esa situación, de ponerle a esas personas de extrema derecha detrás, porque no sé, los representantes de la Cámara y también se le fueron detrás por estar con las mujeres de la Community Kitchen. A mí ese artículo en particular me pareció lo más perverso que yo he leído, y soy colombiana y créanme que he visto cosas terribles.
Sí, pero sí, el nivel que tienen de inventar y de obsesionarse con alguien es nunca visto. Yo
nunca había visto algo así tampoco en mi vida.
En Argentina la prensa no es de lo mejor, pero y más con la gente famosa, qué sé yo, a que hay que buscarles, pero es como el chisme normal, pero...
Claro, algo inocente.
Sí, pero nunca tan...
Pero no, esa forma de ir detrás de alguien con sevicia, es que eso es sevicia, y es simplemente por buscarle la caída a alguien, quieres verlo caer de la peor forma.
Sí.
Y a mí ella, esa periodista en particular, nos puso a Panqueque también te puso en la lista de los bots.
No era tan famoso en esos tiempos.
Pero yo no soy famosa.
Me dio pena.
No, a mí sí me puso.
¿Vos eras bot?
Yo era un bot ruso. Yo por Dios estoy trabajando gratis.
Bot ruso.
Sí, la lista de los bots rusos. Ahí esa señora me cayó mal, pero con el artículo horrible, uy.
Ay, yo ni para bot me dio.
Es que eso fue hace rato, fue casi al principio del movimiento, pero Panqueque sí estaba. Yo me acuerdo que luego le pasó el artículo a otra mujer también supremamente.
Sí, de Canadá.
Yo no sé ni dónde son esas mujeres, Dios mío, están muy locas.
No. Pero yo medio que bajo, no sé, ¿será que las bloqueé temprano? Entonces no estaba incorporada en nada.
No, pero yo tampoco nunca he estado tan incorporada. O sea, la señora se tuvo que sentar a buscar en cadena, porque es que, por Dios, por más que yo me la pasé sentada, tengo más cosas que hacer. Y era simplemente por decir que había una red de gente que paga bots pagos por rusos para ayudar a Megan, no sé a qué, porque estoy segura que no le hemos ayudado a nada. En mi caso.
Creo que eran bots comunistas de izquierda, algo así.
La que nos faltaba.
Sí, entonces a mí esa señora, sí, después de todo lo que pasó con esa prensa británica, a mí yo quedé fue asustada.
No, por eso puse en mi último tweet agradeciendo, le puse que los bots nos habían hecho llegar a un buen número.
Y ay, no. Sí, pero claro, porque uno entre más ve que atacan a alguien, uno pues también tiene ese sentimiento como que, pues, ¿cómo la puedo ayudar a defenderlo? Entonces, pues simplemente hacer ruido, porque es lo único que puedo hacer, pero esa vez también se pasó esa señora.
Sí. Sí, la mayoría son... Hay muchos que son graciosos, la verdad, porque la del avocado gate, sí, eso era...
Ese fue muy chistoso.
Ese fue gracioso. Y cuando empiezan que va, que no va, que va a ser, que el bautismo, que el no sé qué, bueno, más o menos, pero sí. Ya cuando se
Igual
pasa a otro...
ya sabemos que todo eso es mentira porque nunca le pegan.
Claro, pero esto es como más fácil, no ponen en riesgo la vida de nadie, bueno, hagan lo que quieran.
Exacto, sí.
Pero ya cuando... Encima esa gente que se ve tan buena, lo de la cocina esa, ay no.
Exactamente, qué necesidad tienes de hacerle daño a una comunidad que por sí ya la ha pasado bastante mal.
Sí. Bien. Ok, ¿alguna otra noticia de la que quieras hablar, Panqueque?
No se me ocurre nada. ¿Qué quieres?
Ok. Enseguida viene Tina. Quería terminar con la lista.
I heard Tina.
Fue la lista. Oh, I said you're about to come in to the room. But yeah, I think we went through the main things. I don't want to go too long. And not. Oh.
No, it's perfect. It's actually perfect. Thank you, guys. Lena, I can't pronounce your name. Pancake. Then she's I can't. No, say it so I can say it in Spanish. I can't pronounce your name. Pancake. Okay. Well, I'm not doing it. Sorry. Thank you, guys. And you guys had me relearning all of the Spanish that I've lost in so many years, because the last time I was in Bogota was 2005. So it's nice to kind of feel like I was back there. And Mia, thank you so much. Lena, Pancake, thank you for all of the conversations. And this is, again, it continues to highlight, and there's a reason why I put French first, Spanish last, and then end it with some other stuff, because I wanted to show just how global this group of people in this community that we are in are. Thank you.
Yeah, you are welcome. We just added the gossip at the end.
Oh, what gossip? I didn't hear it.
Oh, no. I mean, not news. We're just chit-chatting. The way that, South America sees all this mess.
Which is good. I mean, at least this is recorded, so people... the good thing is people from around the world hopefully can listen and hear and take something from it. So, yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Thank you, girls. Bye.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Honey, are you ready for the
I am.
finale?
Also, there is gossip. Did you see the announcement that Royal Suitor just retweeted?
Yeah, I was about to post it. I was going to post it. Yeah, I was going to post it.
I was going to be like, there is gossip. I live for it.
Yeah, you know me too. I love gossip. Me and gossip are like friends. So I don't... and we weren't going to shy away from the gossip at all. Mia, I'm keeping you on. Stay on.
Okay. I'm not. I'm here.
Hang out with us, Mia.
Huh? Yeah. So Harry and Meghan, in the spirit of, they said, when remember when Harry said he was doing the polo thing, and Royal Suitor kind of surmised it a lot better than I would have, because I'm not thinking right now. But basically said when the team Los Padres was announced, Nacho Figueroa said that their goal was to support local charities, and it looks like we may get our first taste tomorrow, as Iceland at the match that they're doing. Meghan and Harry and the team are hosting an afternoon of polo for charity. I can't wait to see who turns up. And so here is somebody who said that they basically said, thank you to Prince Harry and Meghan for this lovely invite to tomorrow's charity polo match. Looking forward to tomorrow. Also, admittedly excited to wear a hat for the dress code. photo. And then so they basically said, on behalf of Prince Harry, Meg and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, and the Los Padres Polo's team, you're cordially invited to an afternoon of polo in support of local charities. So Harry and Meghan are putting their money where their mouth is, and that's what's important. And yeah, so I'm excited about this. I'm excited. And Mia, what do you think of today? It's been a it's been a day. It's been a long day for me. I'm
I
tired.
know. I'm very excited. One thing I want to say before wrapping up about this whole polo thing. I didn't translate this part because I tried, but sometimes we get too excited and we just kept going.
Mhm.
So I finished translating the interview with Nacho, and he did most of the talking about Harry on the first part, the one I already
Mhm.
posted. But he was talking about how he breeds his own horses because
Mhm.
the really big time polo players have to do that because they need a lot of horses. And so
Mhm.
sometimes people think that, Nacho's just some dude that likes to play polo, but he is a really major person in polo. He gets hired by like princes, and he goes to Saudi Arabia every year, and they pay him millions to just go play and bring his horses and play for these super rich people. And as I was translating the interview, I just thought he makes time. He has a tour that he does every year, and he has made time to go with his friend and do this charity work. I think that's amazing, and that's something that Harry's family is not willing to do, that kind of thing, that kind of gesture for someone. And here's a friend, right, that you would consider, oh, he's just a friend, but he does such
Yeah.
a big thing, and he breeds his own horses. And he said that the horses they have in Santa Barbara right now, he
Mhm.
brought all 24 horses. So Harry could have the really good horses that he has. And
Mhm.
so 23 out of those 24 are from Nacho's place in Argentina.
Ranch.
So
Mm.
he bred them there and then brought them for his friend to have and for his team. So
Mm.
I'm just always really impressed at the work that they do together and the things that
Friendship.
Nacho is willing to do, yeah, for his friend.
That's literally Harry's real brother. I don't care what anyone else tells
Yeah.
me. That I mean that's Harry's brother, and so I sometimes your family are not people that you're born into the same family. It's the family that you make. And Nacho is proving over and over again that he is Harry's brother, true brother, because he's showed up for Harry every time. He's never thrown Harry to the wolves. He's always been there for him. So yeah, that's
And he's
Harry's
not
brother.
Yeah, he's not someone who's milking Harry's, status or whatever. He is a star on his own right. He has his
Hmm.
things going on, and if anything, he is helping Harry make it into the sport that,
Hmm.
Harry apparently had never done this. He had only been at one tournament. Everything else had been exhibitions. And so
Hmm.
this is only his second tournament. The first one he didn't even finish it. He did like a couple of games,
Hmm.
and Nacho's the one that said, you should do this, for real, like actually compete. And so he's not someone who's milking this friendship. Nacho's not milking this friendship. He's helping his friend. And
Yeah.
I'm just so proud of him.
and
He's
and
he's my
also, like, and it goes back to a lot of the things. And I'm glad that we, there's conversations. We've had a lot of conversations today, right, just in general. And kind of, at one point Peto talked about, the Sussex Squad kind of coming together and having maybe its own media. And and that's something that's really commendable that we need to do. And we talked about, Meganpedia has talked about this for years, but there wasn't an appetite for it within the squad. So hopefully, now that there are more people doing this, there'll be more appetite. But what I was trying to bring up is the fact that when it was first announced that Harry was going to play polo, in Santa Barbara. It was a no-brainer. We all knew that. I mean, like, if you know anything about Harry, if you followed Harry, if you care about Harry, you knew that Harry was going to play polo in Santa Barbara. It was just a given, right? And the first thing that the media latched on to was to say that, oh, this is an expensive sport, rich man sport. Mind you, you know, there are other people within that family that they prop up that play this
Yeah.
sport that they are okay with. And it's this is why I like what we've been doing all day, because we've been able to humanize and kind of show other side to everything that Harry and Meghan do and the people around them do. Like like your conversation about him kind of breeding his horses and helping out, and now this news about them supporting charity. That is what the sport is about. Yes, I
Yeah.
understand that people think it's like a rich man's sport, whatever, but any sport that you play, especially here in the US, you have to have money to be able to play it.
Yeah.
Football. Those people who
Exactly.
have kids, yeah, people who have kids, when they have to go to t-ball, you have to go to basketball, you have to go to volleyball, you have to go to cheerleading, you have to go to soccer. All that stuff costs money. Okay. And if you play at a certain level where you're raising money for charity, it costs money for you to keep up your skills, to keep up equipment, to be able to rent out the place. So I say all that to say that, and going back to something that Zanye Omolewa said about the propaganda, and how sometimes I feel like the squad or people who actually care about Harry and Meghan have now been inculcated into the propaganda from the cults that is the British press and the British royal family, when we actually start believing certain things that they're saying. Because let them tell it, yeah, polo is an expensive sport. Yes, it is an expensive sport, but what sport is it? Football is an expensive sport. Basketball is an expensive sport. And,
And who's funding it? The taxpayer is not funding this expensive sport. It's his friend who's
whereas,
bringing his own
yeah,
freaking horses for him to
whereas,
play,
yes,
and they signed up just
exactly,
like everyone else.
exactly. And that's the important part. We've reached 58K. And
Which means we're a little under 2,000 away from 60,000. I think we can get to 60,000, maybe. Maybe.
not today. I mean, we're ending soon. So
I know.
in 5 minutes.
Hey, let me live my delusion, okay?
Maybe at the end of the day we can get to 60K. I
Yes.
think by the end of today we'll get to 60K. But we this is an incredible fit. When we started this whole thing, it was at 42 something, right? And so
Yeah.
we've been able to raise about 16K. That is incredible for 8 hours. That's awesome.
It is.
Yes.
That's beyond awesome. So
Yes.
I'm proud of us.
Yes.
I
And
hope Harry and Meghan are proud of us.
Yeah. The few emails I exchanged with a couple of people from World Central Kitchen, yes, they were really impressed at how fast we were able to raise money, because a lot of these teams that have been around that I'm eyeing, the top 10, they've been around for a long time. The fact that we did it so quickly is amazing. And then I'll post a little math. They said that at least they gave me the prices for Ukraine, but the people that are being served over there, the price of each meal is $5, and that the restaurant meals. And then but sometimes people can't go to the places to get the meals, so what they do is they give them grocery kits. And so the grocery kits are $17 a piece, and they have, so people can cook in their own homes if they can. And so that feeds a family of 4 for 3 or 4 days. And so just think about the number of those grocery kits that we can get for them with this amount. It's amazing.
I'm about to do some math. While you keep talking, I'll do some math. So
Yeah.
No,
And
it
they
really
said
is.
that actually the kit, they try to do both at all times, because they're trying to help as many people as possible. So they're trying to help the restaurants that still need to be in business, but also the farmers. So that's why they do the grocery kits, because you just throw just some veggies in there, so they don't have to cut them or to go through any of that process. But in that way they also support the farmers that really need help. And so it's a really good balance that they try to have between the restaurant meals, and the grocery kits.
And if they only did grocery kit with what we did, they will be able to do about 3,400, 3,415 on
Yeah,
grocery kit. If they
that's
were going to just do, and I'm not even rounding up or down. I'm just kind of just
yeah,
doing
the exact
straight
number.
numbers.
And yeah, and that feeds a family, a small family, for 3 or 4 days. That's a
Yeah.
lot.
And then if they were going to do the restaurant meals, it's about 11,600 that they will be able to
Mhm.
do.
Yeah.
So that's incredible. What you
That's
guys
Yes.
are
beautiful.
doing is incredible. Um, so Mia, somebody said that they're calling from Germany, and they said, "I'm a mother with 4 children, and I'm a big fan of you. You have a fan club, girl."
I'm
I am
gonna
a member
like
of that fan club.
Me too.
oh,
And so the cool
thank
part
you.
is because I'm a member of that fan club, but I'm also one of her kids. So she sends me stuff.
I need to send you some belated anniversary cookies. That's what I need to do.
Oh,
Ooh.
I can't
The
wait. I can't
cookie,
wait.
the
And
you should have seen me printing those suckers like at midnight the
you
night
still
before.
owe
So I
me
was like,
you still owe me a link to the printer, by the way.
oh, whoops. I'll do that tonight. Sorry. Yes, but I
But
have cookies in the freezer now, and
yes,
so because I can't overeat, and so I just got 2 out, and I made the 2 for myself only for the anniversary. But yeah, I
I
need to
saw
send you
those, but
some.
I can't wait. I still have the cookies that you sent me for.
Nobody's eating those dang cookies. I'm like,
It's in the
I
fridge. I can
just
never eat them.
I also love cookies.
You
I'm
make
just gonna
cookies.
like throw my hat in there. I okay,
You
but
make
it's
cookies.
different when other people make it for you.
I
There's
know, but
just
I'm
something
saying
special.
like honey. I try to buy honey LLC. I literally
You
try to
do, like
pay
at
for
least
an
once a month.
LLC.
yeah.
I keep begging her to just start a business, but she would not start. So um,
Cooking is a tough one. It's very time consuming. Like you don't make a lot. That's why people are like, "You should sell these." I'm like, "Nah, no. Let me
yeah,
just send them
Exactly.
to my
It's
favorite people, and that makes me happy." But there's no money in this unless you do like a major. I don't have time for that. I volunteer
yeah,
too much to try to make money out of any of
yeah.
these
So
little
so
crafty projects.
I want to round up the podcast, and I hope just to kind of let people know that, hey, look, thank you so much for each and every single one of you who tuned in at some point. Those of you who tuned in the whole time, those of you who donated, people who were promoting this all over social media, on with your friends and family. Really, you guys are the superhero, because even though my back hurts, I'm able to lean on something and kind of work that way. I hope you guys took something from this whole 8 hours. Thank you guys, because without each and every single one of you guys, this will be a flop. It wasn't. We
Yeah.
raised almost, I think, more than $16,000 today, and so that's not a flop.
No.
That's and thank you so much, Mia. Thank you so much for thinking of a worthy cause for us to raise money for. Honey, thank you so much for being my kind of joining me on
I didn't
this,
do
in case
much.
you did
I
enough. I had backup. I had backup.
yep.
And
I was
to
there in case you needed to jump in. That's all.
You,
exactly, yes.
you're
And
the
that's all
nacho
that
to her hair.
matters.
You're the nacho to her
Yes,
Harry.
exactly.
Oh,
And
You're the you
yeah.
provided the horses.
yes, exactly. And to every single guest, let me start with our French squatties, down to the squatties who went to Invictus, down to the panelists for all the creative squatties who have platforms, down to Royal Suitors panel of amazing people. And I'm not saying she's more important than all of you guys. She's not, but then she is. So May,
Hey,
thank you so much for giving us so much of your time today, and just talking to us, because I'm telling you, like, May really inspired me to really relook at how I vacation and how I volunteer. So
Yes,
I'm definitely going to.
I learned so much from that conversation. I know I'm not supposed to have favorites, and I loved everything, but that one was just chef's kiss.
Yes.
I think the reason why we learn so much is because this is somebody doing something that we probably didn't even know was within reach for us to do, in the way that, like she's doing it like 5 days here, 1 week here. So that's important. I think that's very important. And also, obviously, I have to say thank you to Mia and Lena and Pancake.
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 Pancake. Yes.
Yeah, why am I not saying it's KK? Like,
Yes,
yeah,
keke.
Pancake.
We
Yeah,
don't
KK.
change the yeah, it's is always so it's
Yeah,
pancake. Always
Pancake.
sounds the
Okay.
same.
Exactly. So I don't know why I'm acting like I don't know Spanish, but anyway, thank you guys for your for the Spanish part, and I hope that people who speak Spanish will take something from it. I hope people who speak French will take something from it. I really like enjoyed our Invictus part because it really highlighted how global we are. We had somebody from the US, two people from the US, one person from Jamaica, one person from Canada, one person um, the Netherlands, and then in the panelists we had Gwendolyn, who she this whole podcast is going to end with Gwendolyn, who helps run the Sussex Squad Cooking Club. She is an amazing pianist, and she always writes music for Harry and Meghan. And so we are going to end this because part of this 8 hours live stream was to also celebrate Harry and Meghan's fourth wedding anniversary. And that's how we're going to end. I made a video using um, Gwendolyn's music in the background. And it's just pictures, nothing crazy. I made it literally while Mia and everyone was talking. And I'm just going to play. That's how it's going to play us out. 3 minutes of it, just going to play us out.
Sounds good.
Mia, thank you. Royal
Thank
Suitor,
you.
Free Peeper, Danny.
Yes.
Thank you guys for being the voice of reason in the conversations that we were having. So,
Yes.
all right.
Definitely.
Does anyone have anything else to say?
I just wanted to say that yes, the number is great. The amount of money is amazing. We're a little bit spoiled by how the squad raises money. So sometimes we kind of like when May was saying like, "Oh my gosh," like she was really shocked. We're like, "Oh yeah, we've done this a million times."
This is nothing.
Yeah, we're used to this. So we have gotten used to this, but I just feel like there's another big part which cannot be measured in numbers, and that's the inspiration that people will have had today after everything they've listened to. And so I'm really happy that we can do this, and I'm really, really proud of us. So thank you, Tina, and thank you everyone who was part of this today.
Thank you, everyone. And it will be available after this it ends. It will be available on YouTube. And at some point when I can get it, I will get it on all the podcasting platforms. So you guys can listen to it from anywhere you are. And with that, I am probably going to end this by playing the video from to it's going to be 3 minutes long. You guys can stay for it. It's a surprise that I have. I told people like I have a surprise for you at the end if you want to listen to it. But Gwendolyn did an amazing job, and I feel like you guys should hear this. And with so thank you guys, and I'm just gonna play this. And bye.
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 Can you guys hear it? Okay, there it is.
Thank you guys, and that's it. That's all we have, and we ended the day with 58296. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.